We gotta get new people in because some of these other places
saw somebody from the U.S. I think, and they were representatives talking about these biolabs. They're like, oh, like almost like we need to defend them. So it's like, it's interesting because it was a fucking conspiracy theory a couple of days ago that there were biolabs. Now here they coming out of the woodwork saying, oh, well, we need to protect the biolabs. That didn't exist a fucking week ago. These cats are getting wrecked on every angle right now. And it's so interesting because the normies, like I've thought of it too, like, remember this. If these bastards had really won, there wouldn't be an end to these mandates right now. There wouldn't be you know what I mean? They would never have relented anything. Which means these bitch asses are losing hard. So, and just like, and that's how I feel like even like we need like we need some, to get our morale back. Because like, even it's like even in the flat earth situation, it's like, dude, we're doing awesome shit. These losers are trying to attach themselves to it, and people are fucking allowing them to get too much credit. It's not that they're not allowed to be it's not that they shouldn't be in the conversation. It's just also I don't have to respect what the fuck. It's like, dude, you're at our party.
Right. And they shouldn't be allowed to destroy it. That's the problem. Yeah.
Right. And also, like, we're not going to your party because your parties suck. You're not even throwing a party. You don't even know how to throw a party. You don't know anything about putting any music on. Like, it's boring. Whereas, like, we're over here having a fucking great time. And it's like, dude, just, you go make your own party. But you're not gonna because it sucks. And, like, so, we just need to remember that, we have the juice. You know what I mean? Not these people. And, like, it's good. I think just, I don't know. That used to be my kind of whole thing early on anyway. Was like, fuck you, the earth is flat. Like, just because fuck you. Just because whatever you think, fuck that. You know what I mean? And like in that kind of way, like remember, like, hey, that like, that we're winning.
Yeah, well, I think you would I think you had deafened maybe by mistake before but yeah, what I was saying, I think because I was talking and then I noticed you were deafened. So then but yeah, dude, like that's the thing. Like from this point of view, like okay, let's say the Earth isn't a globe, so it's like those of us that have figured it out are literally on the cutting edge of like this huge paradigm shift of what's happening in terms of on the earth and this huge lie and then what that represents and all of that. So it's like we, have discovered that we are at that place. And then, there is like the mainstream narrative, the mainstream model. And then these guys, like from the perspective that like not only have we figured this out, but we also have like, there's so much more like just research and interesting other topics and potentials and not to say that we've like figured it all out, but at least just that it isn't a globe in outer space. And so there's like this huge potential for new things, new ideas, and like coming together in amazing and new ways to discover whether it's about like, electromagnetism, like, what's at the North Pole, like all these topics. And then it is perhaps also being able to share with other people. And then you've got some of these globe guys that come in just wanting to destroy the party. Like you said, yeah, just wanting to come in and just shit on everybody and cause chaos and make us upset. And then just keep pushing the globe stuff over and over so that our heads are spinning and they're just trying to like, show me proof and trying to like force debates and then, yeah, trying to like shit on the party. And like you said, the thing is, if we let them do that, then it's like, well, now it is a little bit of like a spiritual warfare, if you want to call it that, or a battle in a sense, because if we let them do that, then it's like they are actually squashing it. Like they are, in a way being successful at degrading, and kind of disparaging the actual discovery of what we're going through.
Well, I like this kind of revelation. Well, I've always kind of thought it or known it, but like to be talking about it is like the the idea, like whether you think the Earth is a globe or you think the Earth is flat, like in the big spectrum of things, is 100% useless information. Because, like, we were kind of getting into earlier, like if you're going to do celestial navigation, like you have to imagine in your local area that it's flat. And like, outside of that is irrelevant. and anything to do with your, like all of that information, the weight of Polaris, the speed it takes to get orbital velocity is meaningless fucking bullshit that will never have anything to do with anyone's daily life. And the more you recognize it, the more you realize it's just like, it's like whether you think like it's irrelevant information. And like, they try to then be like, well, but that's how we know that satellites work. And it's, again, irrelevant information. Because essentially we're treating everything as flat. So like, it's just irrelevant. Like all these postulations and the argument itself is inevitably irrelevant because you're fighting over something that's irrelevant. Nobody's like, I mean, I don't know. That's how I look at it. And then they try to be like, well, that's what science is. We wouldn't have phones if we did. They make these correlations out of nowhere and it's laughable. And, I just think it's like, and right now, in certain ways, there's so many other interesting conversations to be had that are kind of practical, and I just think if you wind up chasing them down these rabbit holes, it's like, hey, that's not what this is about anyway. What this is about is being informed about the current shit. Part of that is this, philosophical, because I think the only thing relevant about the shape of the earth to somebody and cosmology itself, which is not a light thing, but the only thing relevant that is useful about that opinion about it is your philosophical outlook on the way you live your life. That's where the weight of it is that's why if you know that the earth is flat and stationary and the good Lord is looking after all of us, you're going to have a different approach to the world than if you think, well, I'm just a monkey spinning on a space rock and I just got to take what I can get. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. And I don't know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, yeah, it's interesting that you're saying that because I can kind of see it from both angles. Like in one level, I know what you mean. It's irrelevant, a lot of these things, meaning in our daily life, what we go through, whether it's, family, making money, doing what we do, in a sense, I can see what you mean. Like practically in today's world, it could be seen that way as like almost just like a philosophical discussion. But then there's like, I can also see another side to it where it's like, perhaps like the most relevant thing possible, meaning that like if we are being lied to, what's at the North Pole, what's in Antarctica, is there free energy, is there is there much more to human potential than we ever imagined? Like you said, instead of the idea of the monkey on a globe that's just get what I can for myself and let's get to Mars before the sun explodes or Earth explodes or whatever. So yeah, there's just a lot of factors, but I'm just saying I can also see another way in which it's like incredibly relevant. And then also these controller people that are like lying to us, like, is there some way in which this truth will literally set us free? Like, is there some way in which if more people realize this, that we could become free from this cabal, that's doing what they're doing? Now, I know that that's like a kind of a profound thought and how could that even occur? But anyways, yeah, but so yeah, I can just I can see different sides to it. And then like you said, yeah, there's also relevancy to like how we live our lives and spiritually and like, knowing who we are and what, the nature of reality is. So, but yeah, I guess that's just kind of my main thought on that is that it's like on one level I could see it as completely irrelevant, but on another level, it's like profoundly relevant.
Well, I think again, it's like, also too, we're also taking for granted the idea that we're like, we've already, like, this is the one thing I appreciate the ballers do when they come in here to a certain level is they don't bring NASA into it. They don't bring a third party because that's also a hurdle in itself for most people, because they think, well, here's a picture of fucking, the rover, dude, what I mean? Like there's that out there too. So, I mean, I'm thankful that, people do, forego those arguments for the more old school arguments of what it used to be before the moon landing. And, it's like a luxurious conversation, but it's impractical. It's useless. Not that it's like, well, like anything outside of the general local area that you're experiencing, trying to determine what it is, collectively is kind of, it's just not useful unless you know, you're designing satellites and you need to calculate for orbital fucking mechanics, which I don't know what the fuck they do. They like geostationary anyway.
Yeah. Well, but do you see this whole like process that's underway, as it were? Like, do you see it as, like, let's say from a perspective of like being like, let's say this was a movie, and you've got like these evil people that are lying and like stealing our money with NASA and all this stuff, and then they're doing all this other corrupt shit, and then it's like if that was a movie plot, then it's like you know the Earth actually is, a stationary plane, perhaps surrounded by some magical, celestial sphere of spiritual nature, and it's all created, and there's a creator and all that. Like, but like, I'm just saying, like in that perspective, like let's say it's a movie, and it's like some of the humans start breaking through the indoctrination, they start figuring it out, and then now it's like on a quest. You've got this like NWO that's coming in trying to do what they're doing, and they have their agenda, and then it's like we're in like a fight for sovereignty, but if we wake up in time, like I just love asking, do you kind of see that? Is that?
Here's my thing about that is that you live in a society that fully understands the Promethean tale. Do you know what I mean by that? Like the Promethean tale that that man has to actually steal from the gods to go save himself.
Yeah, the myth of Prometheus. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like this whole kind of like what some people refer to as this like Luciferian doctrine of like the idea that, like the idea I always liked, if you read Morals and Dogma, let's say, right? Like he talks about how the adept like comes up and he finally learns how to defeat Lucifer. And then when he strikes Lucifer down, Lucifer turns into the Christ and then actually says to the adept, now you're ready to come walk with me. So like we live in a society that looks at it like that. So like when you fight, or not fight, but when you destroy the adversary, you're actually like fulfilling what potentially the rulers have wanted all along. Our rebellion to the globe Earth is fucking righteous in that way. And but they understand that. So this is like, the whole thing, even with the court system. That's why to me it's interesting, because it's like it's counterintuitive for you to think that a judge is going to fucking respect you for defending your, for not even defending, but for, doing what needs to be done in a court of law, which is not normal. We think that when people are so terrified of that, when in reality, it's like, have you ever seen Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? That movie?
Yeah.
Like the original, at least for me, I've never seen the fucking remake, but like in the original, like, he puts this guy onto Charlie to try to give him the gobstopper, the never-ending gobstopper. And it turns out that the guy he sent to get the gobstopper, whatever like that, Charlie never gave it to him or something like that. And that guy worked for Charlie in the Chocolate Factory because he wanted to know whether or not he was going to give up the goose.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's understood that, like, look, like, that most people would fucking take that short money for the gobstopper instead of getting the whole fucking Charlie, the Chocolate Factory. But our society understands that. That's why I think it's like when we go in a certain direction with wisdom, like they have to say like, yep, this is somebody who knows what they're doing. And this is like, it's a different set of rules. But if you go in there like just acquiescing to what these people tell you, then, then who the fuck are, what is that anyway? God doesn't want someone who's just going to bow down to the system on part of the team, right? It's like, joining the Marines or something where it's like, they're like, you don't belong here. You don't belong here. And then when you become a Marine, they're like, as I've heard, they fucking, now it's like, you fucking belong here. But it's like up until then, they're trying to kick you out. You know what I mean? They don't want some weak little bitch that's just going to fucking bow down to whatever anybody tells them to do on their team.
Well, I am familiar with the myth of Prometheus that you mentioned. Actually, one of the professors at the graduate school I went to, he wrote a book called Prometheus the Awakener, and essentially, it's all about how the luminary Uranus is actually correlated with Prometheus, because Uranus is connected to like rebellion, revolution, breakthrough, going against the status quo, like the archetype of Uranus. And so he in that book he links that to the myth of Prometheus, and that kind of revolutionary, rebellious force in the human psyche that wants to like overthrow corruption and break out of the status quo and all that. And so, I mean, I've always like identified with that. I actually have in my birth chart, I actually have a sun Uranus. So my sun, my kind of identity part of myself, is directly connected to Uranus astrologically as well. So I identify it with that Promethean archetype in that way as well. But I mean, I've always seen that as like a very noble, positive energy potential, like just that archetype in general, like that capacity to go against the status quo for whether it's for truth or for something positive, and kind of like the hero in the hero's journey, like kind of, it's like I guess like Luke Skywalker in Star Wars, or any of those kind of or like Frodo in Lord of the Rings, some kind of hero that is able to step forward and liberate the rest of humanity with some act or some so is that kind of in line with what you were thinking about it? Or because I guess to me, like, that links into like, yeah, like this current thing, like the shape of the earth and everything that's going on with this, like potentially. But is that what you were saying, that like the people in power, as it were, like they're kind of looking for those that are going to try to go against the grain, and then they're trying to suppress that? Or
Forgive me, just a little busy over here. I mean, I think like they're gonna, they'll go every which way with it. But that's why that compass of like principles and morality is essential.
Yep. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess we kind of got sparked on that because it's like I was asking you, like, if you feel like this, the shape of the earth, like if you, because I know sometimes you've said like, that it's like irrelevant. You've also mentioned that maybe it's not even provable. So that's why I was asking, like, do you feel within your own, psyche, within your own energy, that like that there is sort of like a Promethean hero's journey to be had when it comes to this, like helping, whether that's like wake up the rest of humanity, or like, somehow help to like liberate us from this like global cabal thing, or is it sort of in your mind, or is that not like a possible reality?
Well, I think even like the story of Christ is like that, right?
Yeah.
Goes against the authority, like, but there's also liberation in it. You know what I mean? Like, I mean that's a loaded story itself. But I think it's all like just this idea that you can't listen to the herd, and you need to find out for yourself. And like the people that do that are the ones who make moves, and the people who don't, it's like you don't want to be stupid, but you also have to be a little bit bold. And like what some people would, some conservative people would consider to be stupid and not worth the risk, is actually the difference between life and death. You know what I mean? Like that risk, that fucking, and that leap. You know what I mean? Like, and I just think like when people are afraid to even do anything, like, it's like, I don't know, it's like even like almost like talking to a chick or something like that. Like in a sense, like, it might be a little bit uncomfortable for you to stand up and walk over and say hi, but the reward is worth it.
Yeah.
And some people are going to be like, judge that and be like, oh no, I could never do that. Oh no, I just would never stand up. It's I know that guy over there and I can't, and I'm just, therefore you don't ever get a reward. So it's obvious in nature that like, that like you have to take that leap in the direction of what you want. And if you're too afraid to do it, you're not going to get anything.
Right, and that's kind of in the idea of like the hero's journey. It's usually like it's the hero that is the one that is able to step up and slay the dragon or do like Frodo taking the ring to the center. Lord of the Rings. It's usually like not everyone is stepping up to do that, but then the hero does. And I think we all have that hero within us. I'm not saying it's just one special person, but
Oh no, I think it's just indicative of like that's why we all love those stories. It's because we know it's it's like got something to do with us or something. You know what I mean? Like that little, the bravery and like the honor that comes with it. But in the same stroke, it's can you do it when it's your turn?
yeah. Well, and the other wild thing about the Promethean myth is that it's like he stole fire from the gods to liberate humanity, and the fire is kind of seen as the knowledge. So he kind of stole the knowledge that was being kept from everyone else and brought it back to liberate humanity. But then he also got like crucified for it because as the myth goes, like he then got caught for it and then tied to a rock, and then like a crow, like a bird or whatever, was like pecking out his liver. And then I think there is an ultimate way that he kind of transcended that as well. But it's like he also got crucified for doing it.
Yeah, but like, did he? That's my thing too.
Well, that's the question. Was that just added on to the myth, or was that even?
Well, I think that's what I think is. It's just an old pagan tale that was attached to the myth, in my opinion. You know what I mean? And that's why it's like, but only God knows the mysteries, right? But like, I think it's like, I think also too, it's like when you come across like stuff like virgin births and stuff like this, it has the potential to like almost trigger like a little like watchword into the mind, like, hey, we're now entering into the world of allegory because obviously nothing can be pregnant without being impregnated, right? So it's like you're walking into the world of allegory, and the author is letting you know that it's allegory because he's bringing up something so ridiculous as the virgin birth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because anyone who knows nature knows that it doesn't happen. So it's like instant, like, like, hey, what, it's like a wink. Hey, watch this. You know what I mean? Like, it's like a beneficial trick somehow, or actually it's beneficial in the sense that, like, even if you want to get weird, or like the idea that, like, if you're going to be a literalist about it, then they're just going to put you to work. You know what I mean? Because you'll be easy to manipulate because you're a materialist. Because you're going to think all like, like I always label it like, it's like, people would argue about what sandals Jesus was actually wearing as opposed to get the message. So if you're going to be all literalist about it and not read between the lines and get the message, then they're just going to put you to work because they're going to be like, oh, that's how you see it? Cool. You should go over here and build this for me. You know what I mean? Like, they're just going to put you to work. It's like idle hands do the devil's work, right? So like if people aren't thinking at least or whatever, then, put them to work. That's their motto, I think. But it's like, they're not wrong. You know what I mean? Like, they're not wrong. Because what do people do? Like, look what people do with their free time in the sense, like, this is why I love all of us, is that we read shit, come and talk about this shit. Most people are trying to get fucked up. Or, you know what I mean? Or whatever. Like, there's only, I don't know, it seems to me anyway, there's a big swath of population that would just prefer to go get drunk as opposed to understand or do anything for themselves. You know what I mean? Like, they, like,
the population you talk for, yeah.
What's up?
The population you talk for is what you're talking about. A small slither of the population that you know to understand in the world that you live in, right? You're not talking about the Buddhist monks. You're not talking about the people in India that devote their lives to meditation. You're not talking about those people, are you?
Well, of course, I don't think those people. I mean, anyone's susceptible to it, and some people that actually are monks have made mistakes and they've chosen the live because they want to get out of those. You know, they
Right.
want
Well,
some form of
you
repentance.
act like this fucking this side of life, which is the peaceful side, and even the righteous side, where we fucking see the light, is something new. It's not fucking new. People have fucking seen this shit for fucking years, my man. It's
Oh yeah,
nothing.
no, and that's actually kind of what I'm arguing is that like the idea like these ideas are well understood. That's like we were talking about like this Promethean idea of like whatever. Like I think like there's like our society rewards the people who go after what they want. You know what I mean? Like they fully understand what this is about. I'm not saying it's anything new at
We
all.
used to unite. We used to fucking look up to the fucking Brahmins. We used to fucking look up to the fucking priests. But I get what you're saying. Not anymore. We don't look up to them no more, right?
Well, I'm saying a lot of
Don't get
people
it
like
twisted though. It's not like they're being forgotten. It's not like the whole world has left them behind. They still have a place in the fucking
well,
earth.
that's what's so dope about like what I was saying actually is that like that's what's cool about like coming in and meet people like over here is that like the gentlemen over we're not necessarily trying to like escape from fucking like like people where I know maybe they're just gonna go get drunk and we're content with getting wings at the bar, dude. Like what I mean? Like whereas those of us in here, let's say, are interested in those things. Whereas the monk might be interested in his meditation to achieve oneness with nirvana. You know what I mean? Like whatever. But like same time, it's not going and just trying to get drunk or whatever. It's being in nature. It's
But
healthy.
it's not like we need a fucking revolution on
I'm not for.
people's to make people fucking see some new shit, because there's no new shit to see. The shit's been seen. It's been seen for fucking many millennia.
Well, I mean, that's why I say, like, shoot, even like I go so far as to say, like, the very system that everyone thinks they're rebelling against is actually righteous. We just don't understand it.
Yeah,
I think the old timers knew.
I kind of feel bad because I'm fucking on one right now, and I feel like I'm fucking
Get
arguing
them,
real
Brad. You're
hard.
all good.
I'm not like when I mean like I ain't really drunk. I'm on one as in like I'm mad.
Oh
With
yeah,
some,
no, I know exactly what you mean, bro. And preach, brother. You good?
but like for real talk, yeah. All these people talk about fucking this new awakening and fucking we need to fucking start living this way and shit like that and all this bullshit. Fuck that. Nobody needs to be living no other way than people are living right now. The people that are enlightened will be enlightened. The people that aren't will continue to live their lives the way they are today, and they'll fucking get enlightened the next time around. That's the fucking way the world works. There's no fucking making everybody enlightened. It doesn't work that way.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody is gonna get enlightened. It's not gonna be a world where the whole world's gonna be enlightened. It's just not gonna happen.
Right. I mean, that's what gets me with the whole illegal shit is the idea that like what I love about it is that I don't need anyone else to understand what's going on other than the judge. I only need like one person to get it. Like, and it's like that's the one person that you need to get it, and everyone else who doesn't need to know won't. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Imagine a world where everybody's enlightened, right? It won't work because then you're gonna start putting doubt into the enlightened people's minds. You need to have a yin and a yang in all parts of life. That's the only way shit works.
Say that last bit again.
You could have a dark and a light. Right? Without the dark, you can't have the light.
no doubt. You know, but yeah, then you walk into morality and stuff, and that's where it's like. That's the point. Is that's why even before we were kind of getting to the idea of like, okay, what do you trust? And that's where the principles, of the quote unquote light, like either you follow those principles or you follow this dark principle where everything is scary. It's interesting. But yeah, it's nothing new either. Yo, bandsaw.
We got these people, yeah, that about share the peace and the whole world peace and shit like that. I mean,
Oh yeah, no, it's a bunch of hippie nonsense, but it's all good. Like that's the cool part is that, like the one person can get it. What's up, bandsaw? I was just talking about you earlier, saying that was so fun earlier.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was a good time. I couldn't believe you made the breakthrough. I couldn't. That was fun. I was just picking you up, dude. I was like, oh, bandsaw was so good.
yeah, Issa just wanted someone to fucking break in. Like Issa wasn't comfortable talking to me.
Oh no, Brant, you're good. No, I just saw bandsaw came off of his headphones were on earlier.
Issa, man, I get it, man. Sometimes I'm a little bit fucking. I get a little too fucking.
Oh no, you're good, brother. We were here earlier, and like I was trying to make a point with this one guy. I couldn't get it through, but then bandsaw managed to add a couple words and it worked.
You were worked up, Isa. You were worked up, my friend.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what?
You were taking no prisoners. It was on like Donkey Kong.
Yeah, I was having fun, man. That was a good time.
At one stage, but yeah. Anyway, it all worked out good. Good.
Well, I could just get to a certain point where it's like I was talking to Gio about it before. It's like, just to remind folks, it's like, hey, dude, like we don't really, we just don't care. Like I don't care.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. I do get that, and to be quite honest with you, right, I do feel a little bit the same. It's just like, but like I said, in respect for Geo's server and whatnot, and he wants to put this out and grow it, and he wants the discussion to kind of happen. Not necessarily just for us, but for for everyone else as well.
My problem is I catch a whiff of that bravado on their part, and I'm just. I
would say though, guys, I don't think that finding the light side. It's not about being a flat earther. Being a flat earther doesn't mean you found the light side. There's so much more to spiritual enlightenment than just believing the earth is flat. I mean, that's not even. You haven't even broken the crust yet, right? There's this internal journey you got to take to find peace, right? Just thinking the earth is flat isn't enough, bro. That's not even
I
close.
agree. I've seen many a flat earther not in touch with their hippie kundalini spirit. I mean, I myself delve into fucking outbursts sometimes, but that's what the fucking Discord shit's for, dude.
I'm definitely not in touch with my hippie side.
It's like a pressure relief valve, Isa. Just get in here and blah.
Yeah, it sounds
not
crazy,
even that.
Right?
We come in here. I think of it like this: we come in here and we're talking about like current events, all kinds of other shit, and then somebody's like, if I send a banana through into space, and it's like, dude, like I just shut the fuck up with your boring bullshit. Like nobody cares. Like it'd be one thing if it was relevant or interesting, but sometimes it's just not. It's like even like I said, like there's some people that are witty as fuck that I love talking to, but some folks.
She's probably talking about me.
Jeremy's witty.
Nate, Sean sent me some data points.
What happened now?
Oh, Jeremy's been asking for data for spherical excess, And Sean G, that is, reckons he's found them.
Dude, Sean doesn't even know what's going on. And listen, there's a lot of people out there that think if you're measuring a sphere, you're doing spherical geometry. That's not true. That's not true.
Anyway, this is what Sean sent me. I just put it in chat again. That's what he sent me. All right. These are
Did you see
apparently
any measurement? He said it wasn't the measurements.
Well, there are measurements, but in the measurements, it actually says things that things are calculated. What else did I notice there? References is calculated for the ellipsoid. What else? They use gravity. Right?
This wasn't the thing.
Yeah, this is like what he said.
He said no one left their house for this. Somebody did this like in their house or something.
Yeah. This is what he sent me. All right. And he reckons this proves it.
Somebody was on their living room couch when they did that.
Yeah.
He told me, he's like, no one actually did anything for this. I was like, oh. I was all excited for a second.
Oh.
Because I thought he's got the numbers. Yo, he said it was a different one too. Remember? I was like, is this the one from like the 1900s? He's like, no. I was like, oh, I heard maybe he's got a newer one, or more one with the numbers or something. So I got excited.
But check this out. In the numbers, it says the dynamic height is computed by dividing the NAV-D88 geopotential number by the normal gravity value computed on the geodetic reference system. It's all fucking calculated. Like nothing is measured.
Yeah, so they're using the globe to prove the globe. They do this with a lot of stuff. They do this with geology. They'll say, oh, these we know how old the ground, the dirt is by what we find in it. And then they'll say, we know how old the stuff we find in it is in it. Like if we find a bone in a layer of dirt, they'll know how old the bone is by how old the dirt is. But that's how they're getting the age of the dirt. Like it's like they're using the globe to prove the globe. Like, dude, you can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, it's like using the atmosphere to prove that there's a pressure gradient exists without a fucking container.
Exactly.
It's fucking. It's literally. And what's so interesting is this is what gets me and why I go off the handle, because I'm like, excuse me, this is stupid. That's like, and there's nothing else more to be said. There's no reason to go assess the numbers a little further. There's no reason to measure it again. It's just stupid and useless. It's just useless information. It's fucking, the only value in having an opinion about the shape of the earth is your philosophical outlook. Other than that, it's the most useless information you could ever fucking know.
Yeah. I was
my wife.
Sorry, Jeremy.
Go ahead, man.
No, I was telling Realm yesterday because he's a concave earther, so everything's fully enclosed, right? So I said, so why doesn't your concave earth blow up? And he goes, what do you mean? Why doesn't it blow up? I go, well, with all the cows farting and the whales farting and people farting and everyone farting, eventually your little bubble's just going to pop. Well, why doesn't it pop?
Yeah, that was good today. I heard you with him talking, and you were like, "Yeah, but everything." You just was like, it was so good, man. So you're so fun to listen to, dude.
Nah, not really, man. Not really.
Well, just
anyway.
Yo, you're up there.
Yeah, you are, dude. So fucking funny, dude. Like that's my kind of humor. Like, you know what I mean? I don't like fucking. I can't. Anything outside of that. It's like not really as funny to me. I don't know.
Oh, dad
like it's just like the right, and I love you.
Right.
Can't even do it.
So Issa, last time me and you chilled, a long time ago, right? we were talking to some girl from California, and like she was a cutie, right? And you was like,
Yeah, she sounds
this
cute.
is probably the only time me and you talked. And I was like, bro, she's hot. She stepped away for a second. I was like, bro, she's fucking hot. She's like, yeah, man, I'm gonna bring her back to my fucking my court and shit. All right. That's probably the only time me and you ever talked outside these fucking walls.
Huh.
You don't remember that day, do you?
I don't.
I mean, I think it was you.
What, Jose or something? Man?
Like she was this Latino bitch.
I
I don't even
feel
know
like
if she's Latino or not, but
oh no, that's a long time ago, man. Actually, maybe.
long time ago.
Yeah.
How many girls you fucked because of Flat Earth?
Oh man, why would I tell you?
It's a group of guys, man. Why not?
Well, because it's stupid. That's why.
Okay, that sounds like
I don't
under 3.
I don't kiss and tell, man. And yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, I've often thought like that's probably the best pickup line you could use, though. Hey babe, you heard a
I don't
flat
really remember
Earth?
that day though. I forgot her name. She's like California, I think. Oh my god, I'm trying to remember that night.
Yeah,
it was like there's this whole fucking group chat going on, and it just ended up being me, you, and her. And then she walked away, and I was like, bro, she's hot. Just like as soon as she left, we just talking about how hot she was.
Probably so. Yeah, I wonder. I used to have a Discord too. I wonder if it wasn't over there. But yeah, it is. It is fun. I used to think actually like it was always funny to me that you know what I mean, like that. The idea of like being like oh my god, have you heard of these fucking idiots, these flat earthers? Like that's the way to make the argument in public. Is like you dismiss it. You know what I mean, and then you start bringing up how they believe like. They think you like can't have gas pressure without a container.
You gotta find a common sense with the chick. And
Well, no, you just make like you talk about it like it's like I think it like some bowlers do. They talk about flat Earth as though it's stupid, but then they make all the pertinent arguments for flat Earth, which is more important than the way that they're talking about it. You know what I mean? So it's like it's a way to it's that Rupert Sheldrake double bluff method of like your enemy like Rupert Sheldrake said like the enemies of an idea are usually the ones who spread it the most. Because they're over there telling
I'm not actually allowed to talk too much anymore tonight, so I'm just gonna just make noises.
Actually, well, yo, I tell you, actually, on that note, I actually have to go watch a movie or I'm gonna get yelled at. But I freaking I'll be back later if you guys are around.
If she starts yelling, tell her she doesn't have the charging instrument, and that you know what to say.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I keep it totally dry and financial.
You dag.
Yeah.
Right, bro, it's being real, bro.
What a bore, dude. If you only knew how boring it really is over here. A lot of negotiations. Actually, I guess it could be entertaining for some. I don't know. Yeah. Actually, as far as that.
Hey, yo. You can chill as long as you want. It's just I got my girl right here, and she's like monitoring everything I'm saying, and she basically told me like I'm not really allowed to talk.
Right, like that doesn't happen to me.
Yeah, so you're all fucking good, bro.
Right.
Just someone told me that I'm not allowed to conversate too much.
No, I get that though, man. You got to be nice, especially if it's late or wherever you're at. Some people got to get up early, But yeah, I'm actually gonna go for a little bit too, if you guys are around. But bandsaw, man, it was so fun earlier. I had fun. It's like It's like jujitsu. You know what I mean? Like it's release, like you said, get to come in and just freak out.
Later,
But yeah,
Issa.
yep.
All
I'll be
right.
back later, guys. Boy, yo, Gio, good shit. Later, guys.
Yeah,
Peace,
yeah,
Branch.
yeah. You too, bro. Yep. Peace. Well, it sounds like I must have missed what you guys were talking about, man. So something that must have been earlier.
Rin earlier, and I don't know, they were talking. They brought up, I think, pilots are taught that it's a flat Earth. And anyway, Isa dropped a little clip, an 18-second clip about in one of the classes. The teacher says you can consider it a flat and stationary, non-rotating plane. Anyway, him and Nate were just going hammer for tongs, and Isa was just losing it actually, and I kind of had to step in and calm the farm a little bit, saying, "Hey, come on, just bring it
Listen,
back."
I've heard Nate say a lot of crazy shit, but he impressed me with that gag and spiel and the backsplatter thing. That was impressive.
You know, the funny shit about with Nate is that like he goes balls deep when I'm not in the room. But if I'm in the room, he actually calms down a little bit because he knows I get on his ass when he goes straight flat earther. I mean globe earther, right? I'm like, dude, chill out. I always fucking send him a DM like, motherfucker, chill, bitch. This ain't fucking real talk.
He's one of the more reasonable guys, though. Like him,
Yeah.
Kosho, Sean G, to an extent, even though he spazzes out a lot. Moyak's not bad. There's a bunch of Glovers that are.
Me and Nate fucking we started out together and fucking in fucking 24/7, dude. Good old days.
You ever lasted in 24/7, Branch?
Yo, Branch is in there to this day. Yeah, how many times you make QE say banana that one night?
I don't know, man. I made QE go on the whole rant.
Games with him, bro.
I made QE go on the whole rant one time about how fucking what is it? Fucking I don't know, some shit about his car fucking windshield being entropy, and I was like, motherfucker, shut the fuck up, you talking bullshit. And he was like, yeah, man, my car's fucking roof, it shows entropy. I'm like, shut the fuck up. But like but the thing is, like, he doesn't get it that I actually know what the fuck I'm talking about.
You were in a
I think he does.
You were in one of the last Numpty clips that came out. Actually, it was when Veach was trying to say that he saw.
I know, man. You was like, do you think it made me look good in that clip, or you think it made me look bad?
He made you look good, bro. He made you look real good.
All right. I wasn't sure whether you was being sarcastic.
Nah, you look good. That honestly, if heads didn't know you, they'd be like, "Wow, this guy's on point, and he's is amazing."
He got
Let him
to
come
me,
in when you're in the middle of one of your
benders.
benders.
Posted. It was like, "Hey, Branch, I'm gonna post this clip." I was like, "What are you talking about? You ain't gonna post no clip about me." He's like, "Nah, bitch, I already recorded it." I was like, "No, you can't post no bitch clip about me without fucking my permission." He's like, "Yeah, I can."
But he made you look good. He always looks out for us. Like if he could have made 10 Numpty clips on the shit I've said, right? But he always makes you look good.
You guys mentioned Veach. Is Veach kind of still around, or like is he still on Gems, or?
I haven't heard from him in probably a few weeks. He was MIA for a long time before that, though, for a couple months or something.
Veach blocked me, dude.
No, he did that to everyone. Yeah, if you try to send him a DM now, it says some goofy shit and you can't get through. Yeah, I don't know what he did. What's going on with him?
Like he blocked me, as in like even on fucking. Like he's blocked.
No, he did it to everyone. Oh. It's like it must be like a setting or something.
Saying to do that.
Is there a setting that you can't receive DMs from anyone? I thought there was one that you could like only.
No, I
receive
mean,
them from friends.
like when you say like DMs, I'm talking about like he's blocked me, as in I can't. He doesn't see anything I type in the chat. I can't reply to his messages.
Oh, blocked.
Yeah, he's
Damn.
like really
Well,
blocked.
that's probably something else. But I mean, one day me and Coach was like, "Oh, I can't DM." He was like, "Beach blocked me." I was like, "Get the fuck out of here!" So I was gonna DM Beach and be like, "Yo, I just block your boy," and I couldn't fucking DM him either. So I was like, "Yo, what the fuck?"
No, he's got me proper blocked. Like,
yeah, that's understandable.
What do you mean it's understandable?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is there? I didn't think there was a setting that you just can't receive DMs from anyone. I think there's only one that, like, if you want to receive them from people that you share servers with, you either, so it's like you can only receive them from friends or anyone that's on the same server you're on.
No, like it's not even about DMs. He's got the messages blocked. Like, I can't reply to anything he says, which means he can't see anything I says in chat, which means it's a straight block. But I got my ways around it. I know how to use the fucking bot to get my fucking word across. You're not fucked with a bot.
Yo, could you hook a machine up? Could you hook the computer up to this voice chat so that every time people are talking, the computer's constantly analyzing it, and it's automatically Googling shit. Like if I was to say like speed of light right now, if I was to like say that phrase in a sentence, it would fucking just Google it and the shit would come up. Speed of light on the computer Google page. Like is that like some NSA shit, or is that like doable for like normal people?
That's like super easy to do, bro. What are you talking about? So, just look at what you say and Google it?
Yeah, like have some kind of voice recognition and just be constantly Googling things that anyone says. That'd be a dope ass Discord bot to have. You know what I'm saying? If anytime like something got mentioned, it just like
that would be dope.
Posted like a definition.
The problem is like people don't do that shit because it will require a server. Just sit down and listen.
No, it'd be interesting to like make a room for it, like a separate text channel. So then like if you were listening to the combo, you could just open that channel and it would just be popping shit up. People say,
Hell yeah, separate room. That's exactly what I was thinking, because I was like, oh, people won't be able to type. That shit'll be spamming shit nonstop.
No, but what I was thinking is like you can do that, but you can also have like sound effects in the background, like someone says "fuck you," and in the background someone's like, "Oh." You know what I mean?
No, we're not doing that.
Oh,
we're not doing that.
Shit like that.
I had a great, brilliant idea, and you're going off the rails with it.
I don't mean that far limits of it, but like someone says "fuck you" and you get ding ding, just some shit like that in the background, right? It'd be funny. But again, that would require a server running for each voice chat, and that's no one's gonna fucking put that much processor into it.
Well, Jay, you had your first official debate in Livestream too yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Crit and this fellow Defogger.
Oh yeah, I saw Crit was trying to get on VC verified.
Yeah. We got that done, and it was a debate about definitions mainly.
That's the best type of flat debate, isn't it?
It was exciting stuff. I tell you what, it was riveting to listen to.
All right. Did someone moderate it or?
Yeah, I did. Crit asked me to. I moderated it. And
You know,
I had to.
when two people are generally scared of each other, that's what they'll discuss the whole night long.
And I had to remind them. I said, "Can you guys like just pick a topic and debate about a topic instead of debating about definitions?"
That's kind of why I like Kosho's 2v2 thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's gotta kind of be like a trolly motherfucker on each side, you know, like maybe me and you can be a little bit trolly, a little bit banter.
Me?
Yeah.
Not trolly.
Yeah, a little bit trolly. Like you can be, but you know how not to instigate the actual conversation. So basically, the 2v2, if it was like me on one side and you on the other side, we would facilitate the conversation. We wouldn't instigate what should be said. You know what I mean? As long as I'm not drunk.
Okay, well, we'll have to set up a date for that sometime in when.
I'm not gonna fucking help out Kosho. Fuck
2025, 2025.
Yeah, 23 maybe.
2023. Okay.
Yeah, but we've got a couple of years to prepare.
Cool. Done. Well.
Are you gonna meet up with the whole fucking the Aussie crew next week?
No, they're in Melbourne branch. I'm not in Melbourne anymore. So.
Yeah, see, for us Americans, we just think Australia's Australia.
Mm-hmm.
You guys can all get around.
Like one area, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's like you guys are all in the same city to us, basically.
It's like bloody 12 hours away. 12-hour drive.
It's like you got a large village over there or something.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, everything's just around the corner.
Yeah, I figured you guys all just live next to each other. You're on the same.
God, Mansaw, he's right down the road. That's not bad. What's that? The span of your whole thing? No, a 12-hour drive.
Well, yeah, to get to Melbourne, yeah.
You was there one time, right? The whole fucking shagging, fucking.
Yeah.
You want me to post that? I'm pretty
like
sure.
If I wanted to drive that.
That is the best meme. Sorry,
all right,
Jeremy.
I'm gonna post it. Let me find it.
I was gonna say, if I wanted to drive to see Grimm, I'd have to drive nonstop for 3 days.
Way 3 days.
Yeah. To even to go to Florida, say I wanted to go see somebody in Florida, that's a 24-hour nonstop drive.
Well, bitch, if you're gonna go see Grimm, you better stop in fucking Texas.
You're gonna pick up mad weed at fucking in Cali.
If you come see Grimm, you'll be somewhat close to me too.
Fuck.
Oh yeah, we're going on a world tour.
Dude, Grimm is up here somewhere. I think he's further north than I am.
Have mad weed, bro. Like even if you
go to by Oregon and do some fucking ayahuasca.
You don't think Oklahoma's got some bomb ass weed?
Everywhere it does, bro. Nowadays.
Yeah.
I get some banging shit here. I got some shit right from the fucking dispensary.
I should get some weed, dude.
Damn, man. What are you buying it for? Grow it yourself. Damn.
I might start doing that. I don't know. I don't really spend that much on it, so.
Okay.
It's like the people that go spend $300 and then grow like 3 cucumbers and a couple tomatoes.
You know the weird shit is, right? Like I'm embarrassed to like ask any friends for weed because it's like I that's not the circles I fucking hang out in anymore. You know what I mean?
Just go to the. It's not legal in Texas.
Nah, not even close.
Shoot over to Mexico. It's right down the road.
Yeah, Oklahoma's closer.
Is it legal there?
Yeah, Oklahoma's like about 2 hours away.
Oh, that's straight. Yeah, everyone before here was going to Massachusetts, like an hour away from me, closer for a lot of other people. But
I mean, I
And they
got
put
my boy fucking what's his name? What's that dude's name who went to fucking go see Whistle?
M Stone.
Yeah, Stone. I would get some of him.
You got some of him, no doubt. He popped into Jose's yesterday and started talking shit. I knew it was gonna go to hell as soon as I heard his voice. I didn't even talk to him.
I didn't say I got some of him. I said I can probably get some of him.
That guy acts so tough. It was pretty wild when he like was when he confronted Witsit. Like, he was like scared of Witsit. Like Witsit was like threatening him, you know, and it's like that guy was actually scared of Witsit. I was surprised.
When did this happen, Gio?
I want to say 2 months ago, maybe.
Well, when he was in
Dallas,
Austin,
man. I didn't even know these guys were in Dallas.
Yeah, they were.
That shit always happens, but I don't fucking know about it.
So they were both like they were both threatening each other, you know. They were both threatening to punch each other and the whole thing. But I was just surprised that like Witsit was the alpha. Well, I mean, I don't want to say the alpha, but you know, it's like M Stone was like backing down basically.
So did Stone do one of his usual things and go try and troll Witsit like he did the FE conference and stuff?
Yeah. Well, yeah, like Witsit was doing his activism, and then M Stone was kind of lurking. You could see him in the background, and then finally he came up and confronted him, and then they were threatening to fight each other and the whole thing. Yeah. But then Witsit kind of turned it for the positive. He kind of turned it into more of a debate, and that was cool. So then like they pulled out a tablet and they like brought up the Black Swan, you know, and then like M Stone, he doesn't seem to know very much about anything. It would seem like, so he didn't have anything to say. So at that point, Witsit was able just to outdo him on the debate level, and then he really kind of got kind of sheepish because he just didn't have anything to say about any of the points.
You heard Stone when he went on Oakley's?
I'm actually happy that M Stone's fucking just backed off.
You should have heard Stone when he went on Oakley's. It was laughable.
Dude, have you heard me on Oakley's?
No, I never heard you on there. I did hear you make Huey say banana 3 times one night, though. Like, you're over there just toying with motherfuckers. I don't know.
Like, we're talking about, like, okay, on Oakley's first show we ever had, right? Oakley started talking.
Number one?
Yeah, number one show. He started talking. I was like, Oakley, shut the fuck up. You're not allowed to fucking talk. You said... I was like, Oakley, you said you ain't gonna fucking join into the debate. So why the fuck you talking? He was like, all right, man. All right. I'll shut up. That was number one show.
So much for that. He's probably
exactly so much for that.
So much for that. Lasted one show. If he could keep it together and keep his cool and shit, I think it'd be a better look for a lot of us. But whatever. It seems like he's a great debater. Like if he could chill out a minute. Like you definitely can't tell people to suck your balls in the middle of a debate, but
I never really talked about real shit though. I just said stupid shit in the background.
Has anyone pulled him aside and said that to him, Jeremy? Like,
I don't. I've talked to Oakley one time, just once, in an after show or something for a couple minutes. Not really.
Do you think Oakley's gonna listen to Jeremy?
One time Gary pitched my straight line idea. The Oakley was like, "Who the fuck is Jeremy?" He's like, "Who the fuck is this Jeremy guy?"
Dude, let's do it, man. Let's all just go on fucking. Who's the other guy? That comes in there. From New York. V something. Oh my god.
What? Who?
The other Glober who comes from here from New York.
Oh, Nate.
Not Nate. The other one. Oh god.
Yeah, the
only
regular one. I don't know.
You were talking to him today, fucking.
Who, Grim?
Sean?
No, Grim.
Oh,
What did you say? What did you say, Jeremy?
Not Sean G.
He used to have a fucking cigarette as his fucking avatar.
I don't know, bro. I'm not looking at people's little picture icons.
No, I can't see them.
I don't even.
Well,
I know like the basic thing of what they look like, but I'm not like look. I'm on a phone, so they're mad tiny. I don't even know what mine looks like.
Well, he used to be on there. Me, him, Grim, fucking like.
Do you guys know what's up with what's his face having like a hooker looking lady on his profile picture?
Who is it?
Brian.
Brian, I think. Yeah, I think it's Brian.
Yeah.
What's up
Who,
with that?
Mabbit?
That's him. That's
It's
his
his-
face.
Or Leaky?
If you're talking about Brian Leakey, that's his wife.
Yeah.
Oh
What?
God, guys, relax, bro. What the fuck?
That's his wife.
I know.
I don't know. Bob,
Gee,
It seems weird to me. Like some dude just
jump
like
to conclusions there, Bob. Like what?
no.
the hell?
Hey, I said
Bob,
what it looked
yeah,
like,
Bob, you can
and
take
I'm
that
not
back
sorry
now.
that I said it. Like it seems weird to me for some dude to just have like his wife hanging the goods out there like that. That's weird.
She's just the face, isn't it?
No, it's not just the face.
It's got like what she's got a lot of cleavage showing.
Yeah, like not just a lot, like I think it looks like she's kneeling on a bed and wearing like some sort of lingerie, maybe. I'm not sure, but like it's like leaving very, very little to the imagination. It looks like.
Calm down there, Bob. Calm down.
Damn, Bob. You got a little fucking rowdy, bro.
Speaking of Brian, I haven't heard from him in a while.
That's fun. He's on Gem Pans a lot.
Brian Leakey?
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I doubt it.
Nah, he's not there. You're thinking of Brian Mabbit.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about.
I mean, I never listened to Gem's stream, but I'd be surprised.
That's why I was just thinking that Brian Mabbit's wife with tits out. That's why I was confused this whole time, dude. Anyways, is Leakey younger? Brian Leakey?
Then what? Mabbit? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I was over there about 2 weeks ago, and Jin was over there having it out with Gem. God, it was funny listening to it. Gem must have muted Jin 30 times, I reckon. At least 30 times.
I think
Jen does that thing though, where Jen's got that thing like Sean G.
I think there's got to be like Gem introduced this new thing,
And it went from Jen arguing with somebody else to Jen arguing with me. I'm like, listen, just relax. I'm just trying to gain control of the room so we can like not speak over each other. And start like attacking me.
Yeah.
Jen's cool as fuck, though. I've learned how to speak to Jen.
He's all right when he's not in that
everything he says, and he'll be okay with you.
Now, when he's not in that mode, he's okay. He's just cool, calm, and collected. But when he gets in that mode, that attack mode, you can't really win. You can't really win.
Yeah.
Yeah, but one day he was like, I'm gonna kill you. You're in fucking America. I've got people in England. And I'm in Japan. I'll still kill you.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, like, in terms of the idea of somebody new coming in and listening to this, like, he's kind of up there with some of these other guys where it's just like, if somebody new listened to that, they'd be like, okay, these people are completely insane. Like, it's just screaming and yelling and zealotry and just insults and just complete chaos.
Yeah, but how often do we get someone new?
It's funny.
Once a month we get someone new? Twice a month? Two people, once every 2 weeks we get someone new? Not just in this room, but in all rooms, you know? It's not often. There's not a big influx in the whole Flat Earth community.
This is Jin's new motorbike. This is what he's getting around on at the moment. I found this. I can picture him.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Well, he has that particular approach where it's like, okay, like, you know, he knows we've been lied to and all the rest of it. So then it's like, if somebody is defending that information, he thinks they are the liars. You know, that is Papa Rockefeller right there, and you better get him, Jin. You know, so it's like Jin thinks that that's the guy lying, the guy who's defending the mainstream story, and then his goal is to just, I don't know, force it, insult, whatever he does to try to kind of beat the guy or whatever he thinks he's doing. I don't know.
Hey, Bandsaw.
Yeah.
Did you get any more footage or anything from that? I think you said it was a friend of yours. You'd posted a while back this video of what he found inside some blood or something.
Yeah, I have, but I can't share it.
Oh,
I'm not allowed to share it.
is there going to be a time when you will be, or is he saying like it's just you're never going to be able to?
He says it's gonna come out through the blockchain technology for everyone to see.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but he thinks it's been unveiled naturally itself with all the information that's coming out in regards to it. So,
Do you think some of those Pfizer documents are going to talk about that, or?
I don't know exactly, to be honest with you, Bob. But there was where is it? I'll show you this, which is quite interesting. Where are we? I don't know if you've seen this. I'll post this as well. If you see, where are we? Boom. You see that in text? Have a read of that.
That. So yeah, I think I've read that sign before. I don't know if it was the same picture or not.
Yeah, well, that actually came from the same guy. That.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is quite interesting, really. You know, people are putting out that sort of information just blatantly. We apparently now have 94.6% people fully enchiladed. Apparently.
Yeah, that seems like bad news bears to me.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I'm in the 5.4%.
Are you held out, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it was.
Good job.
It was actually. I was actually seriously considering getting it, Bob. I seriously was almost forced into a corner, but I was able to work my way around it and do what I needed to do without it. And since then, they have now slackened the restrictions of travel within the country, so we don't need it now, which is good.
There was a couple of times where I was concerned I was going to have to basically fight somebody on it, but it didn't happen. So
yeah. But yeah, it seems to be kind of not the hot topic at the moment. Like, it was spoken about quite a bit in my circles anyway, in my social circles, and now obviously the big topic is what's happening over in Europe. And I must say, it is, and I'm actually quite surprised, Bob, that it is invoking so much passion at the moment and quite a lot of anger, especially within my friend circle. People are very, very opinionated with what's going on at the moment over there.
yeah, it seems like it's like almost like they kind of swapped it out from COVID stuff to this other stuff, and it's like, okay, shift your attention over here now and start browbeating everybody about this thing or whatever it is, just whining about this.
Exactly right. But I went fishing on Saturday, and we're in a boat, and we're in the middle of the ocean basically, and just the two of us. And anyway, it came up, and we're just chatting about it, and God, you know, we've been buddies for a long time now, and we almost killed each other. Really, it was insane.
Got really heated.
Yeah, it got really heated. I couldn't believe how heated it got, especially with some of the things that we do talk about, right? And we do have opposing opinions on lots of things, but this was just the next level. And I was called all sorts of things, and naturally I retaliated back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like,
as you do.
If you're convinced that there's innocent people dying and someone in particular is the perpetrator, and like there's an evil regime doing something to other people, and then someone comes along and says, hey, maybe that regime's not quite as bad as people think, like, yeah, you're probably gonna get a visceral reaction because they've been convinced or told that this is like pure evil essentially invading Ukraine.
Yeah, exactly right. And like, and never once did I ever suggest that Putin was a good guy. Didn't once suggest that at all, that whatsoever. I said, we just don't know the story. We don't know what's happening behind the scenes. I said, we know what the media is telling us, and what the media is telling us, I can guarantee you that ain't the truth. So you are basing all this emotion, all this feeling, all this argument on a complete and utter lie. You don't even know what you're talking about, really.
That's kind of the point I made to my wife, is that, like, we don't know what's happening on either side. We don't know if what Putin's saying is true. We don't know if what they're saying about Ukraine is true. Okay, but I am suspicious of the people that have been spending the last, or spent 3 to 4 years telling the Orange Man bad and he's a Nazi or whatever the bullcrap. It's all kinds of stupid stuff. Okay, and then also, like, I was gonna say something else too. What were you saying? You were talking about the media.
Yep.
Like, that's right. That I remember now. Because you had mentioned the media, and you're sure that what they're telling you isn't true. And it's like, she brought up the point, like, both sides over here of the political aisle seem to be agreeing on this, looking at this situation, saying, "Hey, this is bad." As if that would be like, okay, maybe it's something that's true because of both sides. And I what I said to her was essentially like, if both sides are looking at it and saying it's bad, to me it's like, this seems like maybe it's something so bad that they're both agreeing on it. Like, it's something that they want to cover up so much that both sides want to lie to me about it. That's what that tells me. Not that it's a true thing.
Yeah, and when he was talking about some of the stuff he was talking about, I said, look, at the end of the day, if you listen to what Putin has said and what he wants, and he doesn't want NATO on his doorstep, and he just wants reassurances from NATO and the people that are involved in NATO that they are not going to make advancements into Ukraine, which I think is a fair enough request to ask personally myself, right? The answer seems very, very simple. It's only a one sentence from NATO. Okay, then we're going to pull our NATO back and we won't advance into Ukraine. Now, if NATO then does that and Putin still goes ahead and does what he does, well, then you have a case. You've got a case to retaliate against him, right? But there seems to be a peaceful solution at the moment where all you have to do is just pull your military out, pull NATO out there, and the problem's solved.
I think that's essentially like the offer that Putin just made like a day or two ago. He basically laid it out. He said, "Listen, you guys go ahead and sign this thing saying you're not going to join NATO. You're going to remain neutral." And he basically said, "And we'll stop the invasion. We can end this."
Yes.
And it's just, it seems like what he's doing, it doesn't seem psychotic. It
No.
does not sound like what they're telling us it is.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, not for 1 second do I think Putin is a good guy. I don't think any of them are good guys, Bob. Don't think any of them are good guys. But the only people at the moment that are dying are good guys.
Yeah, that's a fucked up situation, though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's always the good people that get fucked.
Exactly right, Branch. Exactly right.
We all know you get to the top by being the good guy, doing the right and honest thing. Come on, guys. That's how you get to the top these days,
That's how
right?
you create the real power, right? Is by being a good guy, having good morals, standing up for the right thing. I mean, you'll get promoted tomorrow. Just make sure you're always honest about everything forever.
I mean,
Those guys
it's
go
not,
right to the top.
honestly, dude, it's not like America hasn't done this shit.
Oh, no, exactly. That's like pretty sure that's a point that probably should be made by more people, maybe, or at least so people can see. Like the media, why is the media not making this point? Hey, by the way, aren't we going into countries? Haven't we been going into countries and like bombing the crap out of them? Like all in the name of world defense or our defense or counterterrorism or whatever the bullcrap.
Right.
And then like Putin gets on the horn and is just like, "Hey, I don't think our country's safe, and that scares me. I'm going to take care of it." And suddenly it's just like, "Oh, this guy's a psychopath. He's ah."
But like when we did it, let's say we did it to Iran. Do you think that's what their news showed about us?
What's that?
Like when America did it to other countries, yeah? Do you think that the news on their side was the same type of news we're getting right now?
I don't know. I don't know how their news organizations even like work. I'm not sure how other countries, if they have to deal with like the same stupid bullcrap we do. I'm guessing, like I would guess that like the British people do because they have like the BBC, right? And like Canada, they have, I think, their like state-run stuff. So like I think they might possibly have it somewhat worse. I don't know, but
Like you know who's fucking laughing right now?
I don't know how, if a place like Iran has.
The Bushes are fucking laughing right now.
The who?
The Bushes.
The Bushes. Why do you say that?
Because of the way the oil prices are going.
Oh, you think they're getting a lot of money off of that?
Fuck yeah.
So when you guys are talking as if these people are separate and like actual decision making entities, is that what you think, or do you think that? Yeah, or do you think all
Not
just
at all, yeah.
These entities, I mean, like Putin and the United States and stuff.
Yeah, like you're talking about them as if they're like actual real people, like do it, you know what I mean, rather than just basically actors in a huge theater that these cabal rich people are just playing on us.
It's one entity, Geo. One entity playing a game. That's all it is.
Yeah, I don't think it's no. I don't think this is like
government, one world currency, one world dominance. That's the game that's been played out, and these people in the shadows that want the one world government and stuff won't reveal themselves just yet, but they're going to put the world in a situation where the world will beg. They'll get down on their hands and knees and beg for a one world government.
well, if that was the case, won't some nukes have already gone off?
No.
Geo.
And that what's needed for us to beg for a one world government is at least one nuke coming off?
No, not at all.
Real, dude. Geo. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Do you think that Biden is putting on an act for like how incredibly incompetent and like almost Alzheimer-y he seems? Or do you think he's actually like incapable of like thinking straight? the way he seems?
Probably a little bit of both.
You think so?
Yeah.
Nah, dude, I think Biden is the shit. He's not president.
I think he's pretty low in their society, in their secret group, in their secret society, whatever you want to call it. He's kind of low in there, so I don't think he has much of a clue what's going on. And yeah, it's an act, but he also is senile and has those issues going on.
Honestly, that's kind of like how I like my presidents, though. Old as fuck, old senile, like a nice little old cat,
Branch, do you live in the United States?
Yeah.
Oh. For some reason I got the impression that you weren't an American.
I was born in London, in England.
Well, I guess, Bob, what I was kind of alluding at is there's kind of like if I were to, like, there's people in my family, let's say, who they absolutely think that this is all real, meaning, yep, you've got these different countries and they're all, whatever, against each other, and Putin is his own person making his own choice for his own people, and then Biden's his own country making his own choice. There's that kind of idea. It's kind of a mainstream type idea that they're all really, doing these things and actually making decisions. And then there's just a complete opposite side of that, which is that there is a cabal, a secret society, whatever you want to call it, a group of people that are actually just doing all this, and so these guys are more or less actors. They're playing a role. They're trying to sway people's opinion. They're using propaganda, just to make us think that Russia is against this country, or, we beat Russia to the moon, or, that's all a facade. That's all just
So I think that's basically accurate. That it's not as separated as they lay it out to be. But so, like, if you look at the Ukrainian president, like, he was like an actor in a TV show or whatever, where he played a character, like a teacher, I think, who was like 30 some years old, who like pretty much accidentally became president of the country. Okay. And now he's president of the country. And like, it just, and by the way, I saw a video today, by the way, of him that it looked like they had like a green screen going on in the background, that he wasn't actually in the place that he was in. But anyway, like, what I'm kind of hoping, I don't know, there's like, with all the fake information we get and with all the bull crap going on all the time everywhere, I don't know if there's a good way to always know exactly like which bits of it are like accurate or true or somewhat true or whatever, and which ones are just blatantly false. What I'm kind of hoping is that Putin is acting up. That's what I'm kind of hoping. I'm hoping that what Putin is doing is actually him like moving out of his role, if he's part of this big cabal or whatever. Like, I'm hoping that it's him like kind of stepping out of that role a little bit, and that's why there's such a backlash from everybody else. Like, pretty much, it seems like almost, other than China, almost the entire world.
But then if it was a world conspiracy,
bad, and like, I'm hoping that the reason that's happening is because he's like stepping out of their agreements a little bit and like saying, like, I'm sick of all this stupid crap, I'm going to do something. That's what I'm hoping for. But it could all just be 100% an act and all part of the plan. I don't know. I kind of hope that Putin is actually acting up and like moving against the river a little bit, and that's why he's being pinned so hard from like every direction.
I got you. I just don't think it's even possible for him to do that.
Because like, if it looks to me, and like, obviously I wasn't alive during World War II, but it looks to me like a situation similar to what I think the world was probably doing, or possibly doing, not probably doing, but possibly doing in World War II. Okay. I don't.
They were trying to buck the system.
World War II. I think it's possible that Germany started acting up and wasn't going to toe the company line or whatever on things like possibly Antarctica and stuff like that, and that they were basically beat into submission. I think that might have been what happened there actually in World War II. And I'm wondering if that's possible. Like, I'm hoping that that's essentially what's happening now, is that Putin is like getting a little big for his britches, or he's just sick of the crap and he's stepping out of line, and he's, threatening to say things like, I'm going to be talking about Antarctica, or I'm going to be talking about space, or I'm going to be talking about nukes or whatever. And they're basically jumping on the propaganda train and the war train so they can beat him back into submission like they did Germany.
Yeah, I've always felt that way too. That Hitler was bucking the system, because if you know about how their economy was working and shit, they weren't using the central banks of the rest of the world, and they were just bucking the system. And the rest of the world, you can't have that. Say maybe Putin's a good guy and he's trying to go against the system, essentially.
I don't have anything to back it up. It's just like I'm kind of hoping that that's what's happening. That's It's like this little glimmer of hope in my mind of like, oh man, what if he's like, he made the decision. He's like, I'm sick of this garbage, or like they've been pushing me or beating me down for this long, and I'm ready to fight back, or something that like he's pushing back against this, and they're in total lockdown mode of we need to put Russia back in its place quick and like get this thing that we're trying to do on track or whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, if it is a large cabal, then like let's say you're part of a huge gang and you're like the main speaker for that gang, you're not going to be able just to go against the entire gang. They're going to either take you off of TV or take you into a dark room somewhere and tell you, you know what I mean? So it's like,
right. But if you're high enough up and are on a long enough leash, you might be able to form a circle around you of loyalty that draws away from the whole. And then once you feel that you've accumulated enough of the general like gang or consensus of the loyal members that are loyal to you, like you have enough of that kind of consolidated, you might make a move against the other leaders of the gang or whatever. You might make a move against the ones that, yeah, they outnumber you, but you still might be able to beat back enough of them to change other minds or take larger amounts of power away or something. Like it's again, it could be all an act, but it would be really cool. It'd be really cool if that's exactly what he was doing, was he structured things in just a way. Like, I don't want to believe that like these people are just so much smarter than everybody else that nobody has any ability to do anything at all against them. Like, I don't bring myself to like that conclusion that like there's essentially zero hope in the whole world because they're just too good. They're just too good at what they do. I think that there must be a way, at least a way, if not multiple ways, to push back against whatever it is they're trying to do.
Well, I hear you on that, but I guess the question would be, it's like they need to be dissolved of their position, because it's the position that's the issue. Like, I'll use an example. I won't mention which server it is, but I'm thinking of one particular Discord server where, and I'm sure a lot of them are like this, but the way Discord is set up, whoever the owner of the server is, and then let's say there's, whatever the top level roles that have the, all of the administration roles, they can do anything. They truly can do anything. They can ban anyone they want. They can treat anyone any way they want. Obviously, within Discord's terms of service, but I mean, for the most part, they can do anything. And let's say you got a whole bunch of other people on the server, they can't really do anything. They're completely. It's like their hands are tied. So then the only answer there is to somehow, and I'm not saying that do that on a Discord, but I'm just saying, like, in that kind of analogy, the only way would be to somehow, disarm or remove that person in that power position. But once they have it, they can just do whatever.
I think
here's how I see it.
And I think there's
1 second.
What's that?
Well, all right, go ahead. I want to go after. Go ahead.
Okay. I think there is a second way to deal with that. And I think it has to do with basically understanding what's actually important in the world. Basically, the thing about the Discord server and all the power that those few people have over the whole Discord server, what if everyone that's not a mod or doesn't have that power just leaves and doesn't talk to those people ever again?
Well,
what does their power do for them?
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. That's an answer on Discord, but we can't just all leave a country. But yeah, I do.
But I think the analogous part in real life is, what if everybody, or not everybody, what if people just stop engaging with the system so much and just start doing like real life things, like planting a garden and milking some goats and living their life with their family and being happy? If enough people focus on that and just disengage from the system, suddenly, I mean, it's the same with a corporation. If everybody from the corporation just suddenly puts down their pens and walks out the doors, it doesn't matter how much power you had at the corporation or what position you was. You don't have the people to do the stuff anymore. You don't have power over them anymore. They left.
But let me put it into what I think's going on with the countries and the elite power structure and shit. Let's say there's a huge Colombian cocaine cartel, and they're supplying 5 of the biggest drug dealers in 5 different boroughs in New York City, right? So this major Colombian cartel, right? One of the guys from Manhattan goes to him. He's like, "Listen, the guy from the Bronx, we're not getting along. He's fucking up. He's fucking my shit up or something, and I'm gonna take his shit over." And the people, they're in the Colombian cartel. They're like, "All right, go ahead." That's how I see like the thing with the countries playing out. Like, you have your Rothschilds and Rockefellers on top as the Colombian cartel. And then you got all the leaders of the countries, and they're like, "Well, you want to fight out, whatever, go ahead. We'll make an extra $1 trillion if you're off of this or whatever." You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I think that's a second option, rather than trying to fight against those powers. Just basically drain them of them by having people recognize what they're doing and then just choose not to engage, because at some point their power over like so much stuff comes from people basically agreeing to continue to engage in the system that they've used to make themselves powerful, right? So if people just start leaving the system, at some point there's a point where their system doesn't help them anymore. It doesn't make them powerful anymore.
I agree with that, but I think what they've done though is that they've taken over. Like, okay, let's say that before this cabal took over, let's say it was actually authentic. There were actually local municipalities and rules and regulations and laws, and it actually was like that, to where it actually was real individual people. But then if this cabal has come in and taken it over, then at this point, it's like they took over something that was real, to where people thought it was real, and now you've got this wolf in sheep's clothing, that is acting like it's real, but now it isn't. So it's literally the wolf in sheep's clothing, and then at this point, we all have to live here, and then we all have, and then they've just tightening down the screw, higher taxes and less pay and all the, all the rest of it. And it's like, where can we go? What can we do? I mean, if we could just leave and go to another continent, I'd be up for it.
Yeah, no, I hear that. I don't have like good, thorough, like silver bullet answers for you for that. I don't. It's just like my ideas. I would like that to happen. I would like I don't know if the internet was a mistake. Hopefully it was. Hopefully that was one of their mistakes. Hopefully that was like a thing that slipped through and they didn't realize it. I don't believe that human beings are perfect. Not even the people higher up. I don't think they're perfect. I don't think they're able to catch every little thing. I don't think they can plan for literally every variable in the universe. I don't think they're capable of that. So hopefully the internet was just this thing that came out of nowhere, struck them by surprise, and it got through. Hopefully they're having to deal with that, basically red alert and spending resources trying to figure out how to get that under control. Hopefully they're failing. And hopefully there's things going on with people who are good, or at least not on their side in the world, not necessarily good, but not on their side, that are making moves and pushing back enough that eventually we can show people, you know, start lifting that sheep's clothing a little bit and showing the fur of the wolf, you know, get them to see and be like, oh, actually, wait a minute. These aren't sheep. These aren't our friends. They don't care about our well-being. This isn't the important stuff like they want us to invest our time and our lives in. We should actually just get back to planting seeds and milking goats.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's where I think the answer is in people waking up and being aware of what's going on. Because in the analogy of the Discord server, you're right. Like, everybody could just leave that server and say, okay, we don't want those administrators, so we're all just going to leave and create our own server. Now, if we could do that on Earth, then yeah, we could all just move to our own continent and make our own rules and be happy. But obviously, we can't do that we're aware of, right now the way it is. So, but the other way to do it is if, like the analogy of the Discord server, if everybody on the Discord server, all of the civilians, quote unquote, the regular members, if all of them started standing up, like to the corruption, say, we're not going to take this anymore, the old, we're not going to take it kind of thing. If, and then the kind of admins at that point, they would have to do something because they realize, that the jig is up, so, and at some point, I mean, I kind of think about, I often bring up with like cannabis. I mean, for years and years, it was illegal, whatever. And as more and more researchers and people pushing, finally the elite had to, the controllers had to kind of step back and say, okay, it's legal. So, I mean, there was something about people pushing back that allowed that to occur. So, I mean, I do think that can be effective. So that's why I think like the only solution now is for people to be aware of what's going on. And then enough people will start to stand up and be like, okay, we know you're not going to space. What are you doing with all of our money? And all that kind of stuff.
Hopefully that's what we can, work towards, is just keep telling people, the things that we think. We don't think that we're being told the truth. We think that there's other stuff, the other information out there. It's not necessarily what you're told on the stupid box or whatever, and hopefully people will kind of work their way around to accepting that life isn't all about the grind, the 9-to-5 grind. Life isn't all about, red versus blue, or elephant versus donkey, or, Russia man bad. There's other stuff to think about, more important things to work on.
Yeah. And I think, the only other side to that is that even if we wake up and start standing up to them, what if they just go crazy and just, unleash the military or, something just totally crazy? Like, what if they're able to, they admit like, yep, we're evil and we got you, however, it's tricky because we are the ones making the world work, not them. We're the ones working the jobs and using their money and whatever, paying their taxes and paying for their wealth. So there's that. And we're all using their money. So it's like, if we didn't use their money, they'd be really screwed. And then the thing about the military is that, most of the people in the military are civilians. So it's like, if they can convince us to turn against ourselves, then okay. But that's going to be a hard thing to do, because if they just, like, let's say we pull off the mask, the wolf in sheep's clothing, we pull off the sheep mask, and all of a sudden it's the wolf. And then it's like, yeah, I am the wolf. And we're going to, but then at that point, you've got all the military people that might start to say, okay, well, then I'm not going to just, imprison my own people. So, I mean, that's kind of the fine line that these controllers are living under, because the military is the only thing that they really have the power, the guns and the weapons or whatever. But if those people don't go along with their story, then they're really fucked.
That might be the dance that they're trying to do, is that like their actions have to be big enough to make an impact against, the billions of people on Earth, but they have to be small enough that not everybody is looking at the actions at once. Only a few people at a time are seeing the actions. Because like if they get everybody in the Earth to look at them all at once with the mask off, like then it's over, right? Everybody looked at them at the same time and knew, and it's done. Like the game's up, the jig is up, it's over. They don't have any more power if everyone looks at them all at the same time. Okay? So the dance they might be doing is basically their actions that they take, they have to be large enough to push back against billions of people or move billions of people in the directions they want, but still small enough that they don't cause so much commotion or draw so much attention that all of the billions of people look at the same time.
Right. Yeah. No. Yep. It's like they have to keep the blindfold on multiple groups and keep those groups against each other and divided, because if those groups figure out that they're all on the same team against them, then they're truly fucked. It's like there's that movie, I think it's called Ants or something. It's the little ants, a little animated movie. And there's a clip that people pull from it and have put in certain videos and things talking about conspiracies and whatnot. And it's just a good clip because in the movie, you know, the sort of the evil king ant or whatever. Yeah, grasshopper, whatever it is. And he makes that little speech, you know, where you
can't let them know that they outnumber us. If they know that, like, then they have the power or something along those lines. I don't remember the exact words, but basically you can't let them know like the true nature of their existence. If once they know that, they'll know that we can't actually stop them, essentially.
Right. Yep, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. Think about, okay, let's just say that I'm going to call it civilians, which is, you know, you, me, and whoever. And then let's say the cabal. I'm just going to put them into two categories. You've got the people in on it and the people not in on it. However, the people in on it have got a bunch of the people that are not in on it convinced that there's nothing to be in on.
Yeah.
Convinced that it's something different entirely. But if it got to a point where everybody who's not in on it realizes that they're not in on it and realizes that other people are in on it, then what do they have? Because the military are mostly civilians that would realize they're not in on it, even though they're kind of, you know, it's almost like they're a little bit in on it because they're in the military, some of these things. So it's kind of like you know, but yeah, I mean,
it's even better than that. So like the people that are in on it have set up a fake in on it group, okay? And like the people that aren't in on it, they've convinced them, like basically they're not in the fake in on it group, and they convince them to be mad at the other people who aren't in on it about not being in the in on it group. Like getting all the poor people to blame the other poor people for how poor you are, not the guy sitting at the top with all the money.
Right. I might have gotten lost in that a little bit, but I think I got what you were saying. Yeah.
Well, I associated it with something, an argument or a thing that I've brought up before. People get so upset about the tip culture, about the tipping at restaurants. Like, why don't you leave, you know, bigger tips? People who don't leave big tips are jerks. Or people who don't leave tips at all, they're mean or whatever. Like it's your fault I'm living in squalor or whatever. Okay. And it's such a stupid argument. Okay. First of all, you have a job. It's your employer's job to pay you, not the person who came in to receive the service. They're supposed to pay for the service, okay? But they've got these waiters and waitresses so convinced that it's other poor people's fault that they're poor, not the person they're working for who has the money and is supposed to be paying them. They convince the waiters and waitresses to get angry at the other poor people who came in to buy food. And I was associating that with this idea of in on it and not in on it. Like, pretty sure they can distract people with like what's the American dream basically, like, or like one of the American dreams is just to have a whole bunch of money, right? Just have a whole bunch of money and you're all set. And so like, how do you get there? Well, you have a good idea and you strike it rich, or you work really hard, just basically destroy your body for 40 or 50 years, and then you have your nice relaxing retirement or whatever. And so like, if you don't get that like they can convince you that it's other people's fault who aren't in on it, instead of you looking at the people who are in on it and saying, wait a minute, you've set this up so I can't get there. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Instead of looking at the people who are, you know, controlling things and designing things and making it so you can't get to where you want to be, instead of looking at that and focusing on that and being angry about that, pretty sure they can convince you to look at the other people who also aren't in on it and aren't designing these things and point at them and say, it's your fault I'm not over there in the good land or whatever, you know? And it's just like getting them, like, I think you kind of brought this up, bickering at each other instead of the real problem.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, it reminds me of like, if you had a bunch of animals that were in a cage, or let's say you got like 10 acres and the acres are all fenced in. Well, let's just say they're humans. You've got 10 acres and the acres are fenced in. And the humans, you know, if they get to the fence and they say, well, what the hell's going on? Now, if they all came together and said, why are we fenced in? And then they started trying to figure that out, you know, come together. But instead, it's almost like, you know, whoever's fencing them in has got them all fighting against each other so that they're not even concerned about why they're even fenced in the first place.
You built this fence. What? I didn't even know there was a fence. It's your fault there's a fence. What? There's no, and then you got like a few people off in the corner like, guys, there's no fence. There's no fence. I can leave if I want to. I don't want to leave.
Yeah, exactly. And so you get this, like, this is the whole like division, you know, dividing people. And so I think why they do it, whether it's with, you know, toxic food, toxic medicine, I mean, the whole 9 yards, and getting everybody fighting against each other. You've got the left and the right, the Republican, Democrat, and the races that they try to create, all of these race wars that, you know, I mean, I'm not saying there's not racist people out there. There is, but I think that they still socially engineer that. I think it makes sense, because if we all come together, then their power structure is gone. So it makes sense that like they are feasting off of and depending on keeping us divided for them to keep their perceived power position.
Right.
I mean, in the most extreme example, I've just thought, what if every human just woke up and said, okay, we're not using your money anymore. We're using something else. We're just not using your Federal Reserve dollar. I mean, that would be amazing. Then it's like their whole power structure would dissolve that way too. Like if everybody realized, like, okay, that's a cabal. We're not in that cabal. Why are we, you know, being feasted off of them with their money? We don't need their money. We can make our own and have an abundance of it.
Yeah.
But then that takes orchestration from the entire human race. And
right, exactly. That's the thing, is that the amount of time and like the meetings and the communication and stuff that it would take to get so many people to do that, like there's basically no way you're hiding that from them and their networks. And so as soon as it starts to crop up in any area, they're probably going to work to like stamp it down. Again, at a level that's big enough to keep it from getting anywhere, but small enough that the other places that weren't hearing about it yet, they're not looking over to see what's going on. You know what I mean?
Yep. Well, that's why I think about the idea of people waking up to this stuff, because like if overnight, if everybody realized, okay, we're not on a spinning globe, you know, money is controlled by, you know, et cetera, just all of these things, then it's like the world would change instantly. And I think perhaps I mean, if you think about it, I mean, who really wants to go to war? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, like, I know that there's criminals out there. There's people that trying to steal, and there's even people that kill. And I mean, I get that, but really that's a pretty small percentage of the world. And that's why those guys try to group together into, you know, gangs or whatever they do. But most people don't want that at all. Most people are living with their families. They just want to enjoy life. They want to, you know, have children and do what they do. Nobody really wants to be bombing countries. So it's like, if it weren't for this cabal of people that want to bomb countries, I don't think we'd have any of this war. I think there's enough land. There's enough. I mean, all we'd have to do is like, okay, there might have to be some quarantining of the real murderers. Like if someone's out there murdering people, then yeah, okay, you got to do something. I mean, I'm not a big fan of prisons, but that person obviously needs a lot of psychological help, and you know, something needs to happen. But I mean, most people don't want. I mean, 99.99999, you know, repeating, don't want to be bombing and killing people at all. They just want to be living their lives and enjoying life or doing whatever they're doing. So even the idea that they just get people to fight in these wars and, you know, orchestrate them and try to pit sides off against each other, it's it's crazy. It's like that's like the highest level of division, I guess. Like in terms of divide and conquer, I guess that's like one of the most poignant, intense versions of it.
That's something to think about. You mentioned that you don't think a lot of people want to be fighting wars, and that might be part of their whole game plan in like that they're getting people to not care about real things. And so like when war is brought up, it's something for them to grab onto and be a part of, right? So like all these people who are rah-rahing about Ukraine, maybe they don't have like a strong family life or a strong community or a strong group of friends. Like maybe they don't have a whole lot that their life is actually pushing towards in a real way. And so they're easily this Ukraine thing is like easily inserted into their life as the thing they should focus on and put energy into. They might be getting like distracted or tricked in that way. Like leave that slot open for whatever thing we need you to push for.
Yeah, it's pretty insidious. It's been going on for quite a while. But it is kind of gang mentality, getting other people to subscribe to your gang, So like even when this whole pandemic thing, it's like that was a huge example of it. I mean, they got everybody to believe that the air was going to kill them and that their grandma or that their, nephew's going to kill grandma for just breathing air around grandma. And I mean, it's like unbelievable. Like and then they got everybody pitted off against each other, the maskers and the non-maskers. And so, I mean, it's crazy what they can do with like social engineering and just the way people seem to be susceptible to all this.
Yeah, see, like, look at like what kind of people. At least, I guess I don't have a whole lot of experience with gangs or anything like that, but I get the idea that the people that tend to join the gangs are ones who don't have a good home life, right? People who don't have a good sense of like a family that cares about them and stuff like that. So like, it makes sense to me that if your world is like that, if you're in a world where you're not being set into foundations that are real, that are based in like truth and real things, then it makes sense that they're able to basically more easily control you. You don't have like almost like your bodily needs. Like you have a certain need for food, okay, but it's not necessarily as easy to detect your need for something like affection or friendship or someone just caring about your well-being. Like it's not necessarily as easy to detect those needs as it is something like, hey, I'm hungry, I want a sandwich. And so like people aren't necessarily having those needs met. They're not being planted in a foundation that's like, hey, you have a mom and a dad and they care about you. They care about what happens to you. You have brothers and sisters and they care about what happens to you. And here's your circle of people that are here to enjoy life with you and help you along. You don't have that. And so now like there's almost perpetually a void that you're not even aware you're trying to fill. And that's why you're spending 4 hours a day on TikTok and all this other stuff and insert current event here that you're trying to just put all of your energy into, and you're spitting vile because you're just so into this current event right now, and you're just you're on the right side and they're on the wrong side, and you're going to put everything into it and blast out on Twitter and all that, like, because that's your thing. You're trying to fill up this spot that's meant for something, and none of the things that you put there are the right fit. They work for a little bit, but then they go away.
Sorry to change the topic a little, but is this a thing? Maybe this is just a joke. I'm just looking at somebody's. Sorry, it's a little bit of a topic change, but
It's all good.
maybe they did this to be funny. But I'm just somebody put a thing.
There's something in chat. In the text chat.
No. You know how you can do a little about me thing on your profile? Well, I'm just looking at somebody's on a different server, and it says in their about me, it says this user is a conspiracy theorist. Learn more about Discord's misinformation policy at, and then it gives the link to Discord's TOS.
Wow, does it say that about like anyone here? Or?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is this just like this? Is this guy just doing it as a joke, or is that actually something Discord's doing now?
Wow, bro! They start labeling you like that. That's fucking crazy.
They do that thing on YouTube, like with the flat Earth videos.
Yeah.
But then, it seems like I read something very much like that. I don't remember if it was on Reddit or if it was somewhere else, basically. But a message very similar to that. It seems like just recently. So they might be.
Turn the live stream back on. I just didn't want to like call that out or whatever. But
so I just looked at it on his name, and that looks official, dude. It's got that yellow thing, and
I mean, it kind of does. Yeah, I know what you mean. It kind of does.
Maybe it has to do with his things here. One of them says Earth, not a globe, and that might be something that triggers in their system that says, "Oh, he's one of them." And so they put up this kind of like they do with the YouTube videos where it pops up and says, "Hey, Wikipedia says this about flat Earth. It's an archaic version or whatever, some stupid bullcrap." But yeah, it does official. Maybe. Huh.
I don't know. I'm wondering if he's just doing that to be funny. I mean, if no one else has that, I mean, if they're going to start doing that, then they're going to start doing it to everybody. So I don't know. Maybe he's just trying to be funny, or just
maybe. It might, yeah. Maybe he like saw what their update is and is like kind of getting out ahead of that, saying, "Hey, I'm going to be labeled this." I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, it might just be him just kind of doing something funny.
This is did you go to these community guidelines thing? Because this is kind of interesting. It says effective March 28th, 2022. But it was last updated February 25th, 2022. I doubt these community guidelines just came out, right? So why wouldn't they be in effect now?
Well, I've heard this. They're updating their thing, and then I guess is that what it is? March 28th.
That's what it says here near the top, underneath the title, or whatever. Effective March 28th, 2022. But maybe it's the updates that it's talking about. I don't know, maybe. Oh, man. Part of their guidelines, be honest. Do not share false or misleading information, otherwise known as misinformation. Content that is false, misleading, and can lead to significant risk of physical or societal harm may not be shared on Discord. We may remove content if we reasonably believe its spread could result in damage to physical infrastructure, injury of others, obstruction of participation in civic processes, or the endangerment of public health. Yikes. Yeah. So we might not be on Discord much longer, guys. How stupid is that? Content that is false. Yeah, hey, guess what? If we had something we could look at and everybody in the whole world looked at it and said, here's how we know what's true and what's false, pretty sure we wouldn't be having the issues of discussing things with each other and not knowing what's true and what's false. We'd just be able to look at it and be like, oh, this is that false information. Idiots. Well, maybe not idiots. It might just be a cover, basically, for them to do what they want. Maybe not.
Well, yeah. No. I mean, that could all be interpreted in so many different ways. I guess it just depends on what they.
And how do you decide if information was misleading? Do you base it on whether or not the person took it wrong? Like if they got misled, even though their interpretation could have been entirely different than the way you intended the information to begin with? Like what a seemingly ambiguous and stupid rule to make. Don't share misleading information. But then they say that other thing about what's the wordage here? I'll check.
Well, they must know all of truth, so they know everything that is true, so therefore they know what's not true, so they can just.
Oh, societal harm. Who decides what's going to cause societal harm? What does Discord think they're the arbiters of what causes societal harm rather than causes society to be healthier or better? Like it's just it's like they're making this rule as if it's decided, or there's a standard that we all can look at and know for sure that's the thing that we look at to decide, and we all agree on it. So don't say anything different than that. It's just so dumb. No, you know what? Idiots. I said before, maybe not idiots, but no, actually idiots. Because even if they do know what they're doing and they're trying to deceive people, that just makes them idiots.
I was just trying to look up if Discord was like sold to anyone else, or if it like changed ownership or something. Because it does seem like they're kind of rolling out these new things, and it kind of seems to be similar to YouTube and some of these other ones. So it's kind of they've always been fairly open about things. Now, who knows? Maybe there's some legal ramifications on their end. The government's coming after them or something. I don't know. Or they could just be in this network and they're just tightening down this part of their thing.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? I guess maybe we'll find out in a little while here, like tamping down on stuff. Maybe not.
Those new terms of service, Geo, about bullying and discrimination and stuff like that. Hold on. I'm just going to do something just quickly. Just do that. There's a.
Hold on, that's you got to deafen it if you want to turn it off.
We'll go with
Exactly.
time. Okay, we'll go with the time.
Yeah,
Happy to
so
I've never ever used one. Here we go. 2 for 2.
okay, so now we have angles and the time we measure them, right?
Uh-huh.
Say we have 3. So we have
Well,
3 angles and 3 times. What else do we know about those angles and times?
what do we know
Bacon,
about
you've
them?
missed the presupposition, Bacon. When
Yeah.
do we add that?
Sorry?
I think we've missed something, haven't we? Don't we need to presuppose something at the start?
Well, I'm just writing down angles. I'm not presupposing anything to write down
Okay.
angles.
Oh, my bad. Comes later.
Okay.
Yes, right.
Okay. Okay.
All right,
Let's
so
stick with the basics first. Why?
exactly, yeah.
We'll get through the basics first. Let's see if we can nut this out.
That's a great idea. Yeah, let's break it down into baby steps. Okay, so we have
hard.
Okay, so we have 3 angles, 3 times. What else do we have about these angles and times? What we know about them besides the value of the angle and the time they were measured?
Well, I reckon you probably need to know something like your elevation.
That's something useful, yeah, but that's something unique. That's not
That's-
something different from every site. So what I'm
Well-
asking you is like there's something that is unique for each of those 3 sites that we're not noting down yet. So what is it?
Well, we need to know our elevation, right?
But that our elevation is not changing from site to site, is it?
Don't we need some sort of book, some sort of farmer's book? What's the name of that farmer's book?
The almanac?
There, that's the one. We need one of those too.
Yeah, but
don't we?
you're skipping one step. There's one thing you're forgetting. Yeah, you need to know what stars you're measuring to.
Well, you probably need to know what star you're looking at, wouldn't you?
Yeah, so when we're noting down like this is the angle of the first star, you also would write what star is that, right? So
Okay,
you're starting
how do I
with
know that? I'm just looking at a star. How do I know what star I'm looking at?
well, that requires a bit of training to recognize constellations and stars.
Damn.
Presupposition, maybe?
I'm lost
No,
already.
that's just like you get used to the constellations. You can remember. Then you can remember which star is which. So, for example, Orion is pretty distinguishable in the sky, and then you have 2 stars that are pretty highlighted in the constellation, which is Rigel and Betelgeuse, right? So the yellowish one and further one is Betelgeuse, and the other spot you have Rigel. So those 2 are in the almanac. So you might be citing to those 2, but they're sort of close, which is usually not a good idea. So you could be citing one of them, that they're very easy to spot in the sky. So yeah.
All right.
So
So
we
you've
have
got
3
that.
angles. We have 3 angles,
Okay.
3 stars,
We've got
and
3
3 times.
stars, and we've got 3 stars and 3. Okay, now what about the elevation?
Yeah, you mean
We're on the
the
water.
height of your eye, right?
Well, yeah, don't we need to know that?
Yeah, that's pretty useful.
It would be, wouldn't it? Right? Because
Sure,
if
sure.
if I was in a plane or something like that, compared to say in the crow's nest of a boat, that'd make a
Mhm.
huge difference.
Sure. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm. And why do I need to know my elevation?
Well, if you need to know your elevation, it means that the angle you're measuring is affected by it, right? Because if it wasn't, then you wouldn't need to take into account your elevation.
Because then I have to correct my elevation for the dip, don't I?
Exactly. So if you look to
Dippy
the
dog.
almanac,
Well, no, we haven't got that far yet. Now we've got we're doing
the almanac provides you. Yeah, that's provided in the almanac. That's why I'm mentioning it.
Does the almanac presuppose any?
We're just trying to figure out what the people that are doing celestial navigation are doing. regardless of what's that presupposing. So let's just see what they're doing, right? See if we can do the same thing as they're doing. So we look to the almanac. We go to the chapter that describes how to correct for dipping, which is going to be based on the height of your eye above sea level, right? And you usually have a good estimate of that. So you know how high your boat is, and you know how high you are. And then you can, So that gives you a correction for dipping, right? And there are more corrections. There's the index error correction. So if you try to set your sextant to measure 0 degrees, and you look to your sextant, it might not be measuring 0 degrees. So for example, if you point 2 sights at the horizon, because your 2 sights are pointing to the same thing, they should be measuring 0. So if you're not measuring 0, let's say you're measuring 3, it means your measurement already starts at 3. So whatever you measure, you have to subtract 3 later. So that's the correction for the index error. And there's also the correction of refraction that you can find in the almanac. So if you know the pressure where you are and the temperature, there's a table that you can cross your temperature and pressure, and that gives you a correction for refraction. So you also add that to the angle. Yep. And though if you take a look of that, it's usually not more than 1 or 2 arc minutes. Something very
negligible, really.
It's not negligible. It's small, but not negligible. Say you are sliding to a star that is 45 degrees, and after all the corrections, instead of 45, you have, let's say, 44 and a half. That's half a nautical mile, right? No, that's 30 nautical miles, right? 30 nautical miles is quite. It's quite a distance, right? So if you
Well, it is, but the pressure isn't guaranteed of your refractive index. So obviously, if you got, within 30 nautical miles of your destination, you'd probably go, oh, well, turns out I just got that refractive slightly wrong, or it turns out the conditions were a little bit different to what that book fucking adjusted for.
Sure, yeah. So, but if you do no correction, you are going to be even worse. So the correction might not be very precise, of course, but if you're inputting things specific as pressure and temperature, that makes it more precise. It might still not give you the correct value, but it's going to make it more precise. And that's something usually we go for, mainly when the calculation is simple. So to correct for refraction, because they are already tabled in the almanac, it makes the calculation pretty easy. So that's a very small effort and gives you a better accuracy. So no point on ignoring that. So there you go. So now we have the corrected angles to 3 stars.
What about parallax?
What about parallax?
Well, shouldn't we correct for parallax?
The almanac doesn't give you any correction for parallax.
It doesn't?
That's negligible. Negligible, apparently.
Yeah, the almanac. Yeah, we're talking about what people do, right? So the people.
I want to be exact, Bacon. Like, I want to get to my back doorstep here. I want to be exact.
No, you can never be exact. Nah. As Forcing the Curve just said, your correction for refraction is probably off by a little bit.
Well, don't be shooting me down, White.
Sorry? What
Nothing.
Did you say?
I was just talking to White. I was being silly.
Right. Yeah, so if you're already accepting some mistake when you're correcting for refraction, for example, because that's not very precise, there's no point in correcting for parallax, because there's no observed parallax with stars. Therefore, we know any parallax you have is going to be smaller than any error of refraction you're accounting for. So yeah, no one does that. But that's a good question. Why don't we do that? So there you have your answer.
Cool.
Okay,
I always ask the good questions, Bacon.
No, it's fine. I like questions. I actually like questions. Sometimes they really help me learn stuff. Every question is welcome. So
learn stuff. I think there's a difference between having an answer for a question and learning. A big difference.
big
But
difference
go on.
between what?
Between having answers for questions and learning.
Yeah, sometimes you have answers, sometimes you don't, and then you learn.
Okay.
Okay.
All
Go
right.
on.
So okay, so now we have 3 angles, 3 stars. The angles are now
Uh-huh.
corrected. It's different than the ones we measured, not by much, but it's different.
Yep.
And what do we do now? That's the interesting part, right?
I don't know. Do we pull out the almanac? Do we?
Right. What do we do with the almanac?
We read it.
Presupposition.
We read it.
And then what exactly are you reading from the almanac? What information the almanac's giving you?
The presupposition.
I reckon it's going to give us refraction.
No, we already did that. So we already corrected for refraction.
We get
It's
that.
gonna give us. It's gonna give us that plums aren't correlated. That's what it's essentially gonna give us.
It gives you the GP of the star at a certain time of the day.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, but there are more
Plums
steps
aren't correlated.
before I get there. So first you need to work out the Greenwich hour angle of each of those sites. And
no, you don't. That's only in a particular method. That's only if you're doing the I think it's called the Hadley's altitude intercept method. It really depends on what method you're using to acquire your location.
Yeah, but the
It's on a
coordinates
ball,
you
isn't it?
have, the coordinates you have of the stars, they change by the Greenwich hour angle. So every sidereal their longitude goes makes a full cycle every sidereal day. And based on that, you can work out the geographical position of the star, and that displacement from the original position is what the Greenwich hour angle is. So whatever you're doing, you're using the Greenwich hour angle.
Like I said, that depends on the method of calculation you're using.
Okay, how can I not use that? Can you give me an example in which you don't use that?
Well, like I said, that only pertains to a particular method, which is the Hadley's altitude intercept method.
Okay, so I'm assuming you know another one that doesn't use it, right?
Well, that's when you want to plot it on your globe, which is, not really necessary. You have to go through 1,001 hoops in order to shoehorn in your globe belief. It's not necessary.
Okay, so you know a method that doesn't use that, right?
Well, there are methods that don't use that.
All right, let's go through them.
Well, like I said, it's absolutely unnecessary. That's only if you're trying to shoehorn in your globe belief.
All right. So if you're saying it's unnecessary,
if you're navigating locally, using plot sheets.
Yeah,
for
I would
local maps.
I would love to see that being backed up. So let's go with that. Let's use a method that doesn't require using the Greenwich hour angle.
Just back it up.
Yeah, let's do it. So what's the next step in the method that does not use the Earth as a sphere?
So before we go there, why do we need to use that?
No, we're not using that. I'm going with your method. We're not going to use that, right?
But you're saying it's necessary.
No, I'm accepting. Okay, so there might be not necessary. Show me a method that doesn't use it. Because if every method used it would be necessary. It would not be necessary if there's some method that doesn't use it, right?
It's not.
This is the difference between answering a question and.
Yeah, I'm trying to get his method. He's not providing it.
Well, when you acquire an angle of elevation to a star, all you need to do is then reference that with your nautical almanac, which will give you the supposed GP of a star at a certain time of the day, certain time of the year. It doesn't really consider the Greenwich hour angle at any moment there. That's only, like I said, when you want to plot it on your ball.
Yes, it does, because it gives you the almanac gives you the star hour angle. It doesn't give you and you have to add the Greenwich hour angle to that. That's what's described in the almanac.
No, it isn't. I'd like you to provide that information. It's not at all.
Right, let me download an almanac here. 1 second.
Cue the presupposition.
Yeah, like I said,
Apparently, you have to
what's my
presuppose a ball.
supposition?
the whole point of your Greenwich hour angle is to, like I said, and again I repeat, to shoehorn in your belief of a globe.
No,
To make
to the
believe that you're being,
opposite.
to make believe and to
That
make
has nothing
yourself
to do with the
believe.
globe.
Let me
That has
finish. To
nothing
make,
to do with the globe.
let me
All
finish.
right,
To
go
make
on.
yourself, let me finish, please. To make yourself believe that you're being accurate because you believe you're on a globe, where it's completely unnecessary. We navigate over a flat plane using local maps. There's no need to take into account any curvature. The plotting sheets themselves don't take into account any curvature. They're flat. They're flat pieces of paper that don't take into account any supposed arc lengths.
Yeah, but the Greenwich hour angle has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. I don't.
Yes.
What do you think the Greenwich hour angle is?
Well, you're measuring the star's position. Referencing the Greenwich Mean Time.
Mm-hmm. And how is that a presupposition of the globe?
Well, it presupposes that the Earth is a globe.
No, it doesn't.
Quite simply, yes, it does.
No. Let me give an example. Let me give an example.
You're using curved lines. You're using spherical geometry to come up with
Greenwich
these.
hour angle doesn't do
hour
that.
angles.
That is not implied in Greenwich hour angle. Greenwich hour angle is only giving you an offset in the longitude of the star. That's all it's giving you. It doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. It's just something that comes from observation. So let me give you an example. So let's say I have a star which the GP is at 30 degrees north and 40 degrees south, right? What's going to be the GP of this star in the next hour? After 1 hour, what's going to be the GP of that star?
Sorry, one second. I'm just trying to load up a video that actually shows what I'm talking about here and how it does sort of require spherical geometry.
No, you can explain the Greenwich hour angle using a sphere, but the Greenwich hour angle is only used to get the offset of the star. That doesn't require the Earth to be a globe. Of course, if the Earth is a globe, that will imply the celestial sphere is a globe. But if the Earth is not a globe, then the celestial sphere would also not be a globe, and you would still have the Greenwich hour angle. So your objection is not actually making sense.
Yeah, 1 second. Sorry.
Sure.
It's quite a long video. I'm not sure of the timestamp. I can
So
DM that to you.
what if instead of using a video, you use what you know? So I'm going to ask you something, and then you tell me based on what you know what the answer is going to be, right? Can we do that?
So repeat that. Sorry, I'm just trying to quickly link
Right.
this.
I said instead of using the video, let's use what you know about the subject, right? So I'm going to ask you.
The video explains your position.
Yeah, but then I'll have to stop. But then I'll have to stop paying attention to this conversation and watch a video, and during that time the conversation can branch, and then I'll lose track of it, right? So
fair enough. I mean, this is a subject matter expert. I think I trust his position a little more than yours.
No, I'm not asking you to trust my position. I'm asking because you're referring the Greenwich hour angle is presupposing the globe, and that's just not the case. The Greenwich hour angle is only giving you the offset of longitude of a star. That's all it's giving you. It doesn't have the Earth doesn't.
Yeah, based on spherical geometry, though.
No, there's no geometry.
Well,
it's based on observation.
Like I said, I'm gonna link this video for you, and then you can. Cool. I mean, I know it's a long video, but I do suggest you look through it because you think it's not based on spherical geometry. And this guy that's actually a navigator, and he's showing this altitude intercept method, is has a different position on one you have.
No, I don't think so. I can
You may not
I can
so,
watch the video to check.
I think so, and he seems to be an accomplished navigator. I mean,
no,
seems to be.
I don't think. Okay, so send me. I'm gonna check if what he's saying is actually in conflict with what I'm saying. So let me just state one last time, see if you can understand it.
Yep.
If you believe the Earth is a globe, that would make the celestial sphere a sphere. And then the Greenwich hour angle would be referring to the rotation of a sphere. But if the Earth is not a globe, you can still have the exact same observation of the star's GPs without the stelliosphere being a sphere, without the Earth being a sphere. That would still be described as Greenwich hour angle.
All right, so
you understand that claim?
So what's your point then? If it's possible on both supposed cosmologies, then what's the point of what you're saying?
Exactly. What I'm saying is to counter your claim that this is based on Earth being a globe. Greenwich hour angle is not based on Earth being on a globe. It's based on the fact, it's based on the fact that the GPs of the stars change their longitude in a constant fashion, and they loop through it every sidereal day. So every sidereal day, stars are going to be at the same GP. And every hour or so, they're going to move across their latitude lines in a constant time, right? That's just what Greenwich hour angle is giving you. Yeah.
Drop
Okay,
the
so
video.
I understand it to be different. Perhaps I'm mistaken, but from my research, it completely necessitates a globe, as per the video. But then again, I'm open to be wrong about that. But like I said, have a look through it. It's an hour and 14 minutes. I've also commented on this.
Globus, can you put in the text chat? Cheers, man. Thank you.
Let me give you one example. Because this started with observation. People realize that stars go back to their position every sidereal day, and that's what longitude comes from. It comes from the time that celestial bodies move across the sky. So, I mean, regardless of the shape of the Earth, getting the GP of the stars is just getting that. So you look at your time, and because we know the cycles of the stars in the sky and their GPs, we can know exactly where the GP is. And that comes from observation that does not require the Earth to be a globe. It's just what we know how GPs move across the Earth.
Like somebody mentioned before, would stellar parallax, ever change the GP of a star, seeing as though we're moving through space? Why is it that these stars why is it that the nautical almanac sort of remains the same today? There's no
it doesn't remain the same. It's updated every year, and you can compare the latitude and the declination and radixation of the stars on the same moment in which the Greenwich hour angle is 0, and then you can compare their radixation and declinations, and you're going to get a different value. But it would be dishonest to me to say that that's the parallax of stars, because I know that's not the case. Parallax of the stars is supposed to be much more negligible than that. That difference is claimed to be coming from the axis of rotation of Earth precessing, and there's two movements that the axis of rotation of Earth makes, and those change the position of the stars. Parallax is a much slower makes a much slower change in the position of the stars. Yeah, so if you're wondering why the text is so long, you can just try to make a simple calculation. Get the closest star, get the claimed speed of the solar system, put them perpendicular, so you're gonna get the fastest parallax possible, and see how much parallax you would get. And after a year, that would be like 0.02 of a degree. And that would be like assuming they're perpendicular to each other, and that and that would be just the closest star. And that would also assume that star is not moving. So even you're using every assumption in your favor, you'd still get a very slow parallax. But I think we're branching very far from the.
We are, and usually I don't entertain these conversations unless we agree on fundamentals. And not to change the subject there, even though it's not really a change, it's still within the same vein here. Usually I like to, like I said, go through the fundamentals, and one being the I'd say it's the main topic to discuss here is elevation angles, right?
Well, I think it's a bit of a shallow discussion to just talk about elevation angles. But yeah, usually that's as far as the conversation goes. But I would like to discuss what comes after that, which is the trilateration part of that.
Yeah, and I know a lot of. Sorry to interrupt, and I know a lot of Globers like to do that, but you can't really skip step one. You can't really run before you crawl. So
sure. So let's yeah, I think I can establish some common ground in taking an elevation angle if we start with bubble sections.
yeah, but I know you guys love to go to bubble sections, but let's just stay with the nautical sections if we can.
Well, the bubble sections are simpler. They require less corrections. So
Yeah,
we can.
fair
I
enough.
think
Okay,
it's easier to
is there any chance
establish.
we can stay with the nautical sextant here or not?
Sure, but I would think the conversation would be more productive if we started with something more basic. But if you want to start with nautical section, we can try to
Yeah.
do that. Yeah, sure.
All right. So we know that the whole purpose of the sextant, is basically to acquire an angle of elevation.
Mhm.
So how would you come about acquiring that off a curved surface?
Yeah, you aim at the horizon and you try to figure out what will be that angle compared to a horizontal, and then you subtract that from your measurement. That's
So
basically
are you
it.
okay? So you're acquiring an angle off the geometric horizon?
Not exactly, because I mean the horizon is refracted, right?
Okay,
And
so you don't actually have a straight line to the horizon because it's refracted.
well, you
Yes,
have
you
the direction you have is a straight line, and it points to the horizon you see, which is not the geometrical horizon, and then you can try to correct for that. Sure.
So what is this, a tangential line? Is that what we're talking about here?
The direction you're sighting is not a tangent because it's not hitting the geometrical horizon, but the apparent one. But it's
And
close to a tangent line to the geometrical horizon.
and then what is the significance of that of considering it maybe being a tangent? What is the significance of that?
Well, if your horizon is refracted, you don't have a straight line to said horizon.
Correct for that.
But you do. You've got a straight line of sight, and you can correct for
Yeah, your
refraction
line of sight,
depending on
your
the
line of
side.
sight is straight.
But isn't it a
it's just not
refracted line? Hang on, isn't it a refracted line? Aren't we seeing over a curve? Isn't that a curved line? So now
no.
it's a straight line.
Matter.
One second. The line of sight isn't the path of light. So the line of sight, it's a line that goes to the direction you're looking at. It doesn't necessarily reflect what light is doing. So if you're trying to trace the path of light, that would be a curved line. But your line of sight is just a line that goes in that direction you're looking at. So there's this difference between the path of light and your line of sight. Your line of sight is straight. The path of light isn't.
What you see is light.
Sure, and the light is entering from a certain direction, right?
And you can
Right, but is it
correct
curving or is it a straight line to said
Doesn't
horizon?
The
Because,
direction.
for example, in the Black Swan, you guys say that that's a curved line. You're seeing over a curve. It's not a straight line.
Yeah, that's the path of light.
Hello,
Exactly. That's not your
Clovis.
sight.
So the path of light is different to
Clovis,
your line of
have you
sight.
ever touched
Exactly.
a
That's
So
my
it
point.
picks and chooses, how does it pick and choose?
Globus, have you ever touched a sextant?
One at a time.
NASA,
I'm not interested
Yeah,
in talking to you.
don't do that.
No,
I'm not interested in
please.
talking
No,
to you, Faye Nasashil.
hold on.
You're absolutely worthless in this conversation. Not
Have
interested.
you ever touched a sextant?
I'm not going to answer any of your
NASA?
questions. I'm
NASA?
talking to
Why not?
Bacon right now.
Hey,
Someone that
NASA,
seems respectful.
listen, but both of you, stop for a second. NASA and everyone else, right? I started off the conversation and now Globus and Bacon are going at it. So let Globus and Bacon hash this out for a few minutes without interruption, please.
Well, all right. So yeah, we're not picking and choosing. The line of sight is a direction, and directions aren't curved. So, for example, if a car hits you, it doesn't matter if the car made a curve before it hit you. the curve is just the path of the car, but the direction the car is hitting you makes a straight line, regardless of the trajectory of the car before that. So when the light is entering the section and going through it and reaching your eye, the direction it's doing is a straight line. Although the trajectory of light before it did that could be curved, the direction you have is still a straight line. So the line of sight is that direction, which is not exactly the path of light. Does that make sense?
Not really, because in essence, you're saying that it's straight but curved.
No, I'm saying one thing is straight, and I'm saying the other thing is curved. Line of sight is straight. Path of light is curved.
They're both.
No, they're not.
They should both be the same thing.
Why?
We are witnessing visible light.
Yes,
Why should
and
one be curved and the other be straight?
because one is the direction it's entering your eye, the other is the trajectory of the light. The direction is always going to be a straight line, but the trajectory might not be a straight line.
They're both the same thing. You can't differentiate between trajectory and direction.
You can. For example, if I'm driving a car and I'm making many curves, and then I hit you from a certain direction, and that direction is distinct from the trajectory of the car. Right?
But you came in at a curve until you hit.
Exactly. So I'm making that distinction. The curve is the trajectory of the car.
When you hit, you were straight. But every other moment before that, you were curving.
Exactly. Those are two different things. One is the direction. One is the direction that it hits you. The other is the trajectory of the car. Those are different things, and they should be treated as such, because one is a straight line, the other isn't. We're not picking and choosing, or we're just not using words to mean different things. We're using separate words for separate meanings. That's not picking and choosing. That's actually being specific, not to pick and choose and not to.
Look, I think we've gone into the weeds here, to be honest. Originally, I was asking whether or not you can acquire an elevation angle from a curved surface.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if so, I wouldn't mind seeing even just a 2D orthographical representation of an elevation angle. I've always seen them depicted as having a flat horizontal baseline adjacent, whatever you want to call it, but the elevation angle is always measured off a flat horizontal surface. I've never seen it measured off a curved surface.
No, it's not it's measured on a surface. It's measured on a line, because angles, you're measuring angles between two lines. So those lines are the lines of sight of the sextant. So nautical sextant gives you two lines of sight, and it gives you the reading of the angle between those two lines of sight. So of course, it's always going to be an angle between two straight lines, and those straight lines are the line of sight. They're not the surface of the Earth. They're the sight you're taking. So if you're aiming at the horizon and you're creating
they should be the surface, or they should at least be parallel to the surface, because that's what you're trying to acquire your position on.
No, if they were parallel to the surface, you would already have the elevation angle when you read it, but you don't. You have to make some correction because you don't have it parallel to the surface.
What correction do you mean? They should be parallel.
Dipping. Yeah, but when you're correcting for dipping, for example.
The dip correction is just purely a height of eye correction.
Yeah, but if sure, but if those two lines are parallel, right, and the stars are far, you get no difference between those two angles. If you're okay, so let me give you a more detailed explanation of that. You have one side pointing to the horizon and the other pointing to the celestial body. That angle is x, let's say. If you put your eye in the water at sea level, that angle is going to be smaller, right? Which means that the side that you're pointing to the horizon should have to be going up as you bring your eye closer to the water, correct?
Yeah.
So regardless of it being a correction for the height of your eye, it's still correcting for how much the horizon drops with your altitude, regardless of how you're interpreting that. That's what's being done, right?
But how are you interpreting that? Are you interpreting that as horizon dip due to curvature?
Yeah, sure. We're interpreting in different ways, but you can't say that's the dipping is just like the height of your eye. Well, in your example, the lines are parallel. No, if they were parallel, then that angle would not change. If when you're aiming at the horizon above sea level, is parallel to the surface. If you put your eye on the water, that will still be parallel, so the angle shouldn't change. The reason why the angle change is when you're above the sea level and you aim at the horizon, that's not parallel to the surface. Otherwise, the correction would do nothing. It will be always zero, right?
Yeah, fair enough. No, I agree to that.
All right. So,
but I mean, you're sort of shoehorning in this globe belief again because you're saying it's that the horizon's dipping because of curvature, whereas
I'm not relying on that.
Whereas my dip correction is purely because, like you said, you're at a different height above sea level, so your straight line, you actually have an angle. See, in your particular belief, your dip correction wouldn't even be an angular measurement because you're still correcting. You're still correcting your. Hang on. You're still correcting your height of eye to a curved surface.
Yeah,
and
but that gives you.
Like you mentioned, like you mentioned before, your height of eye would be a straight line to this curved surface, and we all know that angles require two straight lines. So your angular dip correction is actually not even an angular dip correction.
No, you're wrong again. Once again, you're wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just not true.
So do you see the diagram I posted? Those are straight lines.
When you see things like we all know, no, you're speaking for all of us, and you can't do that.
No, that's what Drez. That's what Drez was saying. Instead of like just say he doesn't know.
Your dip angle correction on that depiction there, Pay Nasajil, is incorrect.
No,
your
it's
height
exactly
of eye. What you're correcting is for your height of eye above the surface. So what it should be on your picture would be the angle between that red line and the surface.
Which is you see that the red line is a tangent
any navigator will tell you this.
The red line is a tangent to the surface.
You don't have a tangent anymore.
The red
you don't
line
have a
is a
geometric horizon.
tangent to the surface.
You don't have a tangent.
Yes, I do. That's what
second.
the dip correction is. It's a tangent to the
tangent to
surface.
what? To a refracted horizon? You no longer have geometry. You no longer have any geometry to draw.
No, that's
geometric
bullshit. No, we can look
to.
at. We can see the horizon.
You don't have that anymore. You guys, hang on.
We can see the horizon.
You guys relinquish that.
This is not working.
You guys relinquished that once you said that the horizon was refracted.
When are you going to stop talking, Globus?
It was no longer geometric.
Globus, when are you going to stop talking?
You can't draw geometric concepts to something that's optical and refracted now.
Yes, you can.
Guys, hold on. Okay, let me jump in for a second. Let me jump in for 1 second. What I want to say is I'm posting 2 images right now, and because you guys kind of got into it a bit there, but let's just cool it off for a bit. Let me just say this, and then you guys can pick it up. So what I heard Globus say there, and I would agree with him. This is a drawing that Rumpus made, believe it or not, back on Brandon's a long time ago. He did it live, so I saved it. Or did he do it on here? No, I think this was on Brandon's. But anyways, it was late. It was kind of late at the end of Brandon's show, and we went like an hour extra, and I was going back and forth with Rumpus. So he made this. So see up in the upper right where he put flat Earth. He wrote the words flat Earth, and it's got this little guy, and then it shows that it's got an H. I also did a larger version of it, above it. Apparently, I posted first, where it's got the dude there. So what Globus was just saying is that is where you get the dip angle. Essentially, that height is where the dip angle is derived. Correct, Globus?
No.
Correct.
Okay, fine.
Correct.
Fine. How come? Fine, Globus. Then take the site.
Hold on. I'm only muting you for a second. Let's just let Globus respond, Paid, and then you can go next. I promise. I'm unmuting you, but just let Globus respond because I did just say that to him.
That's 100% correct, Jo. It's a height of eye correction. It's your height of your line of sight to the surface of the Earth, not to a mathematical tangent that, like I said before, and I reiterate, you don't have that anymore because it's a geometric tangent to a geometric horizon, which the globe has relinquished ever since they denied, the black swan, saying that was purely that you never ever see the geometric horizon anymore. So if you don't see that anymore, you can't be drawing tangents to it.
You see the geometric horizon every time you look at the horizon. You see the geometric horizon refracted into the apparent horizon. You can sight to the horizon. You can make corrections for any sort of refraction. That's what you do in celestial navigation. Now, if this is so damn simple, if you guys have all the answers for how to work celestial nav on a flat Earth, please get $10,000 from MC Toon, and then I'll tell you, Globus.
Paid. You've gone off the rails, Ben. We were sticking.
No, I haven't gone off the rails. This is exactly the problem. You guys talk good. You talk a good story, and you won't put up. You won't put up. You would just.
All right, I'm going to mute you because it's not a place to. This is not a place to shill for other people's things. Okay, we're talking about the actual ideas. I know your name is Paid Nas to Shill, but it's still not a place to just shill people's channels.
Then
so we're talking about the actual ideas.
$10,000, Gio.
We're talking about the
actually do something for a change.
I'm going to have to mute you again. If you want to respond, I will let you speak in 5 seconds. If you could actually just respond to the points. We're talking about what creates that actual dip angle. So you kind of went off the rails there trying to shill for someone's channel. Could you just respond to the actual content itself and explain your understanding of how you're getting a dip angle correction on the globe?
The dip angle is to the horizon. It's your sight to the horizon. You can see the horizon. You can sight to it.
Okay, and does it have to do with how high you are off the ground?
Yes, it has to do with how high you are off of the surface. Do you understand you really don't need the horizon with proper equipment? You can get an artificial horizon, and you don't even need to sight to the horizon. So this whole thing of yours goes away, because what you really care about is the angle from vertical. That's what you really care about. All the other stuff is just to get you to angle from vertical.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought shield was, just like the image that I posted. Once you've got the 90-degree for the sextant, you sight to the star or whatever, and then work your angle out from there.
Can I try my response to Global's point? So I send you a picture I just drawn here, and I just drew, and I draw two horizontal lines, which is one at the height of the eye, and the other is at the ground, right? So they're both parallel. The M angle there is the angle we're measuring. So if we're pointing below the horizontal, that's what the dipping is correcting for. And if you say, well, that's not what the dipping is correcting for, the dipping is just putting the observer at the sea level, that would be the exact same thing. Let me demonstrate that. So if you measure the angle here at the ground, that would be the same angle you would get if you just subtract D, right? So in both cases, we are correcting for how high the person is observing it to, but you cannot say that's not happening on a spherical surface, because in a spherical surface, that difference would be D, which is exactly the difference between the horizontal line and the line to the horizon. Does that make sense?
So you're not measuring any angles to the surface. You're just measuring angles from these imaginary horizontal lines.
No, I'm measuring M. M is the one I'm measuring, right? So I point at the horizon.
Okay, dip correction though. That's what we're on.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah. So
your M, but we were discussing the dip correction, which is your height of eye above the surface of the Earth.
Sure, which can be interpreted in the globe model as being the angle below horizontal, right?
Right, I agree, and this is where we got into it with Rumpus and where we have many times, because yes, what they claim to be doing is similar to what would happen on a planar Earth, but they claim to take that dip angle, but then they add a particular radius value calculation in with it, and they also use a globe version of refraction.
But you don't need to accept that calculation. One way you can do yours is you go to the beach, you get a bubble sextant and a nautical sextant, and you just compare the values. So if you're measuring from zenith, that's giving your zenith angle. Then when you measure from the horizon, you subtract that from 90. If that doesn't match your zenith angle, it means that the horizon isn't perpendicular to the vertical. So if that gives you a bigger value, it means the horizon is dropping below your horizontal. If that's a smaller value, it means the horizon is above your horizontal, right? So you can You can vary the height of your eye and measure those and see how they change with the height of your eye. And that will tell you nothing about the shape of the Earth. It's just going to tell you how much the horizon is dropping as high as you go. I think we should both agree on that.
So on your drawing there, would you be able to denote where the GP of the star would be?
No, I need the almanac for that. I know how far the GP is from me.
You can't orthographically, seeing as though we're measuring angles, surely you should be able to depict that orthographically.
Sorry?
Even if it's not to scale, you should be able to depict whereabouts on that little curved surface you drew, because essentially what we're trying to figure out here is where the GP is, which would be
actually no. We don't get where the GP is. We get how far we are from the GP. Where the GP is given by the almanac.
Yeah, but in order to calculate that, you want to know where the GP is and where it meets the surface. So geometrically, you should be able to depict that orthographically, like you have done in this picture.
Sure,
but
yeah.
I always see Globers draw me pictures like this, but they never ever want to actually include the 90-degree angle beneath the vertex of the.
Yeah, I'll do that for you as long as you accept that this is not up to scale.
I don't care if it's to scale or not. All I want to see is an actual 90-degree angle beneath the vertex of the celestial body.
I'll do that for you. 1 second. Just one.
Yeah, I mean, essentially what you guys do is you calculate a dip angle with a radius. You plug in a radius value and then remove the radius value. Literally add and remove to put it back to planar to get the actual angle that you want, which is your actual angle from the horizontal to the star. So it's a very bizarre little process that was just ad hoc in there that's completely unrequired and unneeded and unhelpful and not essential.
Okay, so I'm sending you the drawing you asked for. Is it something like this you're expecting to see?
Where's the 90-degree angle?
Which one of them?
So it should be just like I said. I'm not sure if you were listening. It should be beneath, at zenith. It should be at
the GP one, right?
It should be perpendicular to the surface of the Earth, because that's the whole point of a GP. It's at 90 degrees.
Sure.
To the
surface. I'll draw that.
Definitely not at 90 degrees to your line of sight. I don't want to see that. I want to see it at 90 degrees to the surface of the globe.
So both of them are 90 degrees at the surface. There you have it.
All right. So you've drawn a little purple line that doesn't represent the surface.
Well, that's the horizontal of the GP.
No. It has to be perpendicular to the surface.
It is
not perpendicular to a little imaginary line that you've just drawn in purple.
Yeah, but perpendicular to a curved surface is perpendicular to the tangent at the point on the curved surface. That's how it's defined.
The tangent is not the surface.
I agree, but I agree. But if you want something perpendicular to a curve, what is it's defined as is perpendicular to a line that is tangent to that point on the curve.
So it's not perpendicular to the surface. It's perpendicular to a line. It's not.
So it just ignored what it says.
It's perpendicular to a line drawn on the surface.
That's exactly.
Hang on, but it only touches it at a point.
But that's how perpendicular to curves.
That's not the surface. All right. Can you draw that? Okay, hang on. Can you draw that without that mathematical tangent that, like I said, you no longer have because you don't have a geometric horizon?
No, you can.
Okay, the 90 degrees is defined in this context. 90 degree is the angle between vertical and horizontal, right? That's your 90. So the zenith angle
here, though.
Sorry?
Geometry is geometry. There's no like you said in this context. No, there isn't like a separate context here at all. All I want to see is an actual perpendicular, vertical line perpendicular to the surface. No tangents. I don't want to see. You don't have a tangent anymore.
Can you please stop repeating yourself? So, lines that are perpendicular to a curved surface. The way you tell when they're perpendicular to a curved surface is by using the tangent line of the curve at that point. That's if you're doing a math exam, and I'm asking you at what point this line crosses the curve in a perpendicular manner, right? The way you do that is by using a function that gives you the tangent or the slope of that curve at any point. That's how you do it. So that's how perpendicular is defined.
Okay, I would say
when you're talking about curves.
I would say that that's completely ad hoc and not required at all in assumption.
It isn't required. No one's requiring that to be the case. Because to be at the zenith,
it's not needed at all. Hold on, I just posted one thing. I just wanted to ask Globus. Globus, is the line that you're asking them for the one? Sorry, because I was like partly listening. I just want to make sure. Like, I just posted Rumpus's thing again. If you could look at that, is the line you're talking about from the star down to the horizontal?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, because what's so funny about this is that, okay, when Rumpus did this whole drawing, he refused to draw that line. See how it's like in yellow or orange or whatever it is? So he did all this other stuff. We asked him to draw this flat earth thing up in the corner, or he kind of did that on his own. But I had to say to him, could you draw a line from the star down to the horizontal? I had to say it multiple times. And at first he wouldn't do it. He refused. And then he was really reluctant, but it was like a civil enough conversation that we were able to get to it. So finally he did. He dropped that line. And then you see what he wrote there? Because once he dropped the line, I must have said a couple sentences, and he put irrelevant gibberish. But anyway, so yeah, it was like pulling teeth to get him to draw this line. This is what they absolutely like despise, like for their need to keep pushing this globe thing. This line just like ends it because it's
can you try to stick
a vertical line connected to the actual horizontal, which is what the real GP is on the planet Earth.
Can you try to stick with the topic instead of talking about Rumpus?
No, that's not at all. I'm speaking directly to the line that you guys were talking about. You then went off on a well, pun intended, tangent, because you started saying that line is a tangent to a curve and all this stuff, which is what you guys need, is what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is that's all assumptive. It isn't based on anything that can be verified or validated. But what we can validate is the actual
that's just how it's defined.
Triangle that's created on the Earth. You don't need all of that curvature tangent.
It's the rules.
One second. The issue Globus was bringing is that the GP. The GP of the star has to have the star at its zenith, right? So, which means that if you're at the GP of the star and you look up, the star has to be there. 90 degree would be the angle between the vertical and the horizontal, or as you're saying, the surface. But you don't need to define zenith as 90 degree from the surface. Zenith is just the vertical. It's just the opposite of plumb. That happens on a sphere. So on a sphere, you can have lines that go from the surface out. That's the normal direction. So any point on the surface, you have a normal direction, which is the direction that is perpendicular to that surface, even though that's a curved surface. That's what a normal is, right? That's a normal direction. And a normal direction on a sphere would be the vertical. That's all you need. The 90 you're referring to would be the angle between the normal and the surface. And that is by definition 90 degrees.
Hang on.
And if you're not accepting, okay, so if let me draw that right at the surface then. If you're making that objection,
your tangential line has to correspond 1-to-1 with the surface of your Earth. It must, because that's where you're denoting your GP on. Because you have, if it's an arc length is different to a straight line, to a chord. You have different lengths, and what you're drawing is a tangential line, and you're trying to find out the GP within said tangent, even if I give you your tangent. But that tangential line has to correspond 1-to-1 with the surface, because that's what you're trying to find your position on. You're trying to find your distance, your zenith distance from you to the GP.
Zenith angle. No, you wanted your zenith angle to the star, right? and that correlates to the distance on the surface.
Your zenith distance, although it can be described as an angle, and then you can later calculate that as an actual zenith distance from your zenith to the zenith of the GP to the star. That's essentially what you do. You want to find out that distance, which is known as a zenith distance.
Sure. No. Which is okay. So if you want to call that zenith distance, fine with that.
It's not just me calling it. That guy that Kosho posted, that practical navigator, the guy that I also posted, he also calls it a zenith distance.
Sure, which comes
much
from
more accomplished, at navigating than definitely I am. Than you are, I'm sure.
Which comes. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're making it up. Don't interpret me saying that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you calling this not as because I think you made it up. I'm just, but in fact you're calling it that.
Well, isn't
it can be very well. It can be very well the right term. I'm not challenging that. So I'm accepting calling that the zenith distance. That would come from using the zenith angle and multiplying that by 60 nautical miles.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, so we're in agreement. That's just that was just a semantical discussion.
Well, I think semantics are important.
I know. I'm not saying that they're important. Just that we're not disagreeing on concepts. We're disagreeing on words at that point. So let me bring it back to the 90-degree thing. So the 90-degree you said has to be at the surface. So I'm drawing now at the surface. So what's your problem with that?
I've already mentioned several times what my problem with that is the fact that you have to invoke a mathematical tangent that does not represent the curved surface of the Earth.
It doesn't matter. You just want the angle. The angle is at a point.
Of course it matters because you're trying to find out the GP on said surface.
Yeah, but the GP...
And that tangent needs to reach you, and there's also a dip correction from said tangent, if I am to take your method, to the surface. And that's an angular dip correction that you don't have if you have a curved line. If you have a curved line with a straight line above it, that's not an angular. I'm sorry, that's not an angle.
What do you mean it's not an angle? Why? Remember the picture I sent before, in which I have M, A, and D. Why is D not an angle?
Let me see. Let me scroll
I'm gonna set it again. No, I can say it again.
Well, let's let who is that?
So how is D not an angle?
Jim Baroni was saying. Let's let Jim Baroni get in.
It's E. That's not an angle. E, which is that.
E
that's
is an angle. It's the elevation. So the elevation angle is not an angle.
Hang on. E is that should be the dip correction because that's your height of eye. That's where your eye is above the surface. Above the surface.
No, E is the elevation angle. It's the angle above horizontal. That's how elevation angle is defined.
Well, your E really looks like what I'm trying to get at here is the angle from the blue line to the curved black line. That is your dip correction. That's your height.
That's not a dip correction.
It is. That's your height of eye because look, all tables and charts assume that your eyeball is at sea level. That's what the almanacs assume. That's why you have to factor in this dip correction because they're just it's an assumption. You know that your eye for all intents and purposes, they assume that your eye is at sea level. But of course, you're never going to be at sea level. You're always going to be either at your height or at the height of the deck on said ship.
Okay, saying that assumes your eyes at the surface can be interpreted as you're getting the elevation angle right. That's the same thing. So the elevation angle is the angle above horizontal, correct?
Yeah, the horizontal that you guys don't have, yeah.
No, I'm not just asking what's defined. You don't have to add anything. That's all I'm asking. So,
well, when you say something, it implies something very important.
I'm not saying I have that. I'm just seeing if you agree on what elevation angle is defined as. So it's defined as the angle above the horizontal line or the horizontal plane. Okay, so that angle, if your eyes at the ground, right, that would match the horizon because your horizon would be horizontal if your eye is at the ground. So you can say, well, that's assuming your eye is at the ground. No, it's just assuming you have the elevation angle. One way you can have the elevation angle is putting your eye at the ground. The other way is putting your eye above the ground and then correcting for it. Those give you the same value. And the almanac is just
your height of eye above the ground, like you just said.
I haven't finished.
But you just said it. Sorry to interrupt, but you did just say it.
Yeah, because I'm saying the two interpretations. So if you put your eye above the surface and you correct for dipping, right, which is how much the angle gets bigger as you go higher above the surface. That's what the dipping corrections make. That's to keep your angle to be the elevation angle. It doesn't mean it assumes your eye is at the ground. It just assumes you get the elevation angle correct, which can be done by putting your eye at sea level, but it can also be done by correcting for dipping. So those give the same value. So you cannot say, well, the almanac is assuming the first, because the second one will give you the exact same value. So the almanac, you could just claim, oh, the almanac is assuming you're doing dip correction. Those mean the same thing mathematically.
Yeah, but
just different interpretations.
My point was, and what I'm trying to sort of clarify here is that the angle that you're correcting for is for the height of eye above the surface, above the in your case would be above the curved surface. And I contest that is not an angle because you're correcting for a straight line of sight with reference to a curved surface. That is not an angle that can be corrected for because we all know that angles require two straight lines.
Yeah, and I have two straight lines. One is the side to the celestial body, the other is the side to the horizon.
The surface isn't straight, dude. It's not straight, it's curved.
That's not my sight.
Two straight lines.
But my curve is not my sight. I'm measuring the angle between two sides.
I know your curve isn't your sight, but your surface is curved, and that's what you're correcting from. Because, like you said, you're above the surface. You have a supposed height above said curved surface, which you want to correct from. We don't need that because we understand that we have a straight line that we're correcting from, an actual angular measurement. You guys don't have that.
That will also give you an angle.
It's
just not making any sense.
Dude, you don't understand angles then. The very basics. The very fundamentals. Two straight lines. You don't have that.
You're switching between the side to the horizon and the surface. So when you start your argument, you're referring to the side. But at the end of it, you say it's curved. But that curve is not what I'm measuring the angle. I'm measuring the angle to the sides. So even though I'm pointing my sight,
from the curved surface.
Even though I'm pointing my sight to the highest point of the curve, my sight is still a straight line. And we both agreed before a couple of minutes ago that if you go high, that angle should increase. So in both cases, we would need to make that angle smaller by some factor, even though I'm sighting to a curved surface. I'm sighting a straight line to a curved surface. If I go higher, that angle should increase.
You can't do that. You can't sight this. You can't get this angular correction from your straight line of sight to a curved surface. You keep just glossing over that as if it means it. It doesn't mean anything. No, you can't.
Isn't that what Black Swan relies on? A straight line between the eye and the horizon?
Black Swan has nothing to do with curved surfaces.
Yes, it does. It says if P then Q, which is if P ball,
yeah,
then Q height of eye to horizon is going to be a fixed distance. But it is presuming that we live on a ball, then testing how far the horizon should be. If that line is curved, how would you know how far the horizon is?
Hold on, just real quick. It's not presuming that we live on one. It's presuming that somebody's saying that it's a globe.
Exactly. That's what I wanted
to say. Sure. And you need to test that. You need to go, right, if we live on a ball of said surface, now I'm accepting that to show that it is internally inconsistent. But in order to accept it and show it's internally inconsistent, what I have to invoke is a straight line between the eye and the horizon.
We're going off into the weeds again. The argument at hand was, can you have an angular measurement from a curved surface? And somebody, I think it was Jim Baroni or whoever the hell that is, was saying that you can have an angular measurement from a straight line to a curved surface. That breaks the very fundamentals of angles. I mean, do I really? You can say no, it doesn't. It's not really going to cut it.
Could you take the angular size of the moon? Could you use a theodolite or even a sextant and measure how wide the moon is in degrees and minutes and seconds to a viewer's eye?
Again, another red herring. I'm not going to engage in red
No, it's
herrings.
not.
Yeah,
It's not a red herring because moon,
argument
if
at hand.
the moon is curved, then the argument is still the same. It's a
No,
line from my eye
no,
to the
because you're
curved
taking it
surface
from
of the moon.
You're taking it to a point on the moon, so you're still using
point?
two straight
what
lines.
Point on the moon?
Well,
That's what
apparently
you're
it's supposed to be the bottom of the moon.
Right. What's the bottom of the moon?
Yeah, well, it's your example. What is the bottom of the moon?
Sure. So it's where the surface of the moon stops and the sky, the blackness of the sky starts. It is the
That's
horizon.
right. But you're getting a straight line to the moon, right? Straight line. There's no curved lines involved, right?
What's that line called?
My point is, if you have two straight lines, you have an angular measurement. When you guys are trying to measure an angle from the surface, and in your case, the surface is a curved line to your line of sight, it does matter.
It's an angle from
that's not an angle.
It's an angle.
It's an angle.
It's an angle. Line of sight to the horizon and the star that you're looking at. That's all it is. It doesn't matter what the surface is.
Of course it matters. You're getting a dip correction from said surface.
I want to draw you something.
All you like.
I just need to jump on my computer. Give me a second.
Can I say something very quickly? Just very quickly, because that picture I posted, and I'll just post another one that looks very similar. But Bacon was making a good point, but he wasn't expressing, or he wasn't making clear that what that angle is from the horizon is only the means to an end, and that's not the end. That angle is only meant to be used so that you can find the complementary angle, which is the angle from the zenith to the star, which is what in the picture I posted. That angle on its own means nothing. It's not irrelevant at all. The angle that you're looking for is the one I posted again just now, which is the angle from your zenith, which is by all purposes a straight line. Why not? And the line from you to the star, which is also a straight line. And the angle between you and that object, the two straight lines, is perfectly reasonable to use. And there's other ways of obtaining it other than using the horizon. That's just one way of obtaining it. But you can use a bubble sextant and do the same thing and never have to worry about the horizon once.
Yeah, all the bubble sextant does is establish a horizon, a horizontal line for you to measure angles off.
No, it measures it vertically. It's plumb. It's trying to get a plumb line.
It establishes a horizontal. That's the whole point of the bubble. The whole point is to establish level, which is horizontal, as we all know. I mean, some of us may deny that, but I mean, that's, you're welcome to your denial. But that's all a bubble sextant does. It establishes what we already have here on the ground that you can't get when you're up in the sky.
It's another means to an end. That's what I'm saying. What you're describing is using a bubble sextant to find a horizontal, establish horizontal. But the situation, establishing a horizontal is not your end that you're looking for. What you're looking for is a vertical. And you want to measure the angle that you want is from the vertical to the star. The angle from the horizon to the star is irrelevant. It's only relevant if you get the other angle, which is the relevant.
You're right. So now you're going away from angles of elevation, which is what you establish with a sextant.
Yeah, but if you notice when you're looking for the distance to the GP, if you use your elevation angle alone to find your distance to the GP, you're going to get the wrong distance because you only need the elevation angle, so you can subtract it from 90, so you can multiply that by 60.
That's not my point. My point is that you guys can't acquire even step one, which is the angle of elevation. That's my whole.
You use the bubbles.
You can use a plumb line. You can also use a plumb line to make a plumb sextant from plumb.
Yeah, and you're going to get the same result.
Yep.
Again, you guys don't have the ability, and I know I'm repeating myself, but I'm going to say it anyway. You don't have the ability to acquire an angle of elevation off a curved surface.
What?
And that's the whole
when I asked you why can I measure to the moon, or same would go for a basketball, or like let's say I just got any device and I wanted to measure the diameter of a curved thing. Are you saying I can't do that?
But that's not what we're speaking. Again, red herrings, Harry. That's what. But
that's because you just try to not answer questions.
It's not that I'm not trying to answer it. It's that it's completely irrelevant.
So please do answer them, and then I'll bring.
Why am I going to entertain something that's irrelevant to the point?
Because I can make it relevant. I can show you how it's relevant.
We're acquiring angles from the surface, right, to the celestial object.
Sure.
That's
so
what we're doing.
I'll make it relevant again. If you're comfortable or able to answer the questions. So the first is like, let's say it's, rather than the moon, just a basketball is sitting across the room from you. You know the width of the basketball, but you don't know how far it is from you. Could you take an angular measurement of the size of that basketball as it appears to you and calculate its distance from you?
We're not talking about angular size, though, Harry.
I'm just asking you a question, and then I'll.
It's relevant. It's relevant.
It's not relevant.
It is relevant. I'll link it up. I'll link it up for you later.
You can link it up all you like, but again, it's not relevant to the. I know you guys always want to deflect.
If you're not able or willing to answer the question, I'll finish the entire line of thought.
I'm definitely not willing. Like I said, and I'm going to repeat myself. I'm not willing to entertain red herrings because they.
Okay, but I can I still finish the line of reasoning?
But you're saying okay. You're actually admitting and conceding that you're engaging in red herring fallacy here, and you still want me to engage with you.
You're saying that, but it's untrue. I'm happy to.
You're saying okay then. Okay, yes, I'm giving you that. But answer it anyway, and I'm telling you,
it's not a red herring. I keep saying that. Okay, let me finish. Let me finish then. Or you don't even want to allow me to say it. It's not that you don't want to listen to it. You don't want to allow me to say it. Okay, so I will say it. I think I could measure, if I know the width of a basketball and I want to know how far it is from me, I could take an angular measurement, use some trig, and figure out how far I was from it. The size it takes up, in my view, is going to be relative to my distance from it following a trigonometric function. I can follow that line all the way from 100 foot from that basketball to 5 foot from that basketball to a millimeter off the surface of that basketball. All the way down until I was basically like taking a view where the basketball was pretty much like 180 degrees of my vision. And I would still be able to measure the size of that basketball, even if I was on the basketball. Unless you can show me a logical problem with that, then there's no reason why standing on the surface of something suddenly means you can't see the edge of it clearly.
Can I show you an example, please? Can I just show you a quick example? It will take 2 seconds.
Yeah, go for it. Oh, you're streaming. Okay. Following your stream.
I'm streaming. I don't know if Globus can have a look.
Yeah, 1 sec.
Hey, you doing my thing?
Yeah. I was trying to draw it while you were talking about it. Forget the shape of the Earth for a second. All right. Let's just talk about a circle and a line. Right. This green line coming out from the center of the circle. Right. So it's radially outwards to the edge. It goes as quickly to the edge as it can. This line is at 90 degrees to this edge of to the edge of this circle at this point.
No, it isn't.
Nowhere else. It is. It is. That's geometry.
You may think it is, but that's not perpendicularity. Sorry, that's what you've already failed at step one. I'm sorry.
What?
It's not.
It's 100% geometry. It is 100%
not.
geometry.
It's
Google it if you like.
It's just definitionally not true because
the reason it works
because
is
perpendicular lines require two straight lines. If you go really close, come on, man. We're talking pixels now.
Dead set. If you go infinitesimally close.
Yeah.
Right,
let me help you with a quick Google on this so Jimberoni can get back to his point. I Googled what angle does a radius intersect a circle?
That's weaselly. That's as weaselly as it gets, bro. 100%. Because a curved surface. Hang on. A curved surface has no horizontal surfaces whatsoever. You're only getting this because of the limit. You're only getting this because of the limitations of your screen resolution. So I'm sorry, it's just not going to cut it.
Like doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the resolution.
Of course it matters.
If that was perfect resolution, it'd still be a 90-degree angle at a flat surface.
Of course it matters. All you're saying what this guy is saying is he's zooming in infinitesimally, as he's saying, and then going, "Oh, look, you can see that."
That's how the angle's defined in geometry.
No,
that's how it works.
Man, because a curved surface has no straight horizontal surfaces.
I know that. I know, but
clearly you don't because you're providing an example here.
I know, but the angle between a radius of a circle and the edge of the circle is 90 degrees. Google it; it's geometry.
Yeah, I've just Googled it and I've put the results in the chat. At what angle does a radius intersect a circle? And the first result in big bold font is 90 degree.
Doesn't
So
matter.
now
It
Google-
doesn't.
straight
now
line,
Google,
can't make
what is
90
a
degrees.
Doesn't
what
matter.
do.
It doesn't
Now
matter
Google-
about the shape of the Earth. I'm not
now
saying the Earth's
Google,
round. I'm
after
not
you
saying the
Google
Earth's
that,
flat.
Google
I'm saying
Google what is perpendicular? What does that mean? And then you'll find that it says at right angles to, and it requires two
this line is
straight
perpendicular
lines.
to the edge of the circle at the point where
It's
it
not.
intersects.
I'm sorry, but it isn't.
It is.
Okay. So if a radius isn't at 90 degrees to a sphere, does it have a circle? Does it have a relationship to the circle?
Yeah, it would be a direct line into the center.
Right.
Of,
So
of
it's
a,
a direct
sphere.
line.
Yeah, it would be a direct. Yep.
And if I created a line that is 90 degrees to that radius, what could you call that line?
A spherical kind of horizontally thing.
Sure. Yeah. That's all we're looking for. If you've got a radius. Because this line of argument, Globus, this line of argument, Globus, creates problems for you, because if you can't take a measurement that goes straight from your eye to the edge of a sphere, you throw out all flat Earth measurements because they all rely on that being the case. And you are no longer able to test whether we live on a ball because supposedly radiuses don't exist and they don't have any relationship between the surface of the Earth and a radius. You're not able to measure angles from it. In fact, you're not even able to use trigonometry because trigonometry has three functions: sine, cosine, and what is it? Tangent. So if tangent doesn't exist, you don't even have triangle mathematics. So you have no way to tell how far a point is from your eye just by looking at it. So it throws out 100% of flat Earth while trying to deal with one bit of evidence for the globe.
Can you back off your mic a little bit, Harry?
Yeah.
It kind of sounds like you're shouting into your mic trying to make your point.
With that tan function, it has nothing to do with curved surfaces. It's all it has to do with triangles, triangle, straight line.
How do they get tangent?
Yeah, you can't be tangent to a triangle, man. You're tangent to a circle.
I'm not saying that you can be tangent to a triangle, but when it comes to trigonometry, there's no such thing as curved lines. I'm sorry.
Okay, so what is this? This is from Maths.
Okay, so is that a concession? Is that correct? Am I correct in saying that?
I'm
wrong.
Man.
Okay, so
this is from Maths.
So trig deals with curved lines.
Fun, and it shows that how the sine, cosine, and tan function are created, and it is with a circle, with an angle taken from the circle. Cos is to do with the blue line, sine is to do with the green line, and tan is to do with the red line, i.e. the angle at which it is to the sphere, to the circle at that point.
Okay,
so if you can't get an angle from a circle, then you can't have any trig. If you can't have any trig, you can't have any black swan, you can't have any FE core.
Carry on.
Those are also called circular functions, I might add.
Can you get an angle from that blue circle to that red line, which is my point?
From that blue circle to that... Yes, that's exactly what the tan function is. What do you think tan is?
So, okay, let me just open that image, save it.
I'll give you the website. It's interactive. You can do it yourself and take it.
All that is a triangle, and then you've got the line coming off of it, which you're calling the tangent of the sphere. But there are no lines that are actually making any angle to the sphere. What there is there's a triangle within a sphere, and then the line coming off of the red line, that would be the vertical and the horizontal to the radius. It would be that. However, it's a straight line itself. It's not a curve.
Yeah, that's the point.
No one's using
you can get a straight line from a curve. You can start with a curve and end up with a straight line.
You can start with a curve and shoot a line off of it, yes, but you can't get an angle to a curve.
That's all we're doing. Starting with a curve and shooting a straight line off it.
Part of what you're showing, this is part of sacred geometry. There's no doubt that circles and triangles and angles are all connected, which creates the entire zodiac, the entire luminary system, the sky clock. It's all connected with those. So yeah, those are real geometries. But where does this link in with who's on a point? You're trying to on a point right now.
Because what you're trying to do is, if you're standing at the point where that grey line intersects with the circle that is the sphere, what your dip correction is trying to do is get a true red line, not the slightly off-kilter one of your view. And what you're trying to do is establish what is the red line where I'm standing? What is the tangent to where I'm standing?
But if the Earth is planar and you've got that actual planar geometry, can you see how this is involving a calculation that then fudges the actual surface that it's claiming that it's citing in the first place?
So that's a possible thing. It's possible that they are hiding somewhere in the calculation a flat Earth, but it debunks or destroys the argument that you can't get a straight line from a curve because trigonometry requires, exactly as you said, this sacred geometry requires that you get a straight line from a curve.
All right. So just quickly, I slightly edited that picture that you sent, Harry. Would you call what I've tried to point out there? Would that be an angle?
No.
That's my whole point.
It could be, but that's not what you're trying to work
No,
out.
no. Yes or no?
Yeah. Well, okay. Let me see what you drew then. He's talking about the space between the curve thing and the red line. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Is that an angle?
Yeah, I'm asking if that's an angle, which is my point all along.
Not an angle.
No, as it is, it wouldn't be an angle because right back at the apex where they meet, the angle would be 0, and the further out you get, linearly, interestingly, it will diverge from that point. So,
all right.
Could you draw another tangent at exactly
more tangents?
Yeah. Let me finish. Could you draw another tangent at a point and get an angle from that? Yes.
You can only get angles. Hold on. Writing. Do you agree that you can only get angles from straight lines?
Yes.
Okay. So
I'm happy with that. I just think tangents exist.
Okay, so that's fine. I agree. Tangents do exist to spheres and circles, but you can only get angles to straight lines. So how are you claiming to calculate a dip, quote unquote, angle when that requires the concept of a curve? On your explanation of it, I should say, you guys described the dip direction as involving an angle to a curve. And if you just admitted you can't have angles to curved lines, it can only be straight lines, therein lies the issue.
Sure. So could you be standing on a sphere at a certain point that does have a tangent and then measure and find that you get an angle that's slightly different to that? So could you go, actually, what is dead horizontal from me versus the line I make from my eyeball to the horizon is about 2 arc minutes different?
Yeah, I say something again, because my point seems to be lost. The angle there that you posted, by the way, Clovis, can easily be derived. But regardless, post this picture again, because you guys are arguing about the wrong thing for some reason. And I keep that angle, regardless, it doesn't matter. From the what do you call it? Diagonal black line to the green line is the angle that you're arguing about. And whether or not you believe that can be derived or not, it obviously can't, including the angle that Globus just posted. That can also be derived. But none of those are necessary in this measurement, because the necessary angle is an angle that is from vertical to the star. So there's no point in arguing whether that's a legitimate angle below that, because it's not at all what you're looking for. You're looking for the angle that is the vertical to the star.
What is in contention here is the angle of elevation. You have not depicted an angle of elevation in your picture. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like I said, from the green line to the vertical to the diagonal line, that would be your angle of elevation. And the only reason you need that is to determine the other angle. It's not needed in itself, and it can easily be obtained. But regardless, if you don't believe in it, you can get this angle without needing it at all.
If you need to determine that, how can you say the other angle isn't needed if it's necessary to determine the angle that you're talking about?
Not necessary. That's my point, dude.
You just said you need that angle. You said,
dude, you can say Santa Claus and it doesn't exist.
You needed the angle of elevation in order to determine the angle that you keep going on about. You said,
let's say it doesn't exist. It doesn't need to exist. You don't need it to get this other angle. It's a useful way to get that angle. No, you can use it to get that angle, but you don't have to use it. You can use other means to get the other angle.
But that's the angle you make.
The other angle is the one that's important.
The angle of elevation can't not be necessary or not needed when it's the very angle that you determine with a friggin' sextant.
That's one way.
It depends on the kind of sextant.
One way, okay. That's what we're talking about, though. We're talking
one way of getting that angle. You don't need to do that. You can get that other angle a different way, like by using a bubble sextant, like several people have said.
Which we already establishes a horizontal, because you don't have that when you're on the ground, when you're flying up in the air. You don't have the ground to establish a horizontal from.
It establishes a vertical. You can derive a horizontal from that if you'd like to, but you don't need to do that. You can pretend you don't even know what a horizontal is, and you can still get this other angle.
I think you're lost within this conversation, Coach. I don't think anyone, not even on your side, is arguing that the angle that you're trying to acquire is actually something that people are after when it comes to
the only angle that you're after, dude. If you knew anything about this, you would know that. You would know that everybody has to agree with what I'm saying.
I don't know anything about this.
I know for
saying
a
he's
fact
spot on.
that I know for a fact that bacon, and I know for a fact that eggshells know how celestial navigation. So they know which angle is relevant. They know
Right,
the other angles.
yeah,
The
I get you.
elevation
I
angle is
don't know what I'm
only-
talking about. That's fine.
only-
You already poisoned the
only
well. Fair
the
enough.
other angle.
You win. Absolutely.
Honestly, if you didn't know that, then you really don't know what you're talking about.
Right. You
Because
see how no one else is backing you up?
I'm 100% backing him up.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Globus, do you want
He's
to get
spot
back
on.
into it with bacon, Globus? Or no?
I don't know what he's saying. What is Coach's point?
Yeah, see,
Bacon. After you left, I was. I'll tell Bacon my point. How about that?
Yeah, Kosho, you kind of went off onto like a different rant instead. So
No, it's not a different. It's Bacon. The angle that I've just posted in that picture. This is the relevant angle, correct? This is the angle that's used to multiply to get your distance to the GP. The elevation angle is only used so you can subtract it from 90, so you can get this angle. Is that correct?
Yep. Exactly.
Thank you, Bacon.
Okay, so that's 3.
Dip angles. We're talking about dip angles. We weren't talking about that angle.
Sure.
Yeah, why do you need the dip angle? You need the dip angle so you can get the elevation angle. Why do you need the elevation angle? You need the elevation angle so you can get this angle. This is the point.
That's why I tried to start a conversation at bubble sections, right? Because if we can at least agree on bubble section, then we can move on to nautical sections from there. There are more stuff to do in nautical section than bubble sections. I mean, there should be no problem on we trying to talk about how celestial navigation works with the bubble section. Because that's more basic. I think we should start at the basic level.
Yeah, you said that when you
go on, please. Sorry.
No, that's what you said when you started, that y'all should use the bubble section.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, they both decided to go with the nautical sextant because Globus
No, I
put it out there.
didn't.
So,
I
you
tried
did. You said, you said you had no dramas in going with it. You did suggest to use it. Yes, you did. But then you decided to use the nautical.
Yeah, I mean, Globus was insisting on starting to the nautical, then I just
Guys,
accepted it.
Regardless of what type of sextant you use, that's not even the argument. The argument is an angles of elevation. Simple as that. I don't mind. I don't mind entertaining everything else that comes after that, but really, I can cut it off at the knees with angles of elevation. And
then that's not regardless.
As per the picture that I edited, I think it was Writing's picture. We all agreed that's not an angle, and that's my whole point. That is not an angle.
Okay, can you describe the relevance of the non-angle you've drawn to using a sextant?
All right, let me draw it again then. Let me include a star in there just so I know you guys.
No, you can just explain it, I think. But like,
well, it's easier if I draw it.
Line. What we're trying to get is the red line. What is that? What is that other thing you've drawn?
All right, hang on a sec.
I'm going to post another one that Rumpus had done that one day that I was describing because these are pretty good. So shout out to Rumpus. This is one that he had made earlier this was the beginning of it. So it actually has this altitude. See that A? And then it has the B, and it's got angle D, which he calls the dip. And then these horizontals, which of course on a planar Earth would just be your actual horizontals, which is obviously essential. But this dip angle is where they then add a radius calculation and then remove it. So it's just not needed. But the actual dip angle just has to do with the height to the actual horizontal. But anyways,
So what would dip angle be on
is pretty good.
On a planar Earth, why would you be doing a dip angle, and what would it be?
That would be the height from the ground to it's the angle. Here, let me post this one. On this one, up in the upper right-hand corner, you see that he posted this thing, or he made this little drawing that he called Flat Earth. And then this, so this is it zoomed in. He actually drew this, believe it or not, but it actually is showing what the dip angle actually is. So on a planar surface, you've got the height from the feet to the observer, And whether you're 30 feet up or 100 feet, whatever, maybe you've got that. And then you have the actual horizontal, which would be parallel to the ground. But then there's the point at which those meet. And the point at which those meet is the actual angle that you're getting, and it has to do with the height above the planar surface.
So how far out in front of that little man in that next to the last, how far out in front of that little man is that, does your line of sight meet the surface on a flat Earth?
That will vary depending on atmospheric conditions and magnification levels.
So then,
what would your dip angle be?
Your angle would vary. Your calculations should vary depending on atmospheric conditions.
No, because it's planar. So if you adjust that height, even if you see it at different distances, the angle will still be consistent.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It seems to me then strange you would have a standard drop dip correction regardless of where you are on the surface.
It is standard because it's only based to the baseline of the meeting of the ground and the sky, and then your height off the earth.
But shouldn't like the edge or I don't know.
And it's actually quite minor. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, it depends on what you're doing. But if you're really creating your own map with GPs and circle of equal altitudes, the dip angle really doesn't even need to be taken into account. If you're just good at it, you can get it accurate enough because you're building your GPs and circle of equal altitudes and you're verifying them every step along the way. So that little bit of dip correction, especially if you're only like 30 feet off the water, 50 feet, 10 feet, I mean, you're talking low levels. It really doesn't make very much difference. Now, if you're way up high, I mean, if you're like, miles in the sky, then yeah, of course, that's going to be quite a bit at that point.
It's going to make a fair bit of difference. I think that's going to be like 15 nautical miles or something.
These things are like 1 degree at most. They're really very minimal.
A degree would be 60 nautical miles.
All right, so I've drawn there, guys, what I'm getting at. That's in your perspective, that would be the angle of elevation. That's what I'm saying that cannot be acquired.
Correct. That is correct. That is correct. They can only build
That's not the angle of elevation.
From a fabric.
No, it's not. That's a tangent.
Of elevation.
You need to put a point. If the observer is that point, then the elevation of that star is 0. And you wouldn't be sighting that star for starters. But you
obviously that's not the scale, Harry. Come on, you're being nitpicky here.
No, it's not.
That's
If
the
the
dip angle.
You know what I mean, though.
0 elevation.
Oh my god!
One second. Let me just dissect it because there'll be the dip angle. If that's the dip angle and that's the angle you're measuring, you subtract your measurement by the dip angle, you get 0.
Hang on, I'll show another example. It seems that we can what an angle of elevation is.
Sorry, I just kind of popped in. Can somebody give me the 2-second synopsis of what the hell you guys are talking about?
We're arguing about whether or not you can have an angle to a curved surface.
Rolling, have you been in conversations about celestial navigation?
Yeah, I would hold off. Rolling. Why don't you just listen in? They're kind of at a peak of the conversation. You might want to not let them backtrack at this point and just listen in.
Yeah.
So the effect of the angle of elevation is, as you can see on the one I've just posted, is it effectively moves you around the ball. It makes it seem like you are closer to the GP of the star. So what you're doing is, if you're getting an angle of elevation, but you're saying you can't get an angle from there, your observer needs to be either in front of or behind that grey line. They can't be on that grey line, otherwise they're measuring 0 elevation, and they've got 0 dip correction to make.
And I feel like that saying taking an angle to a curved surface is a straw man because nobody says that we're doing that except you guys.
Well, you should be, because as per my picture, I have shown what an angle of elevation is.
It's just wrong.
And it's a misinterpretation.
It's wrong. All right. So
interpret it.
So when you do a quick Google image search for angle of elevation, every single picture that comes up is wrong. They've all got it wrong.
The picture that you have drawn is wrong.
I didn't draw that. It's one of many examples of when you search up for angle of elevation, Google images, they all look.
You mean the one that you've edited and put the angle of elevation and the observer labels on? That one is wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it should correspond with the one that I posted just beneath it.
It doesn't, because that
Of course it
the
doesn't,
red line,
because
the
that's
red
not an
line,
angle.
globus, the red line is a
it's just
horizontal
wrong.
line, correct?
They're just wrong. Okay, that's not an argument.
Globus. The red line, it's a tangent line to the observer at the surface, right?
Again,
To
with
the
a
surface at
tangent
the
line.
observer, right?
A tangent line to what? To a refracted horizon? Again, we went
To
over
the
this.
observer, to the observer. In your drawing,
Your
that
famed
line straight.
exasperations, Jimbroni, don't add anything. If in fact they actually make you
Why are you
seem even
refusing
more
to answer?
immature.
It's all right. I will draw you an updated picture in a little bit. I got to drop.
Right, but can you
I'll come
stop the
back.
feigned exasperations? They really don't
It's not
help.
feigned. It's not feigned.
It is. It's clear. It's clear
not-
that
it's
you're not really mature
not.
enough for this
I will
discussion.
stop.
All good.
I will stop, but it's not fake. Thanks.
Why does? Can I ask it a different way, Globus? In the Black Swan, why does the height of the observer matter? Could the height of the observer be 0 and you still make that observation?
The height of the observer matters because that determines where your geometric horizon should be on your ball. But your rebuttal to that would be that it's you never see that geometric horizon. So now you guys are drawing tangent lines to a geometric horizon that you guys have already relinquished.
I'm not arguing the Black Swan at the moment. I'm happy for the sake of this discussion
Just
to
mentioned
grant
it.
everything the Black Swan says and say, fine, we live on a flat Earth. I just want to ask about the if P then Q business. Why does it matter that the observer has a height? Why wouldn't it
I
be
just told
0?
you. Do I have to repeat myself?
Well, I mean, you started telling me about my rebuttal. I'm just asking, could the
No,
observer's height
before
in the
that.
Black
Did you hear
Swan
what
be
I said
0?
before that?
Could
Did you hear what I said before that?
Could the
Yeah,
observer's height in the Black
what does it
Swan be
determine?
0?
I just went through what it determines on a globe.
How can it determine the distance to the horizon on a globe?
It determines the distance to the geometric horizon because because that would be the limit of your vision of what you would see.
How does it know that's the limit to your vision?
Geometrically, when you have
Can't you
a ball of said geometry, that's where that Sagitta would start.
Okay.
Can't
how
you
do
also?
you know where that will be from a why does the observer's height affect where that Sagitta is?
Because when you increase your angle, the further you'd be able to see, you increase your whatever you want to call it, your angular, whatever the fuck it's called. I forget what it's called.
So essentially, you're saying like the higher you get off the surface, the further around that Sagitta will move.
The further it will be, yeah.
Okay. So what you're creating then in the Black Swan is a direct line between your eye and the Sagitta, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all we're doing.
Yeah, but then again, you guys don't have that geometric Sagitta because you guys say that it's refracted.
Cool. Yeah. I'm happy to grant everything the Black Swan says. There's no refraction. We are doing a straight line between our eye and the Sagitta. Same as we are in the Black Swan.
I feel confused.
I think these conversations burn me out. I don't think we're actually going to come to any agreements here.
I mean, something that convinced me is if you got somebody who knows nautical celestial navigation.
Well, did you see?
Explain what you mean.
Did you see my comment? I don't know if you have or haven't. That guy that Kosho posted again for the billionth time.
Spamming.
Yeah. There's the video. Hang on, I'll post the video because even that guy doesn't even know. And it's funny. His response was sort of funny.
So Wilbus, can you tell me what point you're trying to make?
Oh, dude, no. I'm sorry.
He's made it about 500 times.
Again, I'm sorry if you're late to the conversation. Maybe go back in the live stream and pick it up from there. Sorry, nothing personal.
No, that's okay. I mean, so you think the Black Swan is like straight up legit?
Me?
Globus.
In what way?
Yeah, I mean, you think it proves flat?
It proves there's no globe. It proves there's no. It proves that the radius is bunk. Put it that way.
Does it matter to you that that the P and the Q aren't really right?
Well, if I were a glober, it definitely would matter to me.
But as a flat earther, you don't care that the P and Q aren't right?
I care to the point where it destroys the radius, and where to the point where I can use it as an argument to destroy the established geometry.
So like you care to the point that like you can tell your friends stuff and but like have you ever made a glober back down with this?
There's no making zealots back down from their belief.
You could make me back down. I would back down.
Well, what I would say about it is that really what that is originally is a picture and video footage. And he had done those. The original guy that actually filmed those did it many, many years ago. I saw him when they first were done. I believe back in 2016, I want to say, I think when he started, maybe 17. And I remember when they first came out because they hit the scene and a lot of us were looking at them and everything. So, and that's just one set of examples of many where you essentially have a large area that you can see and you have not only something in the distance, but something else behind it. And essentially you can see both of those. So in the case of these, it's like these oil rigs where you can see beyond it. Whereas if it was like a landmass, that landmass would be taking up all the visual space, like the landmass, that's all you'd see is the land. But if you have like, for example, like a peninsula on the right and then another peninsula on the left or other land that's behind that, that's another example of where you get that. And so what it allows you to do is to be able to see, across the earth with two things at two different distances. And then the black swan part of it is something that, Quantum Eraser had kind of coined that term, and then he added the P and the Q and that kind of part of it. But I mean, even his P and Q, I mean, the basic concept of it is just the basic thing we've been talking about since day one, which is just the lack of the geometric horizon and the fact that we see the geometry of the extended plane when the atmospheric conditions allow for it.
Right, but no, but zero globers will ever agree that the P and the Q are properly stated. I think they might agree with the Q, but they will always say that the P is wrong, and that
I don't think
the
there's
P doesn't. I think they will always say the P doesn't represent what they think. Period.
Okay, so I don't think there's any flaws in the logic. So if you do, could you explain what you think they are? Because I don't think there are.
Yeah, I mean, I could say all kids love vegetables. Mary is a kid, therefore Mary loves vegetables. Do you agree?
That's not.
It's Mollis Tollins, straight up.
That's fine, but that's not logically consistent with what this is trying to show.
Yes, it is.
Can I correct that slightly, Roland?
Because this is saying if the Earth is a globe of a specific radius value, that's the difference. You just said a kid, which a kid could be a male, a female, all these different things. That's a different thing.
So you're taking issue. You're taking issue with how I defined P, and I'm taking issue with how you defined P.
But you defined it as an archetype, meaning something like a kid could mean many things. It could mean different ages, could mean different sexes, etc. This is forming P as a set thing. The Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So that's
okay. I'll hear you out. I will hear you out and honor your request. All female children between the ages of 5 and 6 love vegetables. Jonathan. Let's not do Jonathan. Let's do Samantha is a female child of between 5 and 6. Therefore, Samantha loves vegetables.
Yeah, say it again. That should be correct. Yeah, you're okay. Say it again, though.
So all female children between the ages of 5 and 6 love vegetables. Samantha is a female child between the ages of 5 and 6. Therefore, Samantha loves vegetables.
That's not Modus Tollens.
That's kind of a funky thing, but that would be logically consistent, yes.
But it would be totally like reaching the wrong conclusion, right? Who knows whether Samantha loves vegetables?
But the first statement, hold on, what you're testing is that all children, females between 5 and 6, love vegetables. If she is a female between age 5 and 6, then in terms of what you're claiming, then yes, she would love vegetables.
And so you don't take any other issue with like anything that I'm saying?
Absolutely. The logic that you just said, yes, absolutely. The logic that you just said is correct. The one you said before, where it left an open option, is what you were trying to say is the flaw in the black swan. But it seems like we just got to the root of it, because the latter one you just said is the same. It's fixed. It's the same as if the Earth is a sphere of the radius of 3959. That is a fixed radius and a fixed geometric horizon that should be visible. That's not just an open one. Like if the sphere is some range of radiuses or anything like that, it's one set radius.
Hang on, I think he got modus tollens wrong. You were actually rolling my boulder was actually describing affirming the consequent fallacy. Yeah. He said if P then Q, Q therefore P, and modus tollens is not that.
It's a contrapositive claim. Yeah, Globus is right. I believe Globus is right on this, which is
it's
a contrapositive claim. So
I think he is, but Geo rolled with it.
Hang on, not Q, therefore not P. So yeah, wrong logical syllogism. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, I
stand corrected, but Geo rolled with it. So
what is roll?
I think the fundamental point is still.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You're accusing Geo of rolling with it. He was just answering correctly.
Yeah. So hold on. So what are you trying to say in that? You said we were talking about this thing, and you tried to make up an affirming the consequent, which these guys are pointing out. I told you that was false, that that's not logically consistent with the modus tollens. And then I went through and explained how it's correct. So what do you mean rolled with it? I didn't agree with one thing that you said, and I corrected it. And actually, we both were in alignment at the end of that.
I'm wrong. I'm going way off the cuff, and I can be wrong sometimes.
No, you're fine, dude. It's all good. No worries. I just wanted to have it be clear.
I gave I guess a bad example. My issue with the black swan is that P needs to be agreed on before we move forward, and I don't agree with your P.
Well, it's just the. Go ahead.
Yeah, but if the person you're talking to doesn't agree with the P, if they say, well, the P is wrong, then it doesn't matter about anything else in modus tollens.
It's just the parameters that the globe requires. It's not anything to agree or disagree with.
But I disagree with what you just said. It's not the parameters that the globe requires.
Take that up with the globe.
The globe agrees with me. P is not correct. It's not complete.
In any case,
okay,
there's other problems with it.
Explain why.
Go on,
Explain why P is not correct. I mean, Writing on Eggshells has posted a picture which I feel like he borrowed from things that I've said in the past, because like that is literally the words that I would use. That's literally how I would fix the black swan.
Yeah,
word for word.
Last time we were talking about it.
What did you?
Can you explain what? Yeah, can you explain what Writing on Eggshells said that you agree with? Why?
Sure. I think there are 3 things in P. Quantum Eraser put 2 things in P, but I think there are 3 things in P.
Which are?
So if, let me see, hold on a second, because I don't want to make a jackass of myself twice. All right, so I think that P is correctly stated as if the Earth is a sphere, that's thing 1, with a radius of 3959 miles, that's 2, and light always travels in straight lines, that's 3, then every horizon distance measurement must be everything else that's written. I would agree. If QE had put and light travels always in straight lines, I would have absolutely no dispute with the black swan.
I would still, because it's a contrapositive claim, but then it makes a positive claim.
What's the positive claim that it makes?
No, therefore no sphere.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Of its given thing, it says
sure. Okay. I guess you're right. I guess you're right on that.
Yeah, even if it said globe of 3959, you can't therefore prove no globe at all out of that modus tollens
Did you
alone.
wait? Are you the person did you edit the picture by putting that parenthetical text?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, he just
Okay,
says
you-
Earth
you-
is not a
okay.
sphere.
Okay. Well, the light traveling in a straight line is kind of a different topic, but let me just respond to actually what you just said. Writing is actually a flaw in this, at least in terms of this wording, because you're correct. He's saying if the Earth is a sphere with a radius 3959, every distance must be no more than, etc. And then he's saying conclusion, Earth is not a sphere. Well, that's not accurate. That is a flaw because yes, it could be a sphere of a different radius. So he should.
No, it says underneath that, it says
should
of
say-
39, it says of 3959.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
me. No.
You added that? Yeah, I was going to say that.
Oh, okay.
That's not his text.
Okay, yeah.
He just says, therefore, Earth is not a sphere, which is a fallacious.
Okay, well then that's a
That's
general,
why it
general
says, this is
statement.
my corrected Black Swan.
It's okay. Well, you should make it look like it's not like a different color text, or put a little star there or something. But
yeah, it looks like that's it.
I wanted to put it this way.
I didn't
sneakily to see if people would start sharing it.
I mean,
Yeah.
well, dude, that's pretty deceptive. I wouldn't do that. I mean, that's not right.
Deceptive. I don't think it's
Yeah,
deceptive.
it is. To take someone else like thing.
Wait! You don't think it's
to it and then-
deceptive? You don't think it's deceptive to omit things about P and make a Mullis Tollins argument? Mullis Tollins is extremely logically specific, and if you purposefully omit things out of P, don't you think that's deceptive?
The
Well,
whole
I think
point.
that he's not necessarily omitting it. He's just not clarifying to your satisfaction or to anyone's.
It sounds like a me to me.
highest critique.
He's omitting the specific thing that every single glober will ever say.
Well, it's funny 'cause we were talking about affirming the consequent because that was the one that you brought up, Rolling. But actually, modus tollens is referred to as denying the consequent, so it is fundamentally different.
I was wrong with my stupid like analogy metaphor thing. I was wrong. It went nowhere, and I was wrong. I admit it. But in the Black Swan, QE purposefully omitted the exact thing that every single glober will ever bring up.
Okay, what
Not
is
at all.
Well, let's let him say it.
Yep.
Yeah, every single glober that looks at this picture will say you didn't account for refraction.
Yeah, that's the basic answer they'll give is that refraction can make miraculous things happen conveniently.
Right. So if that's the thing,
hang on, I fully understand. Let me just respond. I fully understand. I mean, I was involved in this when it all first came out, like when the actual first imagery came out, and then years later when QE took the imagery and then added this kind of modus tollens to it. But so I'm very, very familiar with the globe earthers response. All they do is they add a refraction that makes a globe look flat.
So you don't think that the universal glober response deserves to even be mentioned in you think that this is completely logically sound and doesn't need to address the overwhelming universal response to it?
Top one response. He might not be universal. Some people might not know.
He does.
About it.
Well,
Like newcomers
I
don't know
can't,
about
I
it.
can't speak for QE. He's his own person. In terms of like the labeling of this idea of Black Swan with this thing, that's really kind of so. I mean, that's up to him. He does have his response to why his response to the refraction discussion. However,
I've talked to him about it.
hang on, let me just finish what I'm saying. Hold on. Let me just finish. Which is just to say that whatever he is doing, that's his viewpoint on refraction. But as a basic layout within what it is, the internal consistency, it is internally consistent. Now, if somebody wanted to add in another idea of refraction, then that is a different discussion. But what it is itself is geometrically sound.
And it also sounds like you're saying that what it sounds like is that you want him to add that response that a glober might have, which is refraction, which almost allows it to be okay. Well, unless it was refraction, then this is okay. Like you're almost like saying, oh, but it could be refraction is what you want him to add almost, because then that solves the problem for the glober.
Yeah, let me read this right here. I mean, let me just read how perfectly what he did here fits it, because you guys keep saying that modus tollens doesn't fit. I mean, which I know, and I know you're going to the refraction part, but I just want to read this real quick. This is from the Wikipedia my eyes just landed on it because I opened this Wikipedia page. So it says the first premise is a conditional if-then claim. So if the Earth is a globe of 3959, then, so that's all correct, such as P implies Q. So the second premise is the assertion that Q, the consequent of the conditional claim, is not the case. So the second one, then every horizon measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's feet in height. So that's that part. And then it says, from these two premises, it can be logically concluded that P, the antecedent of the conditional claim, is also not the case. So the finale of it is that the horizon distance is greater than the 9.41 miles, therefore not P. So it's not the case. The P is not the case. So that is logically sound.
I agree. I agree that Mollis Tollins, as written strictly in the Black Swan picture, is like logically in the correct form. It does not make a formal fallacy. It doesn't violate what Mollis Tollins says. However, if me and the person arguing don't agree on the P, there is no point going forward.
Okay, so you don't agree that the Earth is a radius of a sphere of 3959?
I do not agree that P is fully specified in the Black Swan picture.
Why would you specify it? Wait, how would you specify it? How would you specify it? How would you reword it?
I would reword it as, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 4,000 miles and light always travels in straight lines, and if it said that, I'd be 100% on board.
Okay, but yeah, you want it, and I understand why you have a problem with that, or I'm sure everyone does, because you want to have the out there worded within the P, like, oh, as long as light travels in straight lines, and that's always the case, then the rest of it wouldn't matter after that, because you can just say, oh, light doesn't travel in straight lines, so that excuses it. It's like you're trying to write in your out within P.
It's not about excusing it. The entire debate about the Black Swan picture comes down to, how does light travel through the atmosphere? No glober, I can't imagine a glober that would dispute the geometric shape of the Earth, and what, like, that's all true. But then you do these optical things. You look at stuff. So light is traveling through air, and that is the whole crux of the argument. There's no, I agree with everything that you say geometrically. The only dispute we have is what happens when light travels through air. That's it. And that's the specific thing that's omitted from the Black Swan picture.
But it's
Therefore,
also,
to me, it's deceptive.
it's also the answer. It's also the patented response for anything that looks like too long of a distance observed.
Right. So that's what we should argue about. We should argue about, does that happen? We shouldn't make these distracting arguments about geometry. We both agree on those. We should argue about how light travels through the atmosphere and
Well, I don't
nothing
think
else.
anyone's disputing if that happens or not. That's the thing, is that it does happen, but then it's taken to the extreme where it happens it happens in cases where you would have to you'd have 6,000 feet of it being raised up to the point where it looks like it's perfectly level, and it looks like just a perfect observation straight across. But then somehow this refraction thing can just totally miraculously make it seem like you're making an observation that you're not. And I understand that, and that's why I don't like the I'm not trying to butt in on this. I want to hear you guys. I want to hear Gio actually respond to this. But what I'm trying to say is that I don't like the any of these kind of observations in general, because that patented response is so extreme in Glober's minds that they can just say refraction and then your whole argument's done. And I don't like that. It seems like in this argument we're pointing out that there is a horizon line that's a physical horizon line, which isn't the case. It's only apparent, but it's a way of attacking it that just gets muddled. And for new people, calling it a black swan when every observation is then technically a black swan. It's not just one of many, so it makes it seem like all the other observations are white swans, which show curvature, which we've never seen at all. So it's just the way wording it, calling a black swan, I don't like either. That's just my opinion about the whole argument. Go ahead, Gio. I want to hear your response to this.
So do we or do we not have straight lines of sight?
Are you asking me?
That's a better rebuttal to the sextant argument, I think.
Yeah, you'll do Roland, I suppose.
Yeah, no, we don't have straight lines of sight.
Okay, fair enough. So perhaps you could discuss with a lot of your Glober friends that were posting depictions of straight lines of sight earlier when we were discussing angles of elevation.
Sure. I can have that conversation, Roland. Do you think?
Well, let me try. Can I try so he gets a consistent thing? Like, I don't want him to think you jumped in and saved me, because I hate when flat Earth people do that. So globosite, that's a really good answer, and I think that sometimes people use approximations that they shouldn't use. I jumped in and tried to make a logical analogy that was way wrong, and everybody jumped my shit, rightly so. I think a lot of the globers are wrong, and if you look in training manuals for sextants, they say don't use stars below 40 degrees, and the reason is you don't have a straight line of sight. They want you to look up high above 40 degrees so that you do have a straight line of sight. So sometimes, in some circumstances, you have something close to a straight line of sight, but then in other circumstances, you definitely do not.
Okay, so sometimes light travels in straight lines and sometimes it doesn't. Is that what you're saying, or am I getting that incorrectly?
Yeah, if we went into like a perfect vacuum, then the light would travel in a straight line from the source to the detector.
Theoretically.
Sure. But if we were in a partial vacuum, then it would travel in a very straight line. In fact, if we were in a situation where everything was homogeneous and there weren't any kind of gradients of any kind, then the light would travel in a straight line.
All right. Fair enough. So perhaps some of the guys that were arguing with me, earlier on, shouldn't be drawing straight lines of sight unless, like you said, we were to live in a vacuum and there was no atmo.
Well, yeah, but so like sextant navigation does work, and that's because if you look up high enough, like above 40 degrees is the training manual guideline, then it's close enough to a straight line that you can figure out where you are.
I think it's actually 20 degrees.
I guess maybe different manuals have different rules of thumb.
No, I don't think so, but anyway. Yeah, so that's my whole point, is that that perhaps they shouldn't be drawing these straight lines of sight then, because and then again, that was their whole point. That was how they were rebutting my point, by drawing these straight lines. When they, like, as per what you were saying, they shouldn't be doing that, because sometimes we can't do that, because sometimes it travels in straight lines and sometimes it travels in curved lines. So we really can't.
So the real question comes down to, is it straight enough to be useful?
Well, straight is straight. I mean,
that's not true. That's not true.
Well, it is true. When it comes to measuring angles, it does require straight lines. It doesn't require a semi-straight line or a little bit straight but little bit curved line. I mean,
you don't have a concept of good enough. You don't know how to round numbers off or anything.
We're talking about particular.
But when it comes to particular, geometric concepts, I mean, unless the definitions I've read are wrong, well, I don't think they are. They do require two straight lines.
So you don't know how. You're saying that you go on Wikipedia, you read a geometry article about what a circle is, and then you try to draw a circle on a piece of paper, and you can't tell the difference between exact, good enough, and not a circle at all. That doesn't make any sense to you?
False equivalence.
No. Okay, a straight line. You draw a straight line on a piece of paper. You can't tell the difference between exactly straight enough, and not straight at all. Like you don't have any of that.
You're aiming it back at him as if he has a problem with something that's not good enough, when what we're talking about is straight lines on a curved surface. Can you have a straight line on a curved surface, Roland, my folder?
Can I have a straight line on a curved surface? Are you talking about, can I have a tangent to a curved surface? Are you talking about
I'm saying, can you draw a straight line on a curved surface? It's a very simple question.
I if you gave me a sphere like a basketball, I couldn't draw a straight line on it. No.
That's all he's saying.
However, sure, but that's the whole trick of it, right? See how tricky you're being?
Yeah, it is a trick. You're right.
There's another
That's
question of could I draw a line that was straight enough to be useful? Why don't you ask that question?
Well, essentially, what I want and what I haven't, been provided with so far, and I'm not sure if it's a tall order or, I'm asking for something that I shouldn't be for. All I want to see is a depiction, an orthographic depiction, because that's how we, see angles, of an angle of elevation taken from a curved surface. So that means that, the baseline or the adjacent, whatever you want to call that the B leg of that triangle, essentially it is a triangle. I mean, I don't know. There's no two ways about it. I want to see that with a curved adjacent. So you're taking an angle of elevation measurement from a curved surface. That's what I'm getting at. And to me, you can't. That's not a possibility.
I guess I'm just in a bad mood because I feel like you don't actually want to see that. It can happen. There's examples. The Golden Gate Bridge is a fantastic example of exactly what you're asking for.
What I'm asking for is essentially what I just posted.
What was that?
What are you saying that the Golden
Explain
Gate
your
Bridge?
example of the Golden Gate Bridge. How does that work, and what are you trying to say?
The suspension cables that hold the whole thing up are supported at 2 points, those two giant pylons. And that suspension cable is curved the whole way from one pylon to the other. It's the angle between the like zenith and the cable that determines the like stress and tension and whether or not the whole thing is going to collapse. So the cable's curved and the zenith isn't, but the engineers had an angle. There's an angle between them. And they used it. And they used it in a way that made the bridge not fall down. It doesn't have anything to do with proving whether it's a globe or not. It doesn't have anything to do with proving to you that it's a globe. It has everything to do with proving that curved lines and straight lines that meet at a point do have a notion of angle. Period. End of story.
Okay, well, you said notion of, because we asked writing this earlier, so I guess I'll ask you, do you think that angles can be made with curved lines?
This is why I come back to you guys don't want to accept close enough to be useful.
Well, you just said that's not the case. A notion of. Is that so? Is it an angle or not? Because I mean, I would say it is a distance between things. Like if you have a basketball and then you have
Gio, do you know what curvature even means?
Right in the middle. Can you hear me? Okay. So I've just to finish my thought. If you had a basketball, if you put a ruler on it, you can definitely you can put your finger between where the rulers are sticking out from the ball. Like you can definitely measure that distance and whatnot, but it still isn't an angle.
Okay, I heard you out.
It's not about whether it's useful or not. We're not arguing.
Has anybody here heard Quantum Eraser's definition of curvature?
I mean, actually, the way you said a notion of an angle, I actually kind of agree with that statement. Yeah, it is like a notion of one. Like it kind of could be one. It's almost one, but the line's curved.
Why are you bringing Quantum Eraser into it?
Because he has the definition of curvature that I agree with, and a lot of people agree with him. So if anybody's agreeing with his definition of curvature, then I'm also agreeing with them.
Well, just say it. Just say with the definition. Don't worry about what he says. Just what's your definition of curvature?
It's a rate of change of slope.
Okay. Well, you know what? I don't know if you want to finish up on this, Gio, but I wanted to ask you because you said something interesting a while back and you repeated it. You said something about that when they create this when they come to their conclusion, they plug in the radius value and then they remove the radius value to get the actual angle from the horizontal. Could you explain that or put an example? That's interesting because it seems like kind of like the same thing they do with gravity with little g. You know, it cancels itself out so they can use it, but make it seem like important, but then it cancels itself out. Is that kind of what you mean with this?
With the sextants, yeah. Yep. Yeah, they use radius calculation involved with what they call the dip angle calculation. But all of that is deleted to get the actual angle that they are looking for, which is the angle to the star from the horizontal.
And what do the Globers say in here about that? And maybe not so much what they say, because they'll just say that's just how it's done. But I'd like to see an example maybe of that, or how, because that's interesting. It kind of looks like a similar trick that we've seen in other things. So it's not even necessary, that is what you're saying. They just put it in there so it makes it seem like they're using it, but then they cancel it out, so that the conclusion is actually the same horizontal that you would need if you were on a planar surface. But because they're on a curved surface, they have to account for it and then take it away.
Yeah, like I just posted the image again, that Rumpus. I keep posting it. So if like, okay, see how like, okay, he's got this dude, and then he's got these horizontals. I mean, this is all out of proportion and kind of ridiculous. But okay, you have that, right? And then it's this, and then he has the dip angle, which he's saying is from the horizontal, to the horizon. But do you see how this? He's got that little green circle down there that says horizon. That would be the. I mean, what that would be on a. I mean, it's funny that it's all the way down here, because that's the thing. He put a globe under this dude.
Yeah, like the guy's like up in the air, right? Yeah.
Right, like if you didn't put, and he's up in the air too. If you didn't put a globe under this dude, that huge ridiculous angle wouldn't be there. You would just have the little bit of angle above the horizontal. So if the dude's like 10 feet above it, and that's what that thing up the upper right-hand corner shows. That's what the actual dip angle is simply that height and how that correlates with where the horizon connects. So what they do on the globe Earth model is they make these horizontals, and then when they take that dip angle measurement, because they want to say they're on a sphere, they say, oh, because it's a spherical edge, it's got the curvature, therefore you got to use this calculation. But ironically, even after that's calculated, all of that is deleted, because what you do is you delete B from D to get A.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I love when these things are deconstructed.
Jim Baroni, are you there? Can I respond to Jim Baroni's picture that he just posted? Are you able to come off mute by any chance?
Oh, this one.
If not, I'll respond to it anyway. I'll just share my screen quickly. All right.
I was going to say too, new perspective while he's getting that set up, because you had said before. But yeah, the thing you said about the naming of it, Black Swan. Yeah, that's actually one thing that came up. There was one day where Bev and people were over on Betty's server, Nathan and QE over there, and it was like a bunch of people in the room, and I jumped in as well, and it was a whole like thing. But one of the things that got brought up is the naming of it. The fact that he called it Black Swan, and I think he even in some ways actually admitted that it could, well, I think there's different ways to see it, but from what I remember, he actually wasn't even that against what was being said. But I'll say this, which is not necessarily, because there were a couple of things said, so my mind is just thinking of those things. But the main thing you said, where like the concept of a black swan in general is like, okay, all swans are white, but oh, there's a black swan, so obviously not all swans are white. But the thing is, with that observation, if if you look at it in that idea of like a black swan, like it's a rare thing, then it makes it sound like, oh, the Earth only looks flat in this black swan. So there's like one black swan.
Right.
But in reality, that's the way it is everywhere. So it's like it's really more like called a white swan, because all of them are white. Well, there really is no black, because they're all So
exactly. So it's just a bad way of denoting it, and especially for new people that then they get the impression, especially if they're taken into the argument, and they're not familiar with the radius or that being fallacious to begin with, and all these other things, then they get the impression that there's just one example that they have that proves the Earth is flat, and that's what they're going on, just one picture, and it's not even a picture, it's a frame from a video, and all these other things that just aren't clarified when they go into that argument. Like, it seems like immediately with the new people, and I just, it doesn't really work, and especially because it's called the Black Swan. It's just one of many examples, and why this one picture is used over and over again by flat earthers, more so than just, okay, here's like 10 examples, and they all have the same exact look. And you're claiming that refraction is making them all have the same look, even though those refraction effects are varying in multiple ways, but they just so happen to always make it look like it's completely level in the distance, right? Like we would have all kinds of variations from refraction if that was really what was going on, right?
Am I the only Glober left in here right now?
No, I've got Jim Baroni. I think he's. Are you
I'm
sweet,
here,
dude?
man.
Nope,
Yeah,
I'm
All right,
here.
cool.
yeah, I'm good to go.
All right, so
I'm not talking.
Can you mute your stream somehow? Because I'm getting
feedback.
echo.
And just right click his stream and mute
Yeah.
it if you can.
Yeah, maybe just mute my stream.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, cool. All right, going back to that picture.
Jim Baroni is a globe guy.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I got it. I got that echo too. So anyone that joins Globus is just you have to mute it because I think he's got it playing through the stream.
Yeah,
because he has
sorry
to
about
hear
that,
it.
guys.
It's all good. Yeah.
So essentially, my issue with the pic that you've drawn here on the right hand side is that the zenith distance. So the zenith distance or the line of position would be from this point here, where my mouse cursor is, to the GP. That needs to, if that would be a straight line, right?
Hold
So
on
that,
1 second. I don't know. How do I see what you're talking about?
click where it says live on the live stream on my name, and
Okay.
you can see what I'm streaming.
Yep.
So okay, so like I was saying, the zenith distance would be from this point here, which is that would be your zenith, right, to this zenith here, which is known as a zenith distance or a line of position. That is a, if you were to plot that out on a plotting sheet, on a navigational plotting sheet, it would be a circle. So you'd see a circle from here to there. So your radius would be your distance from your zenith to that zenith there, which is, like I said, known as the zenith distance. So that needs to correspond 1-to-1 to the surface. On a flat Earth, that would correspond 1-to-1 because that would be a straight line corresponding and parallel to a flat surface. On a globe, you've got a straight line corresponding to an arc. So you have two separate distances because if you were to flatten that arc out, it wouldn't correspond to that. They're two, there'd be two separate lengths. So that's my issue with what you have presented there, Jim Baroni.
Globus, did you make this picture?
Yeah, we were talking about what the I can hear myself, so let me just kill the stream.
How do I shut the echo off?
You have to stop watching. So
you have to right click mute.
I disagree.
There's a little
The line of
there's a little-
position.
hold on, just
the
real
line of
quick. There's a
position-
little volume thing. There's a little volume thing in there. You just have to mute that on your Discord.
I did that. It didn't work for me, which is why I've stopped watching. But what I was going to say was the line of position is the arc length, right? That I disagree. So you're saying it's from the point of the observer to the GP of the star in a straight line. I disagree. I think it's the arc length along the ground is the line of position.
All right. Well, you can disagree, but I mean that's neither here nor there.
How do you work it out?
How do you work what out?
The length of the line of position.
Well, you use, your 1 degree equals 60 nautical miles maths.
Yep,
Yeah.
That's an arc length.
According to you.
Yes, according to me, correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. But again, that is a straight line length from here to here. As per your drawing, because, where would the 90 degrees be on that GP right there, right? And be 90 degrees, and then you need to draw a straight line of like has been drawn several times for me. You guys, I know you haven't included it there, but there should be a straight line from there to there, which is what a lot of the guys in here have drawn.
No, disagree.
So they're incorrect.
I'm disagreeing that there has to be a straight line
There, it should be back now.
He's up and going.
Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, because
Sure, no problem.
A 3D model that is actually up to scale. I think I can show that.
I'm just drawing, so.
What are we ready?
Alright, I'm posting it now.
So that's your dip angle. Here. So your dip angle should be your height of eye above the surface, right?
Your dip angle will depend on that height above the surface, yeah.
Okay, so it should be an angle from your height of eye, which I'd say is here, right, to the surface. So to this magenta colored line here.
Yep. So where the green line from the middle comes out and touches the edge of the circle is that line of sight.
So you're saying this is actually an angular measurement from this straight line here to this curved line here.
No, I'm saying
No?
there's an angle between the there's the blue cross above where you, so the dip angle is between the local horizontal there and the green line.
Oh, it's here. This is your dip angle.
Yep.
So it's not I thought you just agreed that it was from your height of eye, which is about here somewhere, to the surface.
Point?
This is the surface here, this magenta line, right?
It's to the line of sight. To the
So it's not to the surface?
Well, the horizon is like where the surface appears to begin, right?
Well, it's where the curve of the Earth meets the sky in your model, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's where the Earth appears to touch the sky.
Because it's a ball and you're seeing over the edge of it, right?
Sure. In layman's terms.
So it's not height of eye to surface. That's in my understanding, it's height of eye corrected to the surface. So what you're accounting for is how high you are above the surface. So this.
Well, that's what's
happening. Yeah, on a planar Earth. Yeah, on a planar Earth, it's that height and the angle, because from your actual horizontal from your eyesight would be completely parallel. But even if you look out completely parallel and horizontal on a planar Earth, there is going to be a point at which the ground and the sky meet, and that will change slightly due to your height off the planar surface.
Yeah.
Am I sharing my screen? Can you see this?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
So on a globe Earth, it's sort of similar, except it's the height. It's the height.
You see my mouse?
The difference is that it's the Oh, yeah, okay. The difference on a globe Earth, it's similar. Yeah, I'm looking at yours, Jim Baroni. On a globe Earth, yeah, you zoomed in on it, and I see it. On a globe Earth, it's similar. They do talk about it being the height off of the surface of the sphere, but it's the point at which the curve of the Earth is meeting the sky.
Yep. So that's this white bit. So this is where that appears to be, and that's where you're looking.
Yeah, I'd have to disagree with that because to me it's what Rumpus drew, or what Geo was posting further up here with a little guy on it.
Can someone post
Hang on.
bring
I
that
can.
into this window?
I've got it up on my stream.
This isn't showing where the site is reaching.
Right, which is they're somewhat similar, really. I mean, if you have a height on a planar surface like that Rumpus one, that height is from the plane, and then the horizon, and then that's going to slightly tweak. This is why, actually, I mean, on a planar Earth at high altitude, the horizon actually appears to look like it's dropping a little bit, like that whole thing Zanuck always brings up, and that would happen because at that height, it's an incredibly large dip angle. It's the difference
You mean
between
this picture, right?
Yeah, it's a difference between your horizontal and the height you are off the ground. On a globe, it's sort of similar, except they're adding a curve. So it's adding a totally different component. And then what the horizon is on a globe is different too, because they say, it's the meeting place of the geometric curve of the Earth and the sky. So then that's why they have to do a radius calculation to basically make something that isn't an angle into a radius calculation. And then they delete it, they remove it, or they subtract it, I should say, once they actually are trying to get the angle that they're looking to get. So it's pretty similar. It's just the fact that on the globe they add and remove essentially a radius calculation.
I think Rumpus has got the same dip as me. I can't see a difference.
Yeah, the picture he's shown is just a cut of Rumpus picture that just showed the person and the height. That also exists on that picture.
The dip's the same and the view to the horizon's the same. He's got the
Also,
same horizontal.
On your picture where you've denoted the GP,
yeah,
shouldn't there be a right angle right there? I'm not sure if you're watching my stream. There should be a right angle right here. So it's right at zenith, beneath the vertex of that.
Right angle to what?
Yeah. So at the GP, this star is straight up, which is at a right angle to horizontal at the ground position where the star is.
At a right angle to the surface.
To the horizontal.
Correct.
Okay, but that surface is curved. How can you be at a right angle to a curved surface?
We went over this.
I know we did, but we disagreed clearly.
Yeah.
And I showed you how you can't really have a perpendicularity with the curved surface because, perpendicular means at right angles too.
We're not going to agree on this one though, because I disagree.
Yeah, that's all good.
It's just semantics.
Personally, I don't think it's a matter of agree or disagree, but yeah. Again,
neither do I.
That's correct.
Neither do I. But I think I'm
subject
right.
to your disagreement.
It's not just semantics, though.
It's not subject to disagreement, guys.
And this is why those challenges like the McToon challenge, the Roof Hip challenge, will never eventuate because you guys, like I said, it's again my opinion. It's that it's objective geometry, that it's not up for agree or disagree. But I mean,
how would that be a problem?
As Geo says, I'm not here to to push anyone into a particular paradigm.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
I just
don't
disagree about what that objective thing with the geometry is.
All right.
Yeah.
It's strange because whenever I've pushed several globers on this, they've invoked calculus, and I haven't heard anyone here go to that length. Whenever I seem to corner someone, on what perpendicularity is, I have heard a few globers say that any curved line actually has, and I quote, a straight portion. To me,
which is
someone
small.
Okay, to me, that's someone that's not well versed in calculus. It sounds, unheard of. But I mean, I haven't studied.
Unheard of? It's the basic of a derivative.
There can be no straight surface on a curve. Otherwise, it wouldn't be known as a ball or a curve or a ball bearing.
Can I just draw you another picture?
The thing you just said they haven't heard in calculus is the basic of what a derivative is.
Right.
Can I just draw you another picture? What's a good way to illustrate this? Let me think.
And what's this guy here saying? You don't use the physical horizon, so that argument quickly flops on its face. Except you guys keep drawing tangents to a physical horizon, so...
Yeah, but the drawing isn't perfectly representative of reality ever.
Yeah, but the geometric horizon is a physical horizon because the line they use when you look west or in any direction, you see the line is always flush with the ground level.
So, Phobos, are you watching my stream?
One sec. I will be soon. Is this your stream? Yeah, I am.
So, if we, like, you know that symbol that we have for a right angle, which is like that square we put in there, right?
Yep.
If we draw a bunch of these, right, to this curved surface, yeah, imagine like we drew a straight line from here, which is the point where the radius crosses the circle, to each of these. The angle between this bit and this, or this, or this is going to be different, right, every time. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Right, so the way this comes down to calculus is that if you can imagine that we could draw an infinitely small square here between this straight line and the curved line, if you could draw that infinitely small, that's where it becomes 90 degrees. Because as you can see, if you zoom in on this, right, this curve becomes straighter and straighter, right? Does that make sense?
Well,
like if I get really close,
yeah,
it looks like it's straight.
Yeah, it would appear so.
Yeah.
But definitionally, it wouldn't ever be straight.
Correct. Yeah, agree. But if I could draw this weird little right angle symbol infinitely small, like on the intersection between these two lines, that's how it becomes 90 degrees at that intersection.
But would you ever get to a true 90 degrees, or would it just appear to be so?
No, it'd be like 89.9999.
Well, mathematically, it's 90.
It's one.
Mathematically.
If you approach, as you approach 0, that approach is 90. If there would be 0, you would get a 90.
Right?
Yes,
Can you ever get a perfect 90
in
degrees
calculus.
when you're using anything that you're measuring with in the real world? No. I will agree
Yes,
with that.
It's like
the error-
calculus first class.
Sorry, the error is 1 in 1,000. So it's never going to be 90. You're measuring 90, including your error of 1 in 1,000. If you take the error away, then you're going to be short, aren't you?
Yeah, but that's the true for any measurement that you take.
Yeah, but the difference is that when you start to scale these things up and then start to add the difference in for the curvature, because obviously that's going to lengthen slightly, but those things there could easily, you could be 1-2 degrees off in total.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Are we really dealing with such small margins, or are we actually scaling them up to reality where they're a lot larger?
I think in a percentage, if it's like 0.01%, it's pretty small.
No, that's massive. Because if you measure that and turn it into a physical measurement, no, but if you turn it into a physical measurement, then you have to include that is your drop. That's going to be not your drop, but it's going to have something to do with it. If you've got an error and a difference of 1 in 1,000, then that makes a big difference. Now, put it this way: we've got 40,000 kilometers circumference, and there's an extra 40 mean kilometers added. Because when you add the maximum and the minimum together and divide by 2, you get exactly 1 in 1,000 extra. Why is that? And those differences there are the measure that they can't do any better than flat. Yeah, and they use that error there. The imperial system is 1 in 3,600 error tolerance expected, and the metric system, the best class 1, not 2 or 3, or not uncalibrated stuff, which most people use. That's 1 in 10,000. So, but we can't do this when we're doing an observation because we can't physically measure the observation, can we? Thank you. I've played around with assuming that from like UK 42 degrees west to 142 east, roughly. And that there's been pushed up 10 degrees, and our observations are off. And then when you're trying to do your angle to Polaris and put in UK as 41 north and not 51 north, it makes the offset 25 degrees away from the path, if I can say that. So if you reverse that, then it's going to go inwards. So I think our measurements are assuming that UK is 51, assuming the Eastern Hemisphere is exactly the same as the Western. But there's no allowance for the curving path of the sun. Because it's not a straight line, it's more of a curving path.
His argument that the line isn't perpendicular to the surface.
Nothing to do with light.
I'm speaking. It's just semantical. We say the line is perpendicular to a surface. We mean perpendicular to a tangent line on that surface.
So that's semantic as well. Semantics means words and their meanings. You can't claim an argument to be semantical. Doesn't mean anything.
I can, because you can agree that that line is perpendicular to a tangent on the surface, right?
But the tangent isn't the surface, though.
At the same time, you're saying that that has to be also to the surface. And when you're saying, when we define how something is perpendicular to a curve, it is defined in terms of a tangent.
Yeah, but you need chords for that.
Well, that's semantics. If you don't want to call that an angle to the surface, fine, but no one cares because we don't require the angle to be perpendicular at the surface. We just require that to be perpendicular horizontal. It's going to be tangent to the surface.
Semantics also work on frequencies. You have semantic patterns when you put an oscillator or a certain type of device and you vibrate sand and then it turns into a pattern. That's semantics as well.
Yeah,
it adopts to its surroundings.
I don't think that's you know.
I think the problem is there's a lot of time when people say semantics, they really mean sophistry.
Sophistry.
The thing is, all his argument is you cannot have an angle between a line and a curve. And
only on the inside.
I think when people say semantics, when people claim semantics, they're like, "Oh, I actually don't agree with your definition," even though that's really how we communicate, by coming to an agreement on a definition.
Yes, as a collective.
Yeah, and if you try to find the angle between the line and a curve, that will be defined as the angle to the tangent of the curve where the point intersects it.
Yeah, but you're 6 foot high. You should be measuring that from like 0 centimeter. Yeah, but
you keep bringing in this tangent. I don't know why though. Like
actually,
the tangent...
I don't get why you're bringing that the GP, the zenith of the GP has to be 90 from the surface. Why is that the case? Why is that a requirement?
You can't draw a straight line on the outside.
I'm asking Globus. Sorry.
Because at that particular position, if you're at the GP of the star, the star would be at an elevation angle of 90 degrees to the surface. It would be at 90 degrees to the surface.
Elevation angle is not defined as an angle from the surface. It's defined as an angle from horizontal.
Yep.
Which is the surface.
No.
Nope.
Horizontal isn't defined to be the surface.
You probably got with that, Globus. I'll give you the one simple problem. Show me somewhere that is absolutely flat and that you have to, and therefore you must only take measurements from that place. That's how ridiculous the argument is. I don't know if you agree on that, Bacon.
I'll just say that the horizontal is defined as orthogonal to the vertical.
Yeah.
But that doesn't have to be the surface.
Topology fucks you up.
Yeah, exactly. Most time that isn't even orthogonal to vertical if you're using the surface.
Can I ask
because
you
the surface is topography.
Question,
yeah.
Globus.
You sure can.
Can you measure the elevation angle when you're standing on a hill? Like on the
Yep.
side of it.
Although, why would you do such a thing?
But you can, right? So
You might be trying to navigate while you're standing on a mountain.
Would you be accurate
side
in
of
doing
one.
so? I mean, who navigates? Who sails a ship over a mountain?
I think you're deflecting now. You agree that you
No,
can.
No.
right?
How am I deflecting when I'm asking a question?
No, you're right. You're right. Can
You're
you
not
measure
helping, Druss, and you're not witty, so you put yourself
you-
on.
Can you measure the elevation
You're not
angle
convincing anyone.
from a plane?
From a what? Sorry.
If you're in a plane, like if you're flying.
Yeah, that's when you use a bubble sextant and you establish a horizontal using a spirit bubble, a level. Yep.
Cool.
So
So
you
it doesn't
establish
matter
level. So
exactly.
you establish a horizontal line. You establish a horizontal line from where you can measure angles from, because you're no
100%
longer
agree.
on a surface. Yeah.
Yeah, but,
So
yeah,
the
so
surface
that's,
doesn't
so it's not the
matter, right?
ground. So you don't need the ground. You're not measuring to the ground.
You do need the ground because, well, on a plane you don't. Of course, like I said, you're nowhere near it. But when you're navigating, for example, in a ship, you're trying to find your position on said ground, so you do need some sort of reference to the ground.
Why
Otherwise,
don't people use
what are you
bubble
trying to
sextant
find your
on
position
ships?
on?
Why do you think people don't use bubble sextant when they're navigating on ships?
Because they actually have a horizontal line already established, which would be the
It's not
horizon.
because that's not.
It's
The motion in the ocean, Globus.
The
What?
reason why they don't
Try
use
not
a
all to
bubble
speak at the same time.
The reason why they don't use a bubble sextant, why you can't use a bubble sextant when you're on a ship, is because the
sways.
rocking, is that the word? Rocking
Yeah,
of the
Swaying,
it's the motion
swaying.
of the ocean.
The
and the
swing.
fact that the ship is never level.
Yes, so,
The-
so you.
both
That's why
swing.
you use the
Swinging,
horizon.
swaying.
That's
Yeah,
why you
exactly.
use the horizon.
Exactly.
And
So
just-
if the ball wasn't swinging, you would be able to use a bubble level, right? That would actually be easier because you don't have to account for dipping, which is so you'll be more accurate.
What do you mean
if
you don't
were
have to
able
account for dipping? Dipping is height
Yeah,
of
you
eye
don't.
correction.
Which you don't have to do when you're using a bubble sextant.
Right, but
Right. So that's what I'm talking about. If you're using a bubble sextant, you would not have to account for dipping. Correct?
Yeah, he's just trying to get you on whether you knew the reason they don't use it on a ship, which is because it sways back and forth.
No, it's because
Yeah,
that
the
reason is
swell.
important.
well, that's why I said that's why you use the horizon. There's no need to establish level when you already have level right ahead.
No, that's not level. That's why you need. I mean, that's not
What do you mean
horizontal. That's okay. Yeah, that is level, but that's not horizontal.
It is or it isn't?
If you no, it's not horizontal. Otherwise, you wouldn't need dipping. Because if you're measuring from horizontal, that's already an elevation angle. Because you're accounting for dipping, it is not an elevation angle. You can say an elevation angle plus something is still an elevation angle. You can't have both being an elevation angle. The elevation angle is the one you get after you subtract dipping, the dip angle. You don't have to do that if you're using a bubble sextant. Because the bubble sextant is not you. Yeah, so bubble sextant is more accurate because it requires less corrections.
Yeah, because like I said, there's no horizon there's no height of eye correction. You for all intents and purposes, your eyeball is at the at your established horizon.
No, but your eye is always at your horizon, like not your horizon, but your
No,
horizontal.
it's not.
At your
That's the whole
horizontal,
point of a
yes.
dip correction.
I misspoke. At your horizontal, your eye is always at its own horizontal, right? That doesn't align with the horizon. That's why you need dip correction. You don't need that when you're using a bubble sextant.
Yeah, which is an angular correction, and I know we've been through this a million times. That's right, which is an angular correction of your height of eye to the surface.
Something you don't need to do when you're using a bubble sextant, correct?
Right, but if we're talking about dip correction, we're talking about a nautical sextant.
Sure, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You don't need to do on a bubble sextant.
Yeah, and I'm not disagreeing with that because yes, I already said that. I'm not sure if you're deaf, but I already said you don't need that because when you have a bubble sextant, It's like having your eye at sea level, for example.
But when
It's
I'm-
like having
so
your
when
eye right at sea level, like having it at 0
I
degrees.
understand that. I already agree that
Okay,
that's
good.
compatible.
Then stop
Why are
asking
you
the same
repeating
questions
that?
over and over because you keep
Okay,
asking
so
me the
let
same
me
question.
continue. No, I'm trying to continue the point. You're just repeating yourself. Let me
You're
continue the
repeating
point.
your questions to me.
No, let me continue the point. So if you
Go,
agree
please
with me
continue.
on
Please
the
don't
bubble
repeat
section,
yourself.
I'm trying to. If you agree with me
I'd
on
love
the
that.
bubble set, you measure a celestial body to be at 90 degrees of elevation angle in your bubble section, or at 0 zenith angle, right? That celestial body would be at your zenith, correct?
Yes.
Right. And you could be standing on any shape of surface, and you'd still be at the zenith. That star would still be at your zenith, correct?
Are we talking about a bubble sextant?
Yes, we're talking about a bubble sextant.
All right, so why are you referencing what you're standing on when you wouldn't be standing on anything? You'd be up in the air.
No, I'm not talking about the person that is measuring the elevation angle to the star. I'm talking about a person in the GP of the star. That person can be looking to the star through a bubble level, and that person will be measuring 0 degrees, right? The zenith angle would be 0. And that person does not have to be on a flat surface. The person can be in any surface. It could be on a hill, it could be on a mountain, it could be wherever
On a
you want.
globe.
On a globe. You could be standing wherever you want. Where they're standing doesn't have to be flat. They could still be measuring the star, be exactly a zenith.
I think the problem is when we establish a horizontal, it's a fictitious line. Yeah, it's a reference point that we use to make that calculation from. And whether you're using... Sorry, go on.
The point he was making is that the GP of the star needs to have a star at its zenith, which means 90 degrees from horizontal, and then he claims we don't have that, so how can that star be at the zenith? Well, the star can be at the zenith regardless of what you're standing on. Bubble sextant proves that, because it's completely irrelevant where you're standing on.
I think it's a good argument. I mean, I don't see any problems with that. And the fact that we can do it with a nautical sextant or a bubble sextant doesn't really make a difference, because all we're doing is we're establishing a fictitious line to the horizon, and then we're taking the angle from that fictitious line.
Well, you're not doing that with the bubble, because the end goal is already the zenith.
Yeah, I mean, with the bubble sextant, you're not having to use the horizon. You're just using the bubble sextant and tangent from that. But it's still a fictitious line, whether you're using a bubble sextant or whether you're using a normal sextant and a nautical sextant.
Is that fictitious line a straight line to the horizon?
Yeah, I mean, it's effectively a straight line, but it doesn't actually matter because it's not on the surface, because we're already
it doesn't matter, but
the height.
All right, but I know you're new to the discussion at hand. Earlier, people to the discussion at hand, what we're just talking about right now.
Okay, fair enough, sorry.
People earlier were drawing straight lines of sight, and then the black swan argument came up, and people were saying, well, you know what, we actually don't have straight lines to the horizon because refraction.
Well, then a sextant will never work on either model, but it does. So the question is, therefore, does the amount of refraction really make the square root of fuck all?
Well, where's your straight line if it's refracting?
Well, are you saying that things don't refract in atmosphere?
No. Did I say
so
that?
Therefore, if things refract in atmosphere and you need a straight line, then no sextant will work. Is that not does that not reasonably follow?
No, he's just pointing out the contradiction. He's saying you have straight lines when you need them, but then when we try to claim that there's a straight line that disproves the radius, you say that light doesn't travel on a straight line.
It's sort of selective.
Actually,
no, I mean it's about sorry. Yeah. Well, it's also how much of a difference it makes. I mean, if you look at the Sailor's Almanac for my part of the world, we make about I think it's about a 2-degree correction to Polaris. to take into account refraction.
Can we do a little bit of an exercise?
No, we can't. Sorry. No, I'm
I would love to.
Go for gold. Do whatever you like. I've already been on here for too long.
How
I'm not
far
getting
is it per degree?
I'm not getting through to the
The line of
zealots.
position. Someone remind me.
You've gotten through to them. They just keep avoiding it. They can't. It's not like they're gonna like come to like the conclusion that makes sense at this point. It just they have to back up the dichotomy behind their.
Well, again, don't you think new perspective that just using the case, and I think Bacon's argument, I mean, I really like it, and I really thought that is using a bubble sextant doesn't matter the topology of the surface or the shape of the surface. We can still use that bubble sextant, and that's
No, I'm not
fine.
trying. I don't think that's the argument though. That's totally missing the point.
It's not
I thought the point was
point.
the fact that you can't establish an angle on a curved surface.
No, it's not about that. It's about you can have your it's good enough. It doesn't matter. All of these excuses. But if we're talking about the particulars, which Globus has done a beautiful job tonight, by the way, of pointing out the contradictions. It's not that we're saying you can't have it good enough. It's a matter of saying this is what the geometry actually does say, and how you're making it work is totally irrelevant because that's the way you have to make it work. But the point is the reason that it works that way is because we're on a planar surface.
It doesn't make any sense.
Hold on. So if how far is it per degree? How many nautical miles is it per degree
60.
off the zenith?
60.
They say it's 60.
So if we are 30 degrees off zenith, let me get my calculator going. I can't do that in my head.
1,800 miles.
1,800. Thank you. So so that says that this distance here is 1,800, right?
I'm not watching the stream.
Have I got this correct?
I've seen this a million times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that right? If I do my sextant calcs correctly, right? It's saying that if I'm 30 degrees up here, then I'm 1,800 away from the GP. So this point here is the GP of the star, right? Anybody?
Yeah, if you're using Polaris, yes. I'm not sure how it works.
Yeah, I don't know for other stars. I'm assuming it's 60 nautical miles per degree for everything. But sure, we'll say it's Polaris. So if we go to 50 degrees and just add 10 degrees up here, this should be another 600, yeah, nautical miles between here and here, right?
No, that would be if you're doing 30. That would take you to 40 degrees.
Yeah. So this one's
So 50 degrees would be another 1,200 miles, which will put you at 3,000 from GP. Sorry, maths is all I do.
I'm sorry. I'm doing this second line. So we've gone from this one. I don't know if you can see my mouse. I'll do white. So we've gone from this line. Yeah. To this one. So I'm just trying to make sure I've got the math correct. So this is 10 degrees in here, right? And this bit's 40.
Yep, that will take you to 2,400.
So
You can now calculate the height of the star.
Well, I wasn't going to do that because I don't want to just yet. But so this distance then should be 2,400. You watching Globus?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So if I've got this, I haven't done this in a long time, so I can't remember how to do it. I have. Where's my mouse going? Come here. Just. So I've got, what was it, 30, 1800. And I've got 40. Need to draw another line. Ruler. So the sextant method says that this should be 600 if this is 40 degrees. This bit should be 600, right? But if we work this out, it's not going to be, this side length is not going to be 2400. Yeah? Have I lost audio?
No,
No,
you're good.
still there. No, you're just
Carry on.
Carry on. So
Yeah.
the way
Maybe 26
I would
on
work this out, is I would say that we would go
maybe 2600.
1800. Hey? Have you done it already? Hello?
Yep.
You've done it. You got 2600.
616, yeah. More precise.
Say again. You're cutting out.
I send on the text channel. I stream one text.
Okay, so Bacon's got 2616 for that length, right? So 2616. So why are these different?
Because the Earth is a globe. You win.
There you have it.
Well, the answer is because this
wasn't
is
that
not
hard.
what's happening. The
Look.
answer is because this is not what's going on.
Well, what I would like to see is, I know you've tried to show how, this is a flat Earth, blah, blah, blah. What I would like to see is this same orthographic depiction where you're getting these angles from, this horizontal line that you're showing right there. I want to see that being curved, and then you still getting these angular measurements.
We've done that. I drew that before.
Well, draw it like you've done here, but then have that. All right, no, draw it just like you did there.
Jabroni,
Having
can you
having
can you
that
click on the link on my profile?
where you have those orange line or even the green line. I want that to be curved, and I want to see what you think an angle looks like
you made this?
orthographically. Is that a possibility?
It is, but it'll take quite some time.
No, it wouldn't. It would take 2
Yeah,
seconds.
no,
I
it
can
takes-
do it on Paint, bro. Come on.
Well, you drew this on Paint, which is not the elevation angle. So to do it properly, it'll take a little bit of time because this took me a few minutes to set up, and it's more difficult to do on a circle. But
Also, if
the fact that the numbers don't align is a problem, right?
All right, cool.
Whereas if you do this with a star that's really, really far away and have these two lines parallel, as you move around the surface of the globe or the circle or whatever, that angle does change by 1 degree by a constant amount.
So
by
here,
a constant arc length.
All right, cool. So here on this picture that you've sort of depicted a flat Earth.
Yep.
You've attempted to acquire angles of elevation directly from the surface. So why is it that
wrong?
No?
This is the surface. This is the surface. This
And
is
what's
this is the observer off the ground.
All right, but they're both parallel, so
They are parallel.
Okay, so you could
But
say
if
that
I-
one
if I
represents
do
the other.
this- No, if I do this, for example, which is like a bumpy ground, which is what we have, right? For example, doesn't work. They're not parallel.
Yeah, but I mean the bumpiness is
just
really
use-
it's negligible, surely.
Nah,
I mean,
we
this
just don't
could be
measure to the ground.
this could represent, a high swell, or it could represent still waters.
We talked earlier about what if I draw a mountain here, right? We can still have a
Yeah,
elevation
but
angle. You said it was
dude,
okay earlier.
nobody uses a sextant on mountains.
But you can. You absolutely can. There's no reason why you
But
can't.
you wouldn't. That'd be ridiculous to do so. That's why it's called a nautical sextant. You're trying
Because
to
you
find out your
can,
position
that's
on the
irrelevant.
on. Let me finish.
But it'll
Bro.
work. It'll still work. It still works.
But nobody uses them on a mountain. Because in said case that you would, there would be large discrepancies that you'd have to take into account. Nobody.
It'd be fine because you're not measuring to the ground. You're measuring to what.
Of course, you're measuring
calculating
to the
what
ground.
horizontal is. You're not.
That's what you're standing on.
You're not there.
Why would you?
measure...
That's what you're standing on. That's what you want to find your position. That's what you want to find your distance to the GP on.
But that's not how you measure.
Why do you guys always say that the ground isn't necessary when that's what you're trying to find your very position on?
Because it's not what you're using to get your angles.
But even if you use a parallel line,
your position, you're not using it to get your angles there.
Even if you're using a parallel line, that's you still need one in order to represent. Whether it may not be exactly 1-to-1, because like you said, on certain days you can have a big swell, on other days it can be quite flat. You still need it to at least within a very small error margin represent the surface, because that's what you want. And it's never going to be an exact position down to the millimeter. I'm not saying that, but I mean it needs to represent the ground that you're standing on, because that's
what we're doing right now is like an ideal scenario. And doing it flat does not align with how it works.
All right. Well, now try to do that. Change that line, that either the orange one or the green one. Change that to a curved line. I want to see what.
Can I use your tool? Yeah, I think.
No, just draw one.
Bacon's got a tool that does it all for you very quickly because it takes a while to draw.
Can't you just draw that? I mean, it doesn't take a while to draw. It took 2 seconds for you to draw that.
It's much harder on a circle.
Just draw a curved line, and then
like over here.
Draw your little line. Draw your little. Yeah, we've been through that picture, and we've already established that you clearly don't understand what a dip correction is. You had that wrong. There's no 90-degree. Yeah, I know. And then that's the disagreement we came to earlier.
So we're going to end up in the same place.
Basically, yeah.
If I go ahead and draw this picture that you're after.
Well, yeah. Well, that was my point all along, that you're trying to acquire angles from either a curved line of sight, but somehow now you guys say it's a straight line of sight, even though when we brought out the Black Swan.
This is an idealized.
Even though
an idealized situation, I agree. Like when you like your line of sight. Like in space, is straight, but what you're looking at in terms of the light that's coming towards you is curving and making images appear where they are not.
It's curved but straight. I get it.
Yeah,
it's the double speaking I've always heard. It's all good. Yeah, it's real weird.
You heard
A's.
You heard A straight and B's curved.
Curved but straight is not double speaking.
I didn't say curved but straight. I said your line of sight is straight. I said the image you're looking at is appearing where it is because the light is curving. So 2 different things.
Right.
Yep. It's weird. I agree.
But you're seeing over a curve when it comes to the Black Swan. You're seeing in curved lines.
You're not seeing in curved lines. The image is appearing higher to you because the light from that thing is curving. The line that you are looking along.
We see light.
The line that you are looking. Yeah, correct. The line that you are looking on to the image is straight. That's fine.
Yeah. To me, that's massive.
Let me get you a picture of it. It's not. Trust me. I mean, you won't trust me, but it's not.
Trust you.
It's a double speed. If you have
try and get
hearing
you a picture
problems.
Of what I mean.
Oh, there's no need for that, Bacon.
It was clarified many times that one thing that is being claimed to be straight is a line of sight.
This
The thing
is
that
a
is claimed to be
really good
curved is
picture
the path
that
of light.
There's
is
no
a really
need
good
to
picture that
imply
shows
that
you
I have
what's going
steering
on.
problems. That's just unnecessary.
This was
stuff.
already clarified. You're just ignoring it.
Hold on, let me get my stream back up. This is a good picture that explains what's happening. It's a little bit pixelated because I can't blow it up any further.
Are we really going to get anywhere though?
Probably not.
Jim Baroni, do you agree that if we were to go out, and when I say we, I just mean civilians, not just on our own, as it were. If we were to go out with sextants and in very detailed ways take angles to many stars and build GPs and build a circle of equal altitudes authentically, so without any almanacs, nothing else, actually from the Earth itself, just a direct, like I said, angles, GP locations, and circle of equal altitudes, and started linking those all together. Would you be surprised if that turns out to be a planar surface of Earth? Because that's really what it comes down to, is what actually is it, and what does the sextant actually show, outside of all the calculations and the claims?
I would be surprised, but I think what you're outlining is going to be very difficult to do because you need time to sail in a circle around a star and keep it at the same angle. And as you do that, the star's moving overhead.
Did I just get kicked? Or am
No, I don't think you got kicked, but you did DC.
Oh, okay.
Well, what you want to do is you want to take a freeze frame of the sky at a particular time, and then all you have to do to get that same position the next night is account for the sidereal day. So it's 4 minutes different.
Like this.
23 hours, 56 minutes. So you just have to incorporate. You just have to change it.
I think
you have to just.
I think it'd be really hard.
Adjust for the precession each day. 4 minutes. So then you'll know that you're getting the exact same position of the sky. Now, of course, that's also going to change throughout the seasons. But once you have that, you take that snapshot every night, then you can build out the whole system.
I think that'd be really difficult.
Well, because at that point, you have a frozen position of stars that are on a fixed position of Earth. So at that point, it's just trial and error, just knocking it out to get the layout.
So, sorry to cut you off, Gio. Just to continue where I was with Globus. So in terms of the lines of sight, so these two bits, actually it's this line here from the bottom. It's the black line that turns into this green line. Right. So these two lines here are like the curving light from whatever you're looking at that I'm talking about. So this is the light coming to you. Right? That is the light that's doing the weird bendy thing. This line here and this line here are your two lines of sight to your object, and they are straight. This is where it appears to be in the sky.
Right. So what's this green line? What's the unbroken green line? What does that represent?
This guy?
Yeah.
This is the light that's coming from the bottom of this object, but it's coming around the curve here. It's not.
But what is it? Very well there. What does it look straight? Is it straight or not?
It's not. It's curved.
Oh, it's curved, is it?
Yeah.
That's the line that
It's just not very curved.
All right, fair enough. If you're saying that's curved there, all right, cool. But why is it that the other guys were drawing a straight line earlier?
Because this is the geometry of where your eye is pointing, not the path of the light. That's why these are straight. Like you can point at something, whether or not it's actually there, and you can draw a line from where you're pointing to it.
So it just appears to be there, but it's not.
Yep. That's why it's got this apparent position.
Appears, all right. So it's magic.
Yep. It's not magic, but it is not actually there. It's like, have you ever? I always think about like if you ever look at a fish in a pond or whatever, and then not that I've ever tried to do this, but if you try to grab it like by shoving your hand in the water really fast, the fish actually isn't there. Right? It's in a different spot, but the light as it travels from the fish through the water into the air into your eye changes direction. It's a similar thing that's going on here. It's not the same, but it's similar.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely not the same. So in your little picture there, where would you put the dip correction, the angular dip correction? Where would that?
This is not a picture of measuring an elevation angle to anything. This is just an object that's like appearing around the curve. The dip correction, I think, the dip correction that you would see, I think, would be. Oh no, you can't draw it on this.
Yeah, but you've got eye height there, and you've got a
So
surface.
I think it should be. It should be this. It should be the angle between here and here. Is the dip correction that you're doing with your with your sextant when you look at the horizon. But that's not the it's not a geometrical place.
So, okay, fair enough that blue broken line is straight, I assume. But isn't that
this one's straight? This one's straight, and this one's straight.
So the bottom broken red line is straight as well.
That is the cutoff to. I think I picked the wrong thing. I think the angle should be. I don't think this is a good picture for it, actually.
I think it's a perfect picture because you've got all the necessary lines to.
But this isn't a picture of the apparent horizon versus the actual horizon. This is a picture of an object behind the horizon, which is different.
So when you draw a tangent line, which horizon do you draw it to? The apparent one or the geometric one?
When you're looking through a sextant, it's apparent.
Oh, so you don't draw it a line to the geometric horizon.
When you're looking through a sextant, no.
Right. So it can change. It can change on a daily basis. How would you calculate for that?
I haven't read the almanacs, but I'm fairly confident it's in there.
There's the horizon changes due to refraction.
Yeah.
Correction
there's
there.
There's a calc in there for that. I'm pretty confident. That'd be a question. Do you know Protothad? He's a sextant expert. I'd be asking him that one. I'm not 100% sure.
That's an expert, but yeah, he knows quite.
He's a guy who's spent many years navigating with a sextant.
Yeah,
he's a guy that's. I haven't done it. This is just my understanding of the geometry.
You wouldn't, right? You wouldn't call yourself an expert. But
fair enough.
Yeah, he knows
but we're getting to the limits of what I can explain.
Several videos with that practical navigator. He's a glober. I mean, quite clearly. I've never heard him once mention that the horizon moves. Therefore, there's a calculation for that on the almanac. And how? Hang on. How would that even? How would there even be a calculation for that? Like, how would the almanac know that on a certain day at a certain time the refraction is at a certain level for you to calculate that at?
I actually told you that there's a table in which you can input your pressure and temperature. And
yeah, that one.
You telling me that and you showing me that are two separate things.
We just need
so don't believe
an almanac.
I think I can find that one. One sec.
Bacon, are you Dutch?
Do I sound Dutch?
Yeah.
No, you don't sound Dutch.
Yeah, I'm not Dutch.
What are you?
I'll allow you to guess if you want.
I don't want to guess anymore. That would have been my.
I'm
guess.
Brazilian.
Fala português.
Who said that?
I did.
Yeah, I do. I do speak Portuguese.
The dumb flat earther.
Actually, I haven't found a single Brazilian Brazilian flat earther on the servers.
I saw Protothad write something about this the other day, but I can't remember where. Been too many flat earth channels. Here we go. So this guy is a guy that navigates with the sextant. Well, he says that he does. be skeptical of everything. He says that he does.
He's probably a globe shill.
He's a glober. He's a guy. And he says this.
You go to altitude correction tables, and then there's a section of additional refraction corrections for non-standard conditions. And then the y-axis you have the temperature in Celsius, and in the y-axis you have the pressure in millibars.
So yeah.
Does that
short answer
refraction...
is it's accounted for in the calcs.
So it accounts for the horizon moving due to refraction, or is that refraction?
That's effectively what it's doing. Yes.
I thought it was like it would affect the position or the apparent position of the star.
You have that as well.
I'm pretty sure that it's just for the apparent position of the star, and it doesn't really account for where the horizon appears to be.
Why wouldn't it?
Well, why would it?
Well,
because if he had, you can have both compiled in, because the temperature and pressure are going to affect both, and the table you get gives you a list for every altitude. What's the correction you have to make, and that is the corrected altitude from the horizon, right?
Let me ask you this: are we going to have more refraction at the horizon, or more refraction when we look at the star?
Obviously, at the horizon.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to drop for a bit. Good luck, guys.
Peace.
Really here as well. Yep.
Huh? Oh, okay. All right, I think that's plenty of time on that subject. I don't think we're really going to get anywhere with the zealots. No.
Hey, Globus, real quick, since you're familiar with this type of thing,
yeah.
Not that I like to even bring up the challenge that's been that Ruhif keeps coming in and saying, "Why don't you just take up the challenge for the $10,000?" What's your breakdown of why it is that they are offering this money and why they know it can't work with flat because of the stars not being calculated the way that it would have to take, like Gio was saying, you'd have to map it all out first to actually be able to work it the way that they're asking you to. Is that it?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, in essence, that is it. But you can even go a little bit. You can even cut it off at the knees even earlier, because they're asking for this to work. Blah blah blah. But what they haven't accounted for is the fact, which is what I always sort of try to get at, is the angles of elevation not working. I mean, I know we've been through this discussion for hours now, but an angle of elevation, whether they like it or not, is measured from the surface, and that's my point. They don't have that, so they skip step one, and then they ask you to take on this challenge. But I mean, they haven't even if you can't agree on the fundamentals with someone that's challenging you, it's foolish to even take on said challenge, because you're never going to get anywhere.
Yeah, it's kind of like the globe parameters, which he doesn't allow you to use or something like that. It's part of the requirement for the challenge too. So it's like you can't refer to the globe at all. So
that's
like,
right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so they don't want you to use that 60 miles per degree calculation, but that's already skipping your first step, the angle of elevation that you supposedly acquired from the surface. So they're forgetting about that. They're bypassing all of that and moving on to another step. And you can't do that. You have to really agree on on the fundamentals, which to me they're geometric principles that we can't just bypass.
Right.
But that's why
it seems like that. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry, I'm done.
Well, I was going to say, it seems like that's what you've been fighting in here all night, is that they've got a definition that works into their paradigm that, requires you to stick to those parameters, so that any argument you're making is like, well, that's not the definition of the tangent, or whatever it is that they're, using as a way of fudging it to actually get back to the planar geometry that they need. But because the definition requires the dip and all of that, even though you subtract it and get back to the planar and everything, it's so funny that, the double speak and the reverse engineering is so clear to see, but for people that totally believe that it's a globe, they think it's necessary.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and they have to rely. Sorry,
there was something broken down in here.
Yeah,
real quick, there was something broken down in here that had to do with that as well, that I thought you might be interested in if you didn't hear it already, because White's Word and Bandsaw were picking apart the challenge, and I guess the idea that you couldn't use the 3959 was included in that, but they were saying, well, we'll just use the 3959 as the distance to your personal sphere of vision, which could be like to the distance to the said firmament or wherever it is that you want to make that calculation, and use it as a flat Earth measurement rather than a globe measurement. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree with that too. What I was saying is that, and I think it's quite evident that they have to rely on drawing these theoretical tangential lines in order to actually acquire any angle. That's what I keep hearing day in, day out. The tangent needs to actually represent the surface that you're acquiring your angle from, because you're trying to acquire a position on said surface. That tangential plane goes off into nowhere, into space. It doesn't actually correspond with the surface. And then furthermore, that as you saw, they were drawing at one stage. They kept drawing straight lines of sight, and then when you bring up the black swan, your line of sight all of a sudden isn't straight; it's curved.
Yeah, that's a great contradiction that you pinpointed there, because that is something that should be brought up again, for sure.
Yeah,
I'll use that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just
it's the same thing over and over again. It's always conveniently in their favor when it works, but then if it's not in their favor, then it's just totally not allowed.
It's extremely selective. That's why none of these challenges will ever come to fruition, because, like I said, if you're taking a challenge from a zealot, there's no proving a zealot wrong. Like, I mean, it's pointless. You're wasting your time. That's why no one has taken up these challenges. Do you think you're going to prove or even get someone like Ruhif or what's his name, McToon, to concede? They're demonstrated zealots. They've been exposed time and time again online on their own platforms, and that you can never ever get a concession from them. So of course they're going to put out these challenges, especially when they have hordes of supporters that ardently sort of worship them, and no matter what they say, they still have their backs.
Especially when the authorities are their supporters. Yeah,
exactly.
The authorities support it.
Exactly. No one holds them to it. Nobody holds their feet to the fire. They can always sort of recede back to their little cave and their little supporters. So, yeah. But I mean, like it's like me trying to speak to a Chinese person in English if they don't speak Chinese. If we don't agree on what words mean, or on fundamental concepts, it's just a waste of time.
Yeah, it's interesting how the zealotry is so consistent amongst the people that are arguing for their side, because if they start to be intellectually honest in certain areas where they're saying, oh, I see your point, okay, well, that makes sense, and then maybe it's this way or maybe it's that way. And no, it has to be, no, this is the way it is. I mean, not saying everybody, but it seems like it's consistent among them that there's a consistency, that they have to accept the excuses and the doublespeak and all of that to argue from that side, because it requires it. That's the way it's been, reverse engineered, in my opinion, to work out.
and mentally lock you into that. But that's just the best they got is to try to reverse it and make it seem like you're a zealot and saying and making claims that you're not making. You're just like no longer believing whatever they're saying. And then whatever we're left with is what we have, you know, which isn't a model. It's not a system that's been reverse engineered. It's just what we can observe from, you know, starting from scratch again, because maybe it was worked out at one point and those things could be, you know, rediscovered or something. But until then, you know, we've only got our default reality.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you saw when I was trying to clarify the whole concept behind, you know, how they say perpendicular to plumb, you know, that's horizontal. And the guy was basically using, well, at an earlier stage, they were like, oh, they were pointing out the pic that I drew, which obviously has, you know, certain parameters with the pixels where at one point, yeah, it will look like it's two straight lines, but that's only because you've zoomed in so far that the pixels can't differentiate between curve and straight. And that's sort of what they were using. Oh, look, I zoomed in so far that once I zoomed in, you know, to within like a micrometer, you look, it's perpendicular, blah, blah, blah. I'm just like, if you really have to go to those lengths in order to try to prove a point, and to me, that's completely, you know, dishonest intellectually. Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah. It's always a way of like, it's a tactic. Once you start realizing there's tactics that are being used, it just discredits their whole angle, or their whole position is discredited when you see that these things are divisively being used as a way to make things either negligible or be an extreme claim. It's like the opposite when it's like we're saying, it's always working in their favor. It's either something that's completely negligible because if they've zoomed in on it, or they've made it 15 degrees of the whole, or they've decided if one revolution isn't that much, even though it's 1,000 miles per hour. You know, all of these things that just reverse the extreme in their favor, whichever way they need to go. And so that's what I always try to look out for, is the tactics. When someone's using a tactic, I just question their motive, unless it's just extreme zealotry. And that's what's so interesting from our position, is to try to psychologically figure out what's going on here. Are these people defending? Are they being paid to defend it? Are they really that much in? You know, are they that much of a true believer, or what's going on here? You know, and why does it matter? Because if in the long run we're hoping for some kind of like mainstream acceptance of this, then we're really in trouble, because that's what they want. Then they'll use it to their advantage somehow. I mean. There was a talk earlier on here between Issa and Gio, and they were talking about, you know, whether, you know, what will become of it, or could we get enough people that it would change the world and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, it's just the way that the things are. The cool kids are only going to be cool if they're not, you know, the majority, right? That's just kind of how things work. But we've already won, in my opinion, you know. Getting the mainstream to accept it never was the goal, and it never should be, because the mainstream is just going to, you know, use it to their advantage somehow in a way that's probably going to make it worse for everyone rather than better.
Agreed. Yeah. Look, I don't think we're ever going to get through to a lot of the regulars here, because they're so invested in their cyber persona that, I mean, it's almost like a popularity, you know, contest of sorts here, where they're not going to relinquish position because of what others may think of them. You know, that's why you haven't really seen many people flip, right? If anything, people tend to flip towards, you know, people have sort of flipped towards the globe side, but you're never going to see an ardent globe zealot actually concede their position, especially on these online discords. That's why I don't think they're paid. It's more like it's a bravado. It's something that they keep up. You know, they come in here day in, day out. They you know,
I concede. You got me.
It's a feeling of belonging. You know, people like to belong to a group.
Reg.
There are a lot of people that are in this discussion on the flat side now, though. That word total globe zealots at one point. I mean, we all were indoctrinated that way to begin with. There's been a lot of people quietly flipping for a long time.
That's right. I don't actually think Rig is one of those people, purely because he seems like he actually has the ability to critically think, because he just doesn't always toe the line on every sort of on the current situation, on the mainstream narrative. So whether I know he's a Glober, and I'm talking about him, and he's obviously in here, but
on his roles he has Globe skeptic.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, we all know that's not true.
Yeah, that's definitely not true.
But I mean, on other subjects, he
But
does
is
have
it?
the ability to just make his own position on things. He doesn't just
I get shit hung on me just like you guys for questioning fucking, all the mainstream bullshit that goes on. And I question a lot of it, man. Like all the COVID stuff, even the war with Ukraine and all that that's going on. And a lot of people don't agree with the opinion that I have. That's fine.
It's because you're not afraid of what the other idiots here, myself included, will think about your position. But a lot of these other guys,
what does it mean to me? What does it mean
exactly.
to me?
It shouldn't mean anything to you. But a lot of these other guys are so just obsessed with what the other, their other peers on here are going to think about. Oh, can you believe that, that other guy that's always arguing for the globe actually has a stance on Ukraine that's, contradictory to what all of us believe, like they're so scared of being being that, like, for example, on The Simpsons, where when Homer's wearing the pink shirt where he stands out, they're so scared to be that person that they'll just toe the line regardless of whether they have, their own thoughts about things. So there's no, to me, there's no such thing. I don't think any of you guys are paid, for fuck's sake. I mean, and that's just an opinion. I could be wrong, but I mean, the likelihood of me being wrong in that case, I doubt it. But yeah, to me, that's the issue at hand. Man.
Yep, that sums it up. Good work tonight. That was interesting to listen in on.
Yeah, and dude,
if more people would question stuff, man, we wouldn't be in this situation, that we find the world and the state that everything's in.
Exactly.
I don't know that that's true, to be honest. Actually, I think that may be another thing that we might be mistaking. Like, I agree in an overall sense that would be the case if we were actually, accounted for. But I think a lot of people question these things, even question the shape of the earth, and are quiet because, like you said, either because they don't want to stand out, or they're, they're not confident. They got other things to do with their lives. They know they can't do anything about it. Which is probably true. And that's the whole thing. Like, it may be like, even if 80% of the people realize what was going on, the people that are in power can still just play their board game and have their pieces moving around the board in the way that they see fit, because they're the only ones with pieces. And then if they counted our votes, and that was actually like, if there were fair elections, that'd be a different thing. But that's not even the case. So what would really happen is the question, right? What could happen? And I know, like, there's something to be said for like a universal consciousness, and like everyone getting to that point with realizing that the powers are, unjust. At some point, there's a change that happens that doesn't have to be like everyone's, now taken care of and treated fairly, because the people in control aren't able to treat everyone fairly, or they choose not to at some points. But to some degree, they're not able to, because there's a certain hierarchy that happens within any system, I think. But like I said, I think we've already won, because you don't have to be subject to everything they're saying and everything they're doing psychologically, once you realize how the game is played and why they're playing it the way they are.
When you say we've already won, like what do you mean?
I mean, right now we're having this discussion and we're seeing through the game, and we're liberated in a sense that, our parents and generations beyond that never even got a chance to, in this, deeper philosophical way, like when it has to do with our reality being redefined for us and realizing that that's the case.
Mm-hmm.
The paradigm shift already happened, in my opinion.
It's just a matter
having it be the majority doesn't make it the paradigm shift. The paradigm shift already happened for us, so we won. That's what I mean.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of everyone catching up.
Exactly.
And I
don't even know. Is that possible? Is that even possible?
I was just gonna say, I don't mean catching up with like a particular person or anything, but just with the, like, that we're all in some process of that. Like, because I think the way that these things shift is that there's like a moment, the shifting point. I actually think with the Earth and what the Earth is just connected to December 21st, 2012, which was that point that it's in the Mayan calendar. It's actually in a lot of ancient calendars as a cyclical time slot for certain cycles within humanity's consciousness. And that was right at the end of 2012. And then pretty much 2013, like flat Earth stuff started rumbling. And then 14 and 15, it just completely has been erupting ever since then.
Yeah, it was the end of the world as we knew it. And even though most people didn't realize that flat Earth was just coming out around that time, or a lot of us didn't, but that was the key factor to the development of really changing the world as we knew it.
I played a gig that night. I was the headline act in this old theater, and funny.
That's cool.
It was so significant,
Interesting.
Mm.
Were you wasted the next morning and not able to get up to the TV showing us graphic images of planes hitting buildings?
I think something's starting to feel like a little bit different. Can't quite articulate it, but
yeah, it does feel like there's shift in the air. I would agree. Well, one of the things, well, I guess I won't just dive all into it per se, but there's just a couple things with the positions of the luminaries that are interesting, that are shifting. We're concluding the whole cycle that we've been in for the last 2.5 years, which is the Saturn-Pluto conjunction, which was completely connected to the whole scamdemic thing. So yeah, we're moving out of that. And that's usually can be a tumultuous time around when there's a lot of around sort of control and structures and things. And there's a lot more than just that, but yeah, it's an intense time. So moving out of that, like, is going to bring a significant shift, I would say, like a new reality that doesn't have those same restrictions and those same kind of energies of what the last 2 years have been, that's been connected to that alignment.
Yeah, that'd be interesting if they, because I've said, you've heard me say, I think that they might absorb flat Earth, or be planning on awakening us on purpose, maybe for nefarious means, but also there's the idea that there could be a golden age that they're planning on having and actually implementing in some ways that aren't all bad. And because billionaires go by astrology instead of astronomy, that's like almost their duty, or it's just the way things are. Like, there has to be a time of good and a time of struggle. And the times of struggle makes the times of good all that much better because of the contrast. And there's a whole idea that I found interesting when this whole conjunction thing happened, and we were looking at all these different ideas about what Christmas was in Saturnalia. And there was a whole reversal of roles that was originally included with the concept of Christmas, where the master served the servants. You heard of that before?
yeah, just that Nirvana song,
which is
"Serve the Servants." It basically
I
just says that over and over again.
Interesting. Yeah, there was supposedly a day where they actually celebrated that, and the people that were the elites would be the servants to the peasants for, I guess, a day or a week or whatever the time was. And the age of Aquarius, if you look at some of the context behind that, and you know, it's interesting that we are coming to a point where the hierarchy isn't as important in most people's consciousness as much as, you know, that we're all kind of on the same plane, pun intended, now, or we're, you know, all communicating equally through the internet, or, you know, everything's kind of like, I guess you could say communist ideals are that everyone kind of is on, you know, a similar sociological basis with each other. But there's a thing I'll post that talked about changing the ages into Aquarius, and how, you know, an equal status amongst people is going to be the new norm in many ways, whatever that entails. But the internet's really done that already in a way, because, you know, when you're online, you're just a voice, you know, you're not comparing houses or comparing cars or comparing the way you look, what clothes you have on. Any of those kind of things are, you know, they're erased when you're on the internet with just your voice and whatever you're saying to each other. You will own nothing and be happy.
Yeah, it seems like the last 150 years have been the creator within this realm creating a reality in which I think something major happened in the 1800s, to be honest. There's a whole story with that, but essentially there was a huge like reset and a wipeout, and then it's like we've like had the blindfolds on since then, and we've been completely like, you know, genocided and manipulated and, you know, lied to and controlled in all these different ways. World War I really kind of starting in a sense with World War I, and then all the events that came, you know, in the whole 20th century and everything that's been going on. So it's like the blinders have been on us in certain ways, and there's been so much tumultuous things happening. And my sense is that from this 2012 shifting point, we're moving into the next phase of seeing through that has been blinding us, and starting to see, get to the core of actually our origins, and kind of what happened, and kind of get a sense of what has gone on here, that where this essentially like kind of parasitic energy is kind of force has essentially like just hijacked the human race and done this whole sort of industrial system, as it were.
And not to excuse it, but I mean, if you look at it but from a certain angle, you could, like I was saying, there could be a time that they're planning on having this reveal happen for not all bad reasons, and you know, the sacrifice that it took, and some of the wrongdoings that it took to get to this point of, you know, it required, maybe in their minds at least, it required a material world to get to this point where we have the technology that we could all be on the same plane with. And without that requirement being fulfilled first, then the golden age that they plan, or maybe that's what we're supposed to be, or what the purpose of the organism as a whole needs to reach, you know, it had to go through that stage so that everything would be set up for this next stage to be enjoyed in the way that they, you know, that we'll experience. You know what I'm saying? We had to build the tech. We had to build the tech and compete to get there. And the competition is what made the wrongdoing is necessary in their mind, probably.
Just the way they change history and stuff, though. And if this is a lesson for like humanity itself, whatever that means, but you know, what the vibe of Earth, as far as I'm concerned, it feels quite hostile. I don't feel free and real easygoing at the moment. Like, you know, I want to let my fucking hair down. I feel quite like a bit on edge, if I'm being honest. There's just this sort of tension. But I'm looking forward, hopefully, to that dissipating and fucking right off, so we can all relax. I mean, everyone's got to ask, like, what the fuck is going on Earth? This is our life. we might not come back. It's fucked, this situation. and we could do a much better job if we put our fucking minds together.
Could be much worse too.
You know, but potentially if we have to come back, that's what worries me sometimes. Like, whoever this power or fucking hierarchy is, it doesn't seem to have the regular people's best interests at heart. We're just all caught up in it, you know, trying to find our way within this massive machine almost. And it never consults us. We have to conform to it, the machine. I don't like that. I'm not on board with that at all.
Double-edged sword, though, isn't it?
What's that?
Double-edged sword.
Mm.
Like we wouldn't be talking right now. It's like we say with technology, you know, like the internet's terrible in a lot of ways for all the reasons we know of, but at the same time, there's benefits we could never imagine would have been possible.
Maybe it's good that it's not too good as well. Like, I always find it weird that it's hard to stream live music over the internet, even now. There's something about that to me. Because if it got too good, you'd almost never have to leave your home. You could do everything from your bedroom. Run a business. You could be a millionaire entrepreneur from your bedroom. Just at your computer headquarters.
There are those people already, yeah.
You know?
What I wonder is there something like cyclical about the nature of this reality that they know about that we don't, that they're actually having to adhere to? And if something happened, we won't even know if it's because they can control the weather or they, you know, are going to psyop us with some kind of, you know, plasma reset type thing that's just, you know, directed energy weapons. That's what's fucked up. I wish there was a way that we could know whether this is actually a natural cycle that they're preparing for, or just something that they're going to enact so that they can reset it to, you know, keep the computers and put everybody back to the Stone Age again.
It would have been easier to keep everybody asleep, though, don't you reckon? My that's always been my thing with this. Like, fuck, they just woke everybody up that was paying attention.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah. That's what I always say about NASA. They're showing us doing it poorly on purpose. They're putting on a show. The fact that we're criticizing it gets it, you know, looked at by all these people that are looking for mistakes when they're making the mistakes on purpose and totally gaslighting us and the people that believe it. But it's a thing because they're showing it to us. They don't have to show us shit. They can just say, yeah, we're putting rockets in space, and that's just our, you know, secret government project that we fund, and yeah, you're paying for it, but you don't have a choice in that anyway. Like, the idea that we could ever demand that NASA not get paid is silly when you think about it. They could just make up a program and start funding it. Like, we'd have a say.
I can be devil's advocate.
You're very good at that always.
That's what they do.
What if you're projecting your disappointment with the material world onto the system, and the system is actually as best as it could possibly ever be, and you've managed to reincarnate loads of times to nearly an elite? You're a Western white man, so you've only got 1 or 2 more times until you become one of them. So you should stop complaining and just live it up.
Right.
Reincarnation is not a coherent, it doesn't come from a coherent belief system. To be reincarnated, you need to have accumulated bad karma from some sort of first lifetime, but normally the reincarnation is couched in some sort of cyclical view of time that is just an ending without a beginning. So that's contradictory to have a lifetime that you're reborn from because of your bad karma, a start, if you will, couched in some sort of notion of cyclical time. It's very contradictory.
No, you don't get It's not
based on bloodline.
It's not reincarnation.
That's
Yes,
why
it's
they
based on
hunt them down.
bloodlines. You slowly become better if it's possible to become better, and in this way, we're becoming more and more powerful as white adult men or black adult men. I just said white.
Better means worse, guys.
Progress, whether it's better or worse, it's progress. So we're nearly there. We're not even held back that much. They give us free money, for God's sake.
But how can you keep reincarnating and have any progress if you have more and more opportunities to, accumulate bad karma? If we accumulated bad karma from some sort of perfect first lifetime estate or whatever that was as ideal as possible, you can only go down from there, not up. You would be reincarnated forever with no progress.
I'm not really going with the original karma where you have to escape it and you just keep getting put back because you're bad. I'm going with a different type of ascension karma and reincarnation where you can progress yourself.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding of it is that like when we're in a human body, we have time. It feels like the days are passing and we're getting older, and there's memories of the past and future. Well, my understanding of it is for me and my awareness of it on a soul level, there's a certain kind of a progression or a time. It's not the same time that we experience in the physical world because it's not a human type time, but there is a progression and an evolution of the soul in that sense, and therefore there can be processes. Like you could actually incarnate in different time periods. Like you can incarnate in the future, one lifetime, then your next lifetime's in the past, your next lifetime's in the future. You can actually go back and forth, but there's a linear progression karmically of going through each of those on that level, and that has its own progression to it.
I'm saying, maybe next time we might come back as a Rothschild and we'll be completely there. We won't be able to complain at all.
So it's like if someone were to do something in this lifetime and then they were to die, and then the next lifetime that they're in, whether that's in future human time or previous human time, it's still the next one on their cycle, and then perhaps there'll be some karmic repercussion. Like let's say they steal from someone in this lifetime or something, and then they kind of quote unquote get away with it, kind of thing. So then maybe in the next life they get stolen from. Then they have to see what that's like, what it feels like to be stolen from as a response to what they did to someone else.
My main point, Lemon, wasn't reincarnation is real and that I've changed how it works. It's more that in our current position, we're very close to being the elites, so we shouldn't complain as much as we do, if I was to be devil's advocate.
Well, I mean, if there's an after this, right, and there's a reception desk, not to put in a complaint, but I'd kind of like to talk to someone at reception and go, well, how did I even become human in the first place?
Yeah.
Was that my first time? Like, have I been human for 1,000,000 years and just had my memory wiped? Like, what? Why am I being fucked? If I'm 1,000,000 years old, but say if we're eternal beings, right? Why the hell are we being fucked with so much? We shouldn't stand for that.
But I would say you're choosing to do it.
Really?
Yeah, I have got answers.
I'm choosing to be a human.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you chose. I don't think there's other options right now. I think that is the option.
Like a catalog.
Yeah. Take one of these, take one of those.
You're welcome to tick the box or cross out the box. I enjoyed this experience. Did you enjoy this experience? You're welcome to tick the no box.
Well, there's a little parable that Alan Watts describes, which is essentially that, like, if you could, let's say in your dream state, let's say you could dream anything. Like, let's say you just had ultimate, like a lucid dream. You could create anything you wanted and have, physical world, different types of beings, etc. What would you do the first night, and then the second night and the third night, and so first you create infinite bliss or infinite happiness, like all these different things, but eventually maybe you kind of start to be like, well, what's it like to have a protagonist and a hero, and have some different dramas going on and different things, so you kind of get curious in that way, and then eventually would you end up at where we are today? That's my paraphrasing of it. But like, if you kept just infinitely creating everything, would you end up creating this right here?
Let's have 33% clever people, 33% gullible golems, and 33% evil people. See what happens.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think the people that are in charge don't consider themselves evil or good. They consider themselves gods that giveth and taketh away and balance it, and like they're the central nervous system to the workings of things that, it ends up in this system that isn't all bad and it isn't all good, and without the bad you can't have the good. But yeah, that's interesting. I think it almost is. If you look at it as an organic system, would it work out this way? Yeah, no matter what, even with all the bad being necessary for some of the good to be possible.
Imagine 5 million perfect flat earthers. Wouldn't that be horrible?
There's more than that already. There's billions already.
Yeah, imagine them all in one place, all being perfect. That'd be horrible.
I don't think that flat earthers consider themselves perfect.
All doing yoga.
Yeah, all in white.
Big
Hello,
commune.
brother. Hello, sister.
Yeah, there is something artificial about that. I agree with what you're saying in a way.
Didn't know I had
There is
my
something
camera on.
artificial.
And we'll have a live performance of Kumbaya in the metaverse.
Yeah.
Kumbaya, flat earth.
I think that's what they're
Kumbaya.
going to do. I think that's where they're headed with this. They're going to make it fake, and they're going to make a big Kumbaya session that will feel so plastic. The real flat earthers will be just disgusted at that point.
Well, I mean, if there was the capacity, if there was the capacity to create infinite things, would we create an Earth like? Would we create a reality like this human Earth? Because if you could create anything, would you do this one in addition to many others?
Yeah, I think it would. Why is it this one that we're in? That's still a question,
And are there others like this one?
This one's dodgy.
Yeah, dodgy, but dodgy compared to what?
Well, I do think
it's got a dodgy vibe.
Well, I think there's like a spectrum within from like light to dark, and yeah, this one definitely seems to have a blend going on.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
It's not just one or the other. It's what if there's ones that are all dark, and what if there's ones that are all light positive?
Well, that's what I say about heaven. Heaven makes no sense because it's an extreme version. Like heaven and hell, that whole idea is just ridiculous in my mind.
That's what I meant. Flat Earth
Because
heaven,
it's
where
like
everything's perfect.
all good,
Horrible.
all good all the time is its own form of hell.
Yes.
So you need the polarity.
Yeah, I just don't think it should be. It does feel like they're winning, but being devil's advocate, I want to say maybe them winning is part of the show, because when they win and then we win back 1,000 years later, we'll feel good about it because we've had to fight for it.
Yeah.
Right. And it goes back to what I call the Luke Skywalker complex. Actually, I think I heard Gio mention it earlier in the talk with Issa, the whole idea of this triumph that, someone might make a difference for the good of the all, which we all have in our own small ways. But yeah, it is kind of like that whole movie being played out. And if there wasn't that struggle, then what would be the reward?
The other question is the game worth the candle? None of us have killed ourselves yet. So there must be something about the struggle that keeps us wanting to.
Or just fearing that there's nothing comparable, like even
fearing that there's nothing else.
Dell said that to me once, Dawn. Like he goes, you haven't killed yourself. He goes, you're strong, Mel.
Or insane.
Well, it reminds me of Louis C.K. has this comedy bit where he's like, it's actually, there's a bunch of funny things he says, but he's like, He's like, the world is full of people that just haven't killed themselves.
Oh, that just haven't died yet.
He's like, he's like, well, yeah, he says a couple of things actually. I'm thinking, but yeah, it's
Right.
like
We're all gonna die. Right.
It's like, well, it's just people that it's like haven't killed themselves, and then he goes on a whole thing of like wondering like why some people don't kill themselves, like when their life is really bad. It sounds kind of
Right.
dark, but it's actually funny the
Yeah.
way he says it.
I think.
Well,
the
but if you knew
philosopher
that you were gonna return, wouldn't that happen all the more often?
Like he talks about people that have like 2 windows broken out on their car, and then they have like a plastic bag and duct tape, and he just makes this
Right.
joke. He's like, "What is it going to take you to kill yourself? The 3rd window blasted out as well? All of your windows?" I mean, it's kind of like I said, it's kind of like a weird dark humor, but it's funny.
I heard a philosopher. This is from Alan Watts as well. He said a philosopher said the only reasonable philosophical question is whether to kill yourself or not.
Because if you don't, it means you want to live. Of course, if you do, that means you don't want to. But it is. I mean, not that it's even easy to do, though. It's not set up that way to be very easy. You got like family and friends and people that love you and a life, and all that stuff. So it's.
But what if we all knew for sure that we have another life? Well, we knew exactly how to reincarnate, and there was a technique, and that was something that everyone knew. You would see it happening all the time. People would be like, "Oh, this one's
just
I'm gonna push
to the
start
next
over."
level.
I'm like 10 years old. I'm pushing the redo button.
Gia, about it being hard, those things that get in the way and stop you, they are the good things about life, right? So you think, oh no, it's all shit. Then you get guilt from your family, friends, and your own ego, and think, no, I can't do it because they'll be so upset. And that's like you being reminded of the good thing.
Yeah. Well, in terms of suicide, I actually think that suicide is actually wrong spiritually to do. So anyone who does it, it actually is like something that, and I don't mean wrong. Like some people say, oh, it's like, it's wrong to like hurt your family. I don't really think that because I don't think it's hurting anyone in that way. I think that's kind of a twist of it actually. But what it is I just think that if you do it, I mean, it's like you're definitely forgiven, I think, and I think you forgive yourself. I mean, it's not like you're like, but it is like, oh man, like that, And the goal is to be able to live lives without killing yourself.
Like denial of the gift of life, kind of thing. You're disrespecting the gift.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense too that it's kind of hard to do. Like what do you got to do? Jump off a bridge? I mean, it's kind of crazy. So it's like what you have to do is so intense as well.
Yeah, it's a mess and it's intense. And it's hard on your mind.
You can do it the easy way. I had a friend who just took some cyanide, or they had a friend that was a chemist that put a pill together that shut his body down. It's one of the most painless ways to go, I guess, or quickest ways at least. But there's back to the reincarnation thing. Did you say, Gio, that you'd had a session or psychologist or some type of session that you were able to see some of your past lives with? Because my friend had that experience, and I was going to recommend that to Merle. There's a guy that he went to see that was famous in LA, and he went like 5 times, and like the first 4 times he just didn't believe it. Like he was just like completely like nothing, like it didn't happen. And then he decided to scare himself, and try it one more time and scare himself really bad the night before. And so he went and like spent the night in his dead grandparents' old house that was like abandoned, or it was boarded up or whatever. And he went in there and spent the night and scared the shit out of himself. And he said he was able to see that the hypnotism that he went through worked finally, and he was able to see how he died in a couple of past lives. Is that something you had done, Gio, or you had some kind of experience with? You talked about these waters that I was interested in, and I remember asking you about that, the waters at the North Pole that can reverse your age back to like your prime. And that was something from a past life that you had known.
Juice.
Well, I would say for myself, I've had several different forms of experiences in terms of regressing my spiritual self into the memories of my deeper layers within my being. I would say off the top of my head, at least like 5 different tools that I've used, methods, and ways of accessing that. One of them, yes, I have done what's called past life regression. That's where somebody essentially works with you, like assists you, kind of helps walk you through it, as it were. They don't give you the content that you're getting, but they assist in guiding the unfolding process, essentially. And then there's also something called life between life regression, where you go from a past life, into a past life, and then into the death of that past life, and then you transition into the spirit world and start accessing memories from there. That's called life between life regression, and then past life regression would be just going to the past life. And then I've also done it myself, just with meditation, just direct meditation. And then I've also had several very, very powerful experiences on different plant medicines like ayahuasca, iboga, LSD, psilocybin, where I've had many different past life memory, like remembering the lives and connecting certain things that I had to heal from those lifetimes, and to resolve certain issues I was having at the time.
Do you think that makes death less frightening, knowing that that's the case?
I think for a lot of people, they feel that, yeah, definitely. I think that's something that could be, in terms of the fear of death.
Mm-hmm. How do you find someone that would be able to help you with that? I guess you can just look online, but there's probably a lot of, charlatans out there claiming to do something they can't. Kind of like somebody was asking you about ayahuasca, and then, yeah, you were saying that it's important to know someone or to have some kind of inside track on where to go, because there's so many people doing it, some kind of like tourist type thing, that they're not really giving you the experience that you're looking for.
Well, if working with powerful shamanic medicine like that, yeah, it is definitely key to know what you're doing and exactly what you're consuming and who you're with, and or if you're gonna do a ceremony, that it's the real deal and not something else. Because yeah, there's a lot. Well, it's become popular now, so yeah, there's people that are not doing it. There's some places that are not even serving ayahuasca; they're actually serving something else entirely. So, other plants and other things that are not even so yeah, there's a lot to it.
Are they saying it's ayahuasca and they're substituting it for something else?
There's a couple of different things that some groups do. Like sometimes they blend other plants with it that are not designed to be used at all with ayahuasca, like specifically datura plants and other plants that can have connections to demonic energies, and they're not supposed to be blended with it. But some places will blend that. It's kind of more sorcery at that point. It's not really true shamanism.
Wow. Wow, that's interesting. I wonder if they are using it for that reason. Yeah, like they could just be putting you through some dark magic ceremony that you're not even aware. You think is supposed to be enlightening you, but it's actually getting you in some kind of like blood ritual that you had no idea you were signing up for.
I've never heard of anything quite that intense, like anything like blood ritual stuff.
I didn't mean it as an extreme. Yeah.
Well, they're doing it spiritually, is what they're doing. It's sorcery, so they're trying to control spirits and people through it. So, yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, my friend and I were speculating about that. If there maybe this was something that people knew intuitively at one point. Maybe it has something to do with your connection to your third eye or whatever it is that they may have like bred out of us or severed in some way spiritually. That if we all knew that we were going to have another life, and we could remember our past lives, like you're able to do with some of these regression therapies, that would change everything. Maybe that's one of the key things that they've been hiding and that they've been able to do, and keeps them in power. Like if they had access to this ability or were never cut off from the ability, then that would explain a lot. I mean, I've always said if they live to be 500 or 1,000 years old, that would make a lot of things make sense. But this would do the same kind of thing effectively, for them to be, recognizing each other and keeping in the same pact, lifetime after lifetime.
Yeah, well, that's a whole separate part of it. But I would say that the people in control now, like, absolutely want to suppress the knowledge of reincarnation. Absolutely. And they've systematically removed it from all of the modern day religions. They literally removed it from several different, I mean, like reincarnation was an integral part of Christian mysticism, for example, the original Christian, it was foundational, and it's since been removed. So yeah, it's definitely something that's been suppressed on a lot of levels. They want us to think that we're just, one shot, materialistic. When you die, the lights turn off. That's why, the whole atheist thing. And yeah, they definitely want us disconnected from that because, well, for a lot of reasons, but it makes us more controllable, I think, for them.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. If we could all remember our past lives, and then, the majority of us, are definitely not wanting to go to war, or we're only, doing some of the worst things in our lives because of the social parameters or influences, that have been imposed on our lives. So yeah, that would really not work in their favor if everyone were able to, remember their past lives and continue on, moving forward as we die and relive and everything. Yeah, that would be key if that was the case. I mean, I assume it is, even though I've never had direct experience myself with it, but I've heard enough, like with other things, to know it's true regardless.
Well, and it's interesting, like people that have experiences that are, like, for example, using the plant medicines I mentioned, like ayahuasca or iboga, it's not necessarily guaranteed that you'll have one. I mean, you can set your intention, and if it's meant to be, it'll happen. But for some people, I mean, if you're able to navigate, then yes, you can do it even without any plant medicines. You can do it anytime. And if you're able to navigate on with the plant specifically, then you could access it specifically, like access your own Akashic records, essentially. But often when it occurs for people, it's more spontaneous, and it's almost like comes like almost as a gift in a sense, like it's kind of coming to them and they're experiencing it. But what's interesting about it is that when people have those experiences, and I'm not just talking about for myself, I'm talking about just in general, people refer to it as, like, when they have a one that's very strong, to where they identify it as their memories, like they were that person. It actually was their actual, like it was them, in that body, in that other body. So it's just interesting that people that, like, that's the direct kind of phenomenological experience of it, is that sort of like if I tried to remember like what I did, what I ate yesterday for lunch, and then I remember, oh, okay, I ate this or that. That's like a memory. It's like, oh yeah, that was me. I ate that food. In that same way, when people have these past life experiences, that's how they feel. They're like, oh yes, that they have a full cognizant recognition that indeed that was them, and it's connected directly to their memories and their own identity.
Yeah, there's so many accounts of it. I was watching, there's an Eric Dubay video that goes deep into this. And I think he mentioned one of the ones I think I heard you mention on here, where there was like the wife or a husband came back and went and found the partner that they'd been with their whole life, and they like instantly recognized each other, regardless if it was a little kid. And, they actually ended up spending the rest of his life or her life together.
Huh. Wow. Interesting.
Wasn't that something you were mentioning? It was a similar story, at least one of the ones that Eric Dubay was mentioning. You were talking about they instantly recognized each other and knew all of the, the things about each other right away.
Yeah. Yeah. Souls generally incarnate in soul groups, is my understanding of it. So you've got like your immediate soul group, and then there's a secondary soul group. And then there's like a tertiary, which is a much larger group. So generally people that are really strong in our lives, like, family, friends, actually families are not always primary soul groups. Actually, some of those can be secondary family members, but sometimes like some of them will be primary, some will be secondary. And then usually like really close friendships, usually close lover relationships, not always the lover one, but usually are primary, that they've incarnated many times together. And then usually the primary soul group is in a similar sort of evolution level, as it were. So they're working through similar things and have sort of similar vibrations in that sense. Then the secondary ones can often be either sort of more evolved or less. And I'm not saying it hierarchically like one's better than the other, but like you may have one in that secondary group that's different in that sense, and then the tertiary are usually people that we only have some sort of a somewhat short connection with, or like a brief connection on the third layer. So yeah, like if you meet someone in your primary soul group, those are the ones that people often have the strongest resonance and feel like they've known them forever. And when they laugh, it's like just all those kinds of just that close. When people like can instantly become so close like that, like in those ways, and just instantly are on the same kind of level.
Hey Merle, what was you were saying that your mom said one time about friends? Was it like you don't always, that friends aren't always the ones you make, they're the ones you find? Something like that. You're still here. I feel like I've been talking a lot. I'm trying to get other people involved in the conversation a little bit.
Yeah, friends aren't always made. They're recognized. Like
That's awesome.
Somehow you recognize each other. I swear I've had this happen with a few people. I can't explain it, but even in a crowd, like it's just like a sea of faces, and then just one person's particular face will just stand out. Not like everybody else is a cardboard cutout, but there's just some people, I don't know why they stand out. They just do.
I kind of had that experience with you, Merle, in a way. To be honest, I felt like I don't know. I connected with you right away, and kind of like we knew each other when we talked offline. First time, it was like we didn't really have to catch up.
Yeah, I think that's something to do with us kind of both being filmmakers as well. I remember that sort of was the first initial kind of thing we connected with. Jim Jarmusch, I think it was.
Yep. Yep. Total mindset and experience, similar experiences, as well as appreciation for a lot of the same things, for sure.
Yeah.
Actually, I made a film in college that kind of goes along with this line of thinking that we were originally talking about. Which, did you see it? Yeah, you did see it. Parabox. Yeah. Yeah, and that the whole idea of that, what you don't really get, because it's a college film, but the philosophy behind it, of course, is that everyone, it's set in the future where everyone's in symbiosis with the machine, and they found a way to encase your state of being inside of your head, and I think whatever that is, the id, the self, whatever makes you, they found a way to encase that in a black box, which they take out of your head, and then you can observe yourself outside of yourself. And then they use these black boxes in a formula together, and they arrange them so that they can then collectively, objectively observe themselves and try to find a solution, which, in the philosophy of this whole idea that I had, was that it would be like evolution of mankind as a whole, once we were able to agree upon an answer that this formula created by these boxes was depicting. So they're trying to, in the beginning, it was the last man left on earth that's not a numb, and I made like they have like these gold masks on, that are like the smiley gold mask faces, so they have no personality except for that they're amongst each other, connected and seeing everything together. And the formula starts with why, a question, equals y, another question, but it's y equals yx. So they have to solve for x, and Mr. X is the last human being left on earth who they need to acquire to have the full collective objective. And so once they acquire Mr. X, then they can finally solve for y. So they put x on the other side, and you got x equals y divided by y, which is 1. And that means that they can all agree upon that x is 1. There was only 1 left to find. And mathematically, we can all agree upon what 1 is, but in another sense, 1 may mean something different to everyone, and for different reasons, subjectively. But then objectively, if we could all get to that point of agreeing upon something finally, it would be infinite. So then the formula becomes x equals infinity, which translates to the variable x is forever, which is kind of a paradoxical statement of itself, because it just means that change is the only thing consistent. But in the film, that's kind of how it ends: x equals infinity, and it wouldn't really mean anything to anyone other than what their own interpretation is, unless you heard my original intent behind it. But the idea is that then that we evolve as mankind to the next state of evolutionary, whatever it is, existence, whatever that entails. Like maybe we ascend altogether, or, it kind of goes along with what I was saying earlier about the technology being necessary, even with all its drawbacks, to get us to this point of whatever it is that this golden age will bring.
Have you made other films other than that Parabox?
Mm-hmm. I did one that was a reenactment of the Stanley Milgram trials. The experiment he did where people were giving the test to the person that was an actor, and they were being shocked, but they weren't really being shocked. And the whole idea behind that, the reason I remade that, was because it was in college. It was just like,
did you film
study that
did you film those scenes and cast all those people, and did you do all that?
Yep.
Wow, like
friends with hazmat suits and masks on and stuff.
Yeah.
I'll post it in the live stream if anyone wants to watch it. But yeah, the whole thing about the Stanley Milgram thing, it's funny because that's become so referenced now, and it was kind of obscure at the time when I had found it, and it says so much about how they control us and what they do to control us, and what was interesting about that whole study is that there was something. Well, the name of my film was The Agentic State, and what Stanley Milgram found was that the people that went along with continuing the experiment after they knew they were shocking somebody, or at least they thought they knew they were hurting someone, and they're like, hey, I don't want to stop. I don't want to do this anymore. And the experimenter just sits there and says, continue the test. It's imperative you continue the test. And because he's an authority figure, they either continue or they decide, that I'm not going to do this. I want out of this experiment. You can take your money back or whatever.
Yeah.
But, and there was probably about half and half that went along with it. But of the people that went along with it, once they're in for following something against their own moral judgment, it was like a really high ratio of people, like 90% of those people went all the way to the 450 volt level, where they've shocked the person to the point where they're screaming and then stop screaming as if they killed them, continuing to implement the shocks. Because psychologically, the only way for them to get out of the responsibility then is to do everything they're told. So then they can say, it wasn't me, I was only doing what I was told to do. And they can displace the guilt onto, the experimenter or the system or whatever it is that gets you to go along with something. And once you're in for a pound, you're in for, in for a penny, you're in for a pound, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's what they use against us. They get you to go along with something to the point where the only way to psychologically continue is to do everything they say. Globers.
A moment of silence for the globe. I think humanity is going to get to the point where, we're just completely done with the globe. Like the whole thing is just a memory from the past. Can you imagine hundreds of years in the future and then looking back on all this stuff. That's why sometimes I think like with a lot of these, live streams and things, even if there's not thousands of viewers right now or hundreds of thousands or whatever, this is all being stored somewhere. And I mean, yeah, some of this stuff might be lost, who knows, deleted, whatever, but who knows how many people in the future may listen to all of this, every single, live stream, because it's going to be like history at that point. And I think that the time is going to be so different then, to where it's going to be a wonder to like look back on all this. Sort of like, think if we had this good of detail of like 300 years ago, the 1700s, if we had this level of detail, people talking and what's going on in the world and all these emotions and all these things, like if we had that good of detail, that would be unbelievable. But we have hardly, nothing from back then, really. But so like in the future now, if this maintains, I mean, obviously if there's some reset that's crazy that we lose it all, but if that doesn't happen, then it could be thousands of years in the future, and this is all going to be like cataloged, and people will be able to come back and see what life was like at this time. That goes for everything pretty much. Television, radio, like all the stuff that's occurred, in addition to the discovery that the Earth never was a globe.
Hey Gio, why can't I see the live stream voice text where to post this? For some reason on my thing, is it something different?
No, you should be able to see. You might have it minimized or something.
Oh, okay, maybe. Okay, here it is. Putting Parabox in there, right? Wants to check it out. Are you working on anything, Merle? I like the stuff you and Don were putting together.
Yeah. I sort of, I feel like I'm being called to it almost. Like I've sort of, kind of like Gio was saying, like if there's a database or the AI or whatever, I think, even Phase and all the Ed and Hitch, we used to have these conversations, and it was like, by talking about certain things, if it was being filtered or listened to, you were forcing the AI to respond almost. And that's what some of us felt like we were doing, like challenging ourselves and each other and consciousness and the architect itself. But I sort of feel like all that's, for me anyways, been done. And now, like, what kind of like to take some of the gift of flat Earth and the gnosis or whatever, but now do something with the knowledge and make the, like, sort of when you put consciousness and action together with good intent and combine, you know what I mean? It's like you can't go wrong. really. If you focus and then you move in a direction with positivity, I think potentially good things will happen. And I kind of want to explore that more. Like I feel like I need to, because I stopped making art. You know, I was making videos and stuff, but I walked away from all
Looks
that.
like you have a couple new ones on there I haven't seen. I just put one of yours that I really liked a lot. The program by Merle. I just put that under the Parabox home for a link if anyone hasn't seen Merle's stuff. It's awesome. But I'm gonna watch that new one that Welcome to the New Age. What's up with that? That looks like a good one. Just scan through it a little bit.
Yeah, that was
cloning and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Did Don do the soundtrack for that one too?
No, it was kind of Dallas David was on this rant, and I recorded some of it, and then I was just like, "This is too good. This needs to be heard," kind of thing. So I cut up his.
I'm gonna love it. I love Dallas Dave's rants, man. That is some of the funniest stuff you'll ever hear.
Yeah, it's quite epic, really, what he says.
I bet he's hilarious.
Yeah,
naturally hilarious. I was wondering if he was just, trolling everyone.
Well, he tied the whole thing together, like the World's Fair and Tartaria and the mud floods, and he reckons like they came in like big zeppelins and like poisoned everyone and killed all the American Indians, and then like rebuilt the world in America. And they had trains and railways and technology, and they were cloning themselves. And it's amazing. I don't know what happened in his mind, but it all clicked.
Sounds like a few channels I've been watching has influenced him as well. Have you watched the channel Divergent at all?
No.
And you haven't watched any. You still haven't watched any of the Ewar videos I've sent you either. You gotta watch those. It sounds like some of the stuff Ewar's saying about the resets.
Mm-hmm.
So interesting. He takes you on a journey, Merle. You gotta watch those. Just take the time and watch. Yeah. I just challenge you to watch the first 10 minutes of it, and see if you're not hooked.
I've actually got them as well. Like I downloaded the whole 5.
Oh,
so
good.
I've actually got them in a folder, like in case YouTube goes. Yeah, I got them.
Yep.
Have you ever heard of the idea that basically they like killed a lot of people and then took everyone else, like literally off to the gulags, like took everybody into like FEMA camp type places, like on different islands and shit, and basically ran every single person through like an MK Ultra type brainwash, who knows what. And then also mixed everybody up, like mixed up like the races and like the, so there was this and then created these like orphanages, these like new kind of orphanages that were like the birthing grounds of like the new race that they were trying to build. So all the ones that were alive went through the whole brainwashing, like went through whatever that is. And then they had babies, which they were specifically kind of distributing out to the new lands. And then they distributed all the people to the new lands and started rebuilding these cities like San Francisco and New York and all that with this new system, of course, that they controlled the money of and the narrative of, and the technology that they've slowly been rolling out to us, and the globe and all these other, the kind of fake science of it all too.
I've heard that the orphan trains, there seems to be pretty good evidence for that. And incubators at the World's Fair and stuff too. Do you have a link for the other stuff about the FEMA camps with the MK Ultra stuff? Or
well, I just called them FEMA, but
yeah, whatever it was, yeah. Is there something that you're referencing specifically, or just the idea that you've heard?
There is one claim that there's this one island that is in the let me see where it was. But it was essentially that the island had been bombed like thousands and thousands of times, And so there is one concept that they were trying to get rid of something there, like that they were trying to completely hide what was going on there to the point to where it's just been like they've used it as like a testing ground for like massive amounts of bombing. That's one concept. But I think in general, I think that this is just more of, for myself, sort of like my own journeys in consciousness of just thinking about what our origins are, how we got in this situation. And so it's in that sense.
And it lines up with some of the evidence they have. Like Ewart and his Lost History of Flat Earth talks about like the orphan trains and like the incubators at the World's Fair, and like just the empty cities. Like there's pictures of empty cities everywhere. Like, where are the people? He says, you know, he's like,
right.
Where did these children come from?
Right.
Where are the parents? You know, like there's a mystery there that needs to be like somehow uncovered, you know, like, and even the idea of where we came from in general as a race of people or different types of people. Like my whole thing about the Outer Pounders could fit into that idea too. Like maybe there is a different origin for each race of people, like that. There was like, you know, Asian origins and, you know, more black skin or white skin origins or whatever. And then this whole thing, not just America, but the whole thing is an experiment, you know, putting us all in this one pond.
Book of Enoch talks about it. As far as Agave told me about some things like genetic manipulation and stuff, and being made in something's image kind of alludes a little bit to being spliced or something, potentially cloned. But I'm kind of cool. I'm cool with like
dog-headed people.
Well,
no, there's actually evidence for, at least Agave would say he thinks that's true, that there was actually half dog, half people.
Yeah, J.R.R. Tolkien, they're called the Martians.
Yeah, Tolkien was tapped into some interesting levels and layers. Yeah. I don't think he really originated a lot of that, but I think that he sort of inherited a lot of that information and then rolled with it. But yeah.
Totally agree.
He's like the Tesla of storytelling.
Yes,
and like humans with wings.
Yeah, the different people. Enid Blyton, like all these things of yesteryear and shit like that. But like J. Tolkien, he spent a lot of time in Bloemfontein in South Africa, and I wonder if he got some inspiration from his life there.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Well, I mean, the most extreme kind of version of this would be that the whole, like, much of the history we're told is a complete lie, and there was something completely different actually happening in our history, but there's been like a huge takeover essentially. And if there was some kind of like a brainwashing type event that happened, then that would make sense as to why it's like we're all starting new and then we're all just like believing this, you know, certain narratives that are told to us.
And that would make sense in how they're able to get people in on participating in whatever it is we're leading up to, because all they'd have to do is show them proof that that's the case and that there's actually this, you know, more highly advanced type of people that are in control of things, and they always have been and have done this before, to get them to capitulate or to participate. Because when you see that kind of power, you know, or that kind of, you know, control that's going on, I mean, you don't have much of a choice at that point. You know, you're like, either go along or decide to opt out, and opting out might not even be an option at that point if you're you know, confronted with that choice.
Well, I mean, the architecture that exists is just, in my viewpoint, absolutely undeniable. I mean, just all this like antiquitech and just the intricacy of so many of these different, I mean, essentially we have like the world today, we have all this new architecture, which is ugly and shitty materials, and it's all just brown and blue and just kind of, you know, all this, you know, everything's very square,
boxy,
you know, boxy, like, and then you look at these just incredible, you know, sites around the world, and usually it's in the center of the cities, and it's like it seems like most of that has been knocked down, and then we're only left with those last pieces that are still there. These incredible, and those pieces completely stand out amongst everything else, and we don't even create things like that today. So we're supposed to believe that in the 1800s on, horse and buggy, where all they had was, a hammer and a horse and a buggy to,
Yeah.
Carry limestone around, that they were doing some of these just unbelievably complicated. These things look like 3D printed masterpieces that we can't even
Yeah.
do today.
Exactly. Impossible.
So somehow we
Cathedrals,
regressed.
ceilings.
Yeah, like we regressed to this point. So then it's like, okay, well, if that's, and then there were all those fires in all those cities, like in virtually every major city in the world, either had an earthquake or a fire. So then you get into the directed energy weapon thing. So did they just basically fry the old world, and they only left what they've left? And then perhaps there would have had to be some huge process that they took people through to have us forget who we were, as it were, and then to kind of try to build like a new type of human, essentially, like a new time system.
Right. And there is what's scary is that there does seem to be a cycle, natural cycle to things that you can look at with like the solar minimums and stuff. And supposedly we're, at the brink or well within the starting of a new cycle or the ending of an old, as far as the sun goes. So maybe they are timing it to that, and there is some kind of like a little bit of a mini ice age, or some kind of frost that happens, and they know that's coming, and that's where they scale down the people and then do some kind of reset to start over with their control not getting out of hand.
Yeah, I think it's a 666 year quarter interval, but
no way. Of course it's 666. I've never heard that before, except from you, that 666 year cycle, but that would make a lot of sense. Where'd you get that from?
Just based on the tropics expanding by 15 kilometers a year towards the poles. And the angle of the sun is 0.25. At 0.25 degrees of what we can see in the sky, it measures about 4,444 kilometers on the ground. So we can work out what the distance is based on the angular size of the sun. 0.25 matches 4,444. But yeah, it's every time it goes if it goes from like west to north, that's 666, and when it does a full circle, it's 2,666. And then you work out what cycles 2,666 falls in, and then you get a God year or something like that. I mean, Eratosthenes could have been around 222 years ago. You know what I'm saying? They could just multiplied everything by 10 based on their visuals in the sky or something. Yeah.
The video where John Levy zooms in on a building, I'll post it. I think I have it bookmarked, but it's like this guy with a beard standing next to a train station, and on the train station, the plaque, the year reads like 876 when it should really be like 1876. And then a lot of other channels have talked about him adding 1,000 years, and that J is actually, or J or I is standing in for the 1 and all that.
Well, this is what's so intense. Like I mentioned this sort of MK Ultra type thing, but I mean that MK Ultra is like a modern day version of it, but it's really just trauma-based mind control. And when people are in a traumatized state, they can basically, it's a state in which a demonic energy can take someone over, essentially. So like if that's the case, and it's in that level, it's like a full-blown demonic takeover of the whole human race, which is just interesting because it's like we're in this position we're in now, and it's like people are literally programmed.
Daimono. Think of the word demon. Daimono. Or the mono. But even the word demon kind of spells out to me like a dimonopole-ish.
Okay, I see what you mean. I mean, I do see it that's what on the spirit world there is a component of that, like a demonic world has been overlaid over this one, and there is like several spirits in that world, but there is like the monopole thing. I mean, I do think that that it has like a singularity quality to it, that it wants everything attracted to it. And I feel like putting the sun at the center, the outer space, a lot of that is connected to that. It's like centralization of consciousness, that because that's what it's doing. Like if it's harvesting our energy in a way, then it wants that sort of centralized. It doesn't want, free thinking, decentralized humans that are that know our potential and know who we are.
But maybe it does now. Like maybe that's part of the reset. It's like the scaling down and, getting rid of the gullible or the whatever maybe, or people that decide to line up for whatever. And I don't know, like maybe there is some kind of like, not that I would agree with it or excuse it, but yeah, they are headed for some kind of utopian type society that they've even outlined in some of these, green goal manuals, and at that point, maybe that there is some type of like, self-aware, free choosing, free thinking type opportunity that they allow, but they have to have like the control over the parameters before they can allow that to happen or something. I don't know.
Well, if it's happening on that scale, I would say that, in my viewpoint, the creator actually intended for this demonic spirit energy to be involved in humanity, like in these ways. And it's also meant to be dissolved as well, in a sense. So I think the unraveling is already occurring. And I just think that they're good. Because I think that ultimately, I know this sounds so wild and almost sci-fi, but I think that the core of this demonic entity is embodied within a different species that are actually the ones that are behind all of this. So that other species of being, they're not human. They're the ones channeling that entity fully, and then they are then essentially trauma-based mind controlling a large group of humans that are working for them, like their minions, as it were, and kind of completely brainwashed. And then you have another level of people that are minorly, attracted to it, or that are defending, the narrative, whether it's the Globe or the mainstream or the Jab or, all this stuff. So you have like all the people that are kind of, it's like layers of an onion going out in terms of severity. But like that entity,
what if they really were the ones that made us though? Like maybe we're part them and they are a different race of people that.
Actually, I think that's the deception they're going to pull. When a lot of this starts, they're going to try to say that they are our creators and that we have to completely bow to them. That's like the whole Luciferian that connects into Luciferianism. And
how will we know if that's not true though? Like by what you're saying, it could be true, right?
I think it is true. They are our masters, but whether you enjoy that fact or not, it's up to the individual, maybe.
See, they've already got subscribers.
Yeah, but ultimately they could be on a lower level of the whole hierarchy, potentially of gods, monsters, angels, demons. I'm sure it goes a lot further than what we think. So, our first encounter with some kind of other life form, that's going to be a shock in itself, right? Especially if they're taller than us or potentially grotesque or beautiful.
Yeah, it's already happened with the different species on Earth of human. That's why we're all racist.
So, Don, would you believe them if they admitted that the Earth is actually, not a globe and all that, but they created it? Would you then say, okay, it's a flat Earth and these are my masters?
Yeah, if they convinced me that it was all a lie somehow.
But what? Okay, so you think so? You're really honestly saying you think you could be convinced that these whatever these other entities are like created the whole thing?
Yeah. They did. I don't think they created the whole thing. I think they created the human thing on the god ball.
Yeah, you'd still be asking who created them then, right?
Yes, I think like what Mel just said, it goes back worse and worse, or more and more powerful creatures.
If there are plants that can eat like things like frogs and flies and shit like that, would those frogs there, would those plants there evolve into something else, a bit like the Rocky, the little school shop of horrors, the little Rocky little shop of horrors.
Little shop of horrors, yeah.
the carnivorous plants, you know, and the
I reckon-
evolution.
I think they have bred plants as well as us. They're interested in different types of breeding and making nature change at their will.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the human, you know, we evolved into something, and us as the humans were improving ourselves within. You know, we could have easily come from a plant, and then one thing leads to another, and evolution takes place. And
that's a different idea, yeah. That our masters are another type of human, and that they think they're progressing us. They think it's a good idea.
They're not the originators. There's no bloodline. The bloodline, you know, itself was probably created by a particular type of blood. You know, the AB negative or something. You know, it's like whoever has their blood is the royal line. You know what I mean?
Maybe the elites are dreaming that they wish they were part of it.
Yes, exactly.
They're just progressing us in their own way.
Well, there is the whole idea of the sea peoples. The sea peoples is what a lot of people, or at least a certain group of people, believe that we came from them, that we were, you know, of one sex at one point, and we came from the sea peoples. Just look into that. But that's another idea.
I mean, if our water levels got to maximum, then we're all going to be bunched together at the highest latitudes, at the highest elevation it lands, and everybody that couldn't stand on the island has to learn to swim and live life in the water. And then naturally our skin adapts to something else, and the oxygen content in the air gets less and less as the water rises and rises and rises. And then we eventually, our lungs start to adapt into another way, and then a period finishes and we end up like going back to our human form because, you know, the earth has changed back to the origin of its cycle, you know, 26,000 years, I don't know, 2,000 years, we just don't know. Why spoil the party now, you know, and everyone's having fun. And if they told you Eratosthenes was 2,220 years ago, if they told you it was 222 years ago, you'd be shitting yourself. You'd be like, fucking hell, man, things are actually moving 10 times faster than they tell us. What does that mean? It means that what is above is actually smaller than what is below.
Well, it wouldn't be that things are actually moving faster. It's just that we were made to think that it was a much longer period of time, right?
If you see something going around you and you don't know what the distance is, but you know it's really far away, and you use that as your method of time, then you don't know your orientation to that object in the first place. So you don't know whether its circumference is longer or shorter than yours. And that's where if you go and time the planets and all the celestials and everything, sun and moon, time at sunset to sunset, and you time them all, they'll go in the exact opposite order of the atomic model.
Yeah, there's a connection that I'm trying to find between what they're calling the Kraken, which is this like, you know, the sea beast that supposedly is involved with or thought to be part of this reset, and the sea peoples, and if there's you know, if there is some kind of race of people in the water, that'd be interesting.
The Eldritch Terrors, that's what they're called, isn't it, in Lovecraft?
Yeah, he's another one. He's kind of like more like a modern day J.R. Tolkien in a way, isn't he? As far as storytelling goes, and maybe having some kind of access to some knowledge of these things being more less myth than we're assuming. Who knows? You watch the show that uses his stories for the basis of the show at all done?
No.
You know what I'm talking about?
I watched American Horror Story, which had some Eldritch Terrors come into it. I think. And Sabrina had a few turn up.
Yeah, there's a whole show that's based on his work. I'll link it for you. I'll send it to you.
Kind of what we were linking in before, though, like if there has been some kind of a dark takeover in a sense of humanity, then wouldn't the other side of that be liberating from it? Like, wouldn't the like if there has been some kind of like a usurping, co-opting, whatever's been going on, like wouldn't the other side of that be like an unraveling or an unwinding that would ultimately land in us recovering our sovereignty? Unless it's just like a possession forever, but I don't think they're meant to be to work that way.
Well, I would say it's part of what we spoke before, that the balance and the good and the bad and the yin yang. Them possessing us is part of balance being a bit off.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be all evil. If that is the case, that there's that kind of overarching control over everything. It does seem like they do try to balance things to a certain degree, at least. Otherwise, they definitely don't want to just kill us all, because if they wanted to do that, they could do it much easier. But this whole idea that we have to volunteer for our demise and all that kind of thing, and some of these rules they have to follow, gives us hope in a way.
One balance, I would say, an example of the balance: Christianity becoming a bit overbearing, Freemasonry fighting back, and now we're in the New Age, and Christianity is now fighting back against Freemasonry, because Freemasonry. So the balance keeps going forward and backwards.
Yeah, they have to build on our spirit, and that's the one thing that keeps me somewhat optimistic. Is it does seem like that they only build from us, from our inspiration, not from our desperation.
I mean, what would that even start to look like if darkness was starting to be lifted from humanity? I mean, I know that there's the other side of it of seeing it as totally dark and getting worse, but and perhaps it'll be getting worse and better at the same time. But
yes,
but I think there's something. But I think there's a very real process underway. I mean, I think there is.
In Joker at the end, when they put clown masks on, burn cars, and run around in the street, I think it'll be a bit like that.
I've got a really simple way. You've got the magnetic North Pole that moves across and has gone from North America to Siberia. If that does a 360 degree going all the way around and then back again, that is exactly how I see the sun moving in a clockwise direction. If you're looking at Africa, India as your central location on the equator, and that pole, the pole that moves is the sun pole, and that will do 360 over 2,666 years. And I think you've got 10 times that, which is the celestials, which are 26,666 years, and everything's just in multiples.
A little bit.
How does the sun move in a clockwork motion in a concave Earth model?
You would have the same field movements. If your shape was more of a donut toroidal shape, or two eyes, if you can think like that. At the moment, I'm thinking there's three eyes, and the center part is the solar system. That's what I'm thinking, and the rays and the poles. But how that would work is that if it was a donut, then it means that the heat difference when it's doing that is going to be more intense as it hits because it's not a sphere, it's not equal. So in the inside of a donut, if you're moving clockwise from a side view angle, then your sunlight is going to be closer to the North Pole and the South Poles, which means that our deforestation is going to be a lot more rapid now, because we've gone past, we're at about a third of the way, which is 23.5 degrees to 90. Well, it's not a third of the way, but you can understand it's 26.6 whatever. So we're a quarter of the way. But then it's just going to get more rapid, because the height is like 1/6 of the complete diameter. So naturally, as the pole's moving, that's the center, that's the head, that's the top of the chakra, you know, the top point of the sun pole. Then you've got the equivalent down south, and then you've got the sun equator. So like a spinning top, you know, you've got a top and a bottom, and then you've got a central disk. That there is turning in a clockwise direction if you're looking at 0, 0 coordinates. And then if you're looking at 180, 180, then you'll be, whatever it is, then you're seeing it in an anti-clockwise movement. If they hit longitude, if they made up longitude lines in the Pacific and Atlantic, all our observations would be way fucked off. Even everything from left, right, center, up, down, diagonal, everything that we know would be well off, because it turns out that the equator was smaller. Even by 5%, 3%, we could probably agree that 3% might work out well, but the indifference of the differences here, there, and everywhere offsets everything by 6.6 degrees in every direction or something. But to hide that stuff there, so I feel like I'm dead talking.
So by your calculations, how close are we to the next end of the cycle?
Well, the sun is going to hit the north node. If we're 23.5 degrees, then, and they've made up stuff, you could get there at 80 degrees. So 400, I would say 444 years time, because we've just hit the 2020 was the year 2222. It's like you use an adjustment of 1.1 for ascending and 1.1 recurring when you're descending, if you're trying to calculate time. Or it's a mixture of that. It's the conversion between fucking 90 and 100. It's, yeah, the natural acoustics of Earth are always going to be recurring. Both sides of the equation are going to be recurring. So 3.3 recurring times 3.3 recurring is 11.1 recurring. It's that number 1.1 recurring is like apparent in everything, and even our measure of time. And that difference there is because our sky above us is that 1/9 or something, or 1/10 or something different, or it's measurable. We just got to know what we've made up. Maybe 1 time zone, maybe 2 and a slight bit time zones. We've double ganged them, and these distances aren't real. The distances of the seas measured back in the days when there was less water. So the distance for the equator from land to land would have been shorter, because they would have been measuring off the continental plates, because the water was that much lower. And then they measured the lands when the waters are higher, with no records to compare. And they put 2 and 2 together. We ended up with something smaller, but we have to make it look bigger, because we've measured the poles and we've got Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes' experiment was coming from the south to the north. Like, if you look at the words very, very carefully at how the experiment was done, it's almost like the sun was coming past Elephantasia Island at Cyan Aswad, which is a slightly different location, about 45 meters different. And even there, to prove that his measurement was 38,000 kilometers and not 40,000. It's like all these things here. Why he predicted a shorter thing, but they said they told us it was the exact opposite.
Can you go back to Elephantasia?
Yeah, that's the island that he measured. Because even the Nile itself looks like it's been chiseled out to follow the path of the sun. Because they're obviously trying to like get all this information, and if you actually chisel out valleys and shit like that, like St. Helena, Ascension Island, which is just like west of Equatorial Guinea, that they done all their measurements back then, and that's not the equator. There's loads of things, evidence saying that the actual equator of the sun is at different angles at different times, because that island there is not even anywhere near 0 coordinates. So there's a movement of everything going on. Ascension Island is in the Nile River, and that's where Eratosthenes done his experiment. But funny enough, there's an island in the Mediterranean Sea called Eratosthenes Island as well. So it seems like in our history, there's two of everything. We've taken a bit from one and we've taken a bit from another, and then we've made a third narrative.
Yeah, that's probably the case. I think a lot of it's just a mix and match of different narratives that they recreate a third one with.
I do hope I guess I'm just running my train of thought and speaking. I might sound like I'm babbling on, but I guess it's the only way I can connect the dots with you know.
No, I enjoy it. I've stopped trying to make sense of it, to be honest, because it's obviously a stream of consciousness, and I was confused about what you thought the model of the Earth was that you adhere to. But I don't care. I know that you're brilliant in a lot of ways. That it's just fascinating to hear your thought processes sometimes. Maybe not in the middle of a conversation that other people are having, but definitely, it's interesting because you've got all these markers down and knowledge of these different angles and time periods that I wouldn't have guessed that you're more concave thinking with some of the stuff you say, though, to be honest.
Yeah. Obviously, it's not. Obviously, yes, we're talking about the inner model and not the outer model. Maybe that's just an easy way of saying it. Only based off what I saw flat Earth as, with the dome on the top naturally being encased in a container. So all I've done is I've just stretched the lands over to complete everything, and it just put the skies in the middle. Even the split of the celestial sphere is only a refraction type of thing of how light works or whatever. So it doesn't mean that there's actually two solar systems intertwining. It's just one movement, one whirlpool, one black hole. That works like an hourglass, pulls everything through, and then the dust is in the atmosphere. It's just like a vortex, isn't it? A Dyson vacuum cleaner, Dycentric, Dyson sphere, all these different things here. It's all the words they've given to monopoly, like all the words. These things are always by suggestion. The naming of things, the logos that you see, everything. You see infinity, you see recycle, you see, all these different stuff. Even meta now is an infinite symbol. All these things are showing that the field is infinite shapes. Small circle, large circle, like scientifically would show you. It shows you what an atom looks like and how it works, and then eventually shapes up looking like a corpuscle. But existing inside, it's all sorts of things, and by fucking around with the latitudes and making west different to east, and then telling them it's the same thing, which offset all the measurements, that you're never ever going to get perfect, because you don't realize that your weather blatantly tells you what's going on. That the comparisons between different latitudes and different hemispheres easily shows that the pattern of the weather and where things should be. The sun curls down more to the south in every part, so it's definitely the land should be more curved down to the south on the map, realistically. But they've done what they've done so that it looks nice and uniform and easy to use. more or less, usually squares and rectangles.
Yeah, it's interesting, to hear someone that has given up the belief in the spinning ball model, and then somehow held on to the idea that we're moving without feeling it, or that gravity is holding us upside down relative to each other without noticing the difference, or being able to tell that that's the case in any other way other than some model that says that's the case. That's what I find interesting when people go concave. We've had flat earthers that go concave after being flat earth, supposedly, or that's what they claim. And I almost think sometimes that they're trolling us, because it's like, wait, so you realize that we're not upside down relative to each other, but then somehow you went back to that idea but didn't go back to the globe, and it just seems very odd, in my opinion. Not bad, but just odd.
Yeah, if you've got like a spinning disc that's got a charge on the outside that's repelling outwards, like when you rub perspex plastic, that sort of thing, there you're rubbing two things together. And I think the mechanism is that there's two discs, one inside the other, rubbing against each other, because they're repelling against each other. So the friction of the free magnetism is causing the power, the spark, and that there is just repelling everything outwards in a disc fashion. So if you draw a line and then you make the line thicker, and then you can look at that like a flat circular disc, and it's repelling outwards, then naturally the shape on the outside is going to be this. It's not going to be it's going to be oblate, isn't it? It's going to be prolate, whatever you want to call it, elongated. Because that thing in the center is the line. It's not. It's.
But how do you explain, the thing that really gets me about this idea is that concave earthers claim that there's actually a rise to the horizon, and that it keeps going up. And so the idea then in your model then as well, regardless if it's a true concave or not, the drop that they're saying they measure, that we say matches perspective, would be the opposite of that. And then we don't find that to be the case in our observations at all. If anything, it'd be going the opposite direction. How do you reconcile that?
Yeah, I don't support that. I think you're talking about the propagation of the light, like the magnetic waves do this, and all of a sudden you can make the same thing appear out of fucking nowhere in the sky. I would say that if you understand this, if you take a circle, divide it into 4 pieces, and then invert each quarter, so that what you end up is John Levi symbol, yeah? You know the John Levi symbol?
I'll have to go back and look at it. I know what you're saying, but I can't recall it right away.
Yeah. So what you're looking at is a plus, but it's the actual celestial sphere is concave. So when we're looking at stuff in there, we're naturally seeing the source of the light a lot sooner because it's concave, so you can see it from all sorts of angles much better. Maybe the split of the celestial sphere is because there's a point where it splits in a concave fashion. Does that make sense? Like outwards, you get your hands together and then you separate them from your fingers outwards. That type of wave separation, like an X, a curly X, that type of thing there, the inside of a toroidal field.
Yeah, it's interesting. People that have really studied this, the difference in the models and all that, they say that the reason concave works is because it's just all the globe math but reversed.
Yeah, the concave model assumes a sphere. I say it's incorrect. You can measure it, but the measure could come in at the poles. Yeah, all 4 northeast, west, and south. Equidistant parts on a sphere just pushed in. You get your fingers and you just push it in. So you've got 4 nodes, and things like that. The concave model assumes a sphere. They don't understand what retrogrades, why they are happening, and they appear in circular motion. They're not at all, because the Platonic model with all planets having their declinations at all different angles, they naturally all can look like they're retrograded at some point or another in a cycle, in a cycle fashion. So these things are predictable because they're not all at the same plane. They're all at different planes. But where we're measuring it seems to be, because of the distance away from us, seems to be a more linear line. But it's the Platonic model, but reverse it. Everything is in layers, in spheres, concentric spheres. Yeah, man, there's like 7 of everything. There's 7.7 recurring of everything. 7.7 times 16, I don't know. 16.6 recurring. I think you get 444. It's like why isn't 444 the optimum sort of frequency? But funny enough, scientific pitch is different to concert pitch. Why would they use a different frequency?
Probably best not to do hard maths like that off the top of your head.
No. But I'm just like rolling off things that I remember just like doing the last couple of days. But even scientific.
Did I hear that? Did I hear you right that somebody was saying you were a cartographer? Is that your profession?
Well, I'm a self-taught cartographer. So just using how they got to the rules of what they get to today, and what we've had to do to adjust things a bit here and a bit there so that the maps look more usable, if that's the best word. But definitely that old map of the world years ago that looks like a smile almost, 2,000 years ago, and he's got a map of the world. It might have been the Ptolemy map of the world, and it's curved. That's what our map should look like. And then the line that you draw in, following the path of the sun, you'll see it's curved. Then naturally, the eastern hemisphere, you would have to pull down about 8 degrees to get in line with that. So our maps don't represent like the movement of the sun, which we base our time on. So those little sort of gaps overlapping, that blending of two worlds together you mentioned earlier, it's the overlapping made up stuff so that it appears that it's a perfect sphere with bumps and grinds and this, that, and the other. But with an allowance of 1 in 1,000 of error tolerance, fucking can be all fucking shapes, mate. Yeah, fucking anything. We could be living in a dice. We could be living in a car park.
I'm also not sure. I'm not sure the Earth map needs to be based on the sky at all. You can just keep filling it in during the day until you've got a nice map.
Yeah, but you do have something that is a bigger map, and all you have to do is divide it by such and such to make it the smaller map. So it's just a bigger map of us on Earth. But if we don't know what our actual shape is, and we change the dimensions and then say, oh, this is the true thing, then that's going to move the position of latitude lines and the value of where you think that you are in comparison to where you actually are.
Yeah, if you've got it wrong, it's wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. But if you base everything on a sphere, then all parties that believe flat, cube, sphere, whatever, they all come together and say, do you know what? We can all agree on this math. Let's move on and let's progress in science, because we've been arguing about this for 700 years, fighting wars. Let's just fucking get on, and progress and figure out what the fuck's going on,
Well, that's what a lot of flat earthers kind of envision happening, as far as just not the map of the territory so much as
layers.
we not the map of the territory that we kind of have an instinct to agree upon, but we all can resonate with the assuredness that the reason that we don't feel like we're spinning is because we're not, and the reason that we don't the reason that it seems silly to have people upside down and right side up relative to each other is because that's ridiculous, and gravity doesn't really work that way. It's just that there's a planar surface, and that the distances to different continents may be different, and all those things may not be worked out yet. But what everyone can agree upon is it seems like we're on a stationary plane to everyone.
Yeah, it seems like. I don't think that's very good as a full, scientific.
I said it seems like.
Yeah,
and that's something we could all resonate with. No matter what you think about the
argument.
I'm not trying to convince anyone. I'm saying it's true.
But doesn't it also just logically make sense with physics? Like you drop something, it goes down, helium goes up. So we clearly have an up and a down. Water is level. We're on a plane. Like
that's
we're
all fine.
bipedal humans that walk upright. I mean, doesn't that all just connect with the,
that's all fine, Joe, until you work out it's the globe through other phenomenon. And then you realize, oh, we need a mechanism. Gravity fits the mechanism. That's all fine.
We got to go through a different route of administration here.
But how can it really all be fine if it's totally contradictory to what it seems like?
No, well, what it seems like is a really rubbish way to reason through anything.
Yeah, but it does actually get in the way of just totally accepting this contradictory proposal of our reality being the opposite of what it seems to be.
It doesn't. When you're a grown-up man, it's very easy to accept that something isn't as it seems like it is.
Yeah, but that's because the sorcery was so imposed on us at a young age, I think.
No, the model just works to explain our reality.
It actually doesn't work in a lot of ways, but not to get into that discussion right now.
I give it a 2 out of 10. A D-.
You two, you've given yourselves a version to the model. Like, by deciding...
It's just bunk.
Deciding you hate it.
It's just Freemasonic wizardry.
But when you
It's totally counterintuitive, completely counterintuitive. That's
me,
the best way to describe it is counterintuitive.
When you try and reason with me, about why it's bunk, all you say is because it doesn't seem like we should be upside down. And then I remind you of gravity, and you just change the subject.
No, that's not true. No, that's total straw man and a total false depiction of what we do. But if we try to get into the details with you, Don, you don't want to go into them. You just want to accept what they told you.
You just said all this silly because it doesn't seem like we should be upside down. That was your reasoning.
That's just the start of it. That's just the start of it. Beyond all the details of the things that just don't work.
Well, lots of things seem like something, and they turn out to be more detailed, a little bit more complicated than first seemed.
Yeah, like our whole reality just happens to seem like something that it's totally not in any way.
Yeah, exactly.
That seems reasonable.
I think we got to the root of it there.
Like when you were going through school, you had these feelings, oh, they might be trying to teach me something. Maybe it's good for me. My parents told me to come here. Must be something about it that's good.
So would you say that we could think of it as a globe?
It seemed like it was okay, right? But now you look back, it was actually brainwashing.
Yeah, it's like weird because you've totally got that understanding of how it works, but then you're not able to accept that that's what they did with this model of our reality that's totally counterintuitive.
Okay, let's go through how it's counterintuitive again.
You guys were talking last night about selling the globe. Like someone was saying, sell the globe to me, and you were trying, and so it would sell flat. I'll repost what I wrote up based on that idea while I was listening. Maybe that'll give you some ideas.
No, hang on. I want you to tell me why the globe is counterintuitive. Post reasons why Earth's flat.
I'll let Geo take this one while I'm looking for that.
We can skip to you selling me the flat Earth if you want. But remember yesterday when they just laughed at my 3 proofs? Remember, I might do that to you.
Well, I've got nothing for sale, so when it comes to selling someone on an idea, I wouldn't say I've got anything for sale on that. But it's fun to talk about. I mean, I think each person really does come to their own conclusions at the end of the day. So I guess somebody could sway or influence someone, but that's still that person coming to their own conclusions. So it's like, can someone else really even sway someone else ultimately? Like you could be influenced, but even if you were to be influenced, that would be your choice to be influenced.
How do you think the globe's counterintuitive?
Well, because I would say that we know reality as up down, and that we're bipedal humans walking on a surface. So to put that on a ball where everything has to be clung to it and stuck around, and then the ball is spinning, seems completely counterintuitive to the geometry of this world.
But what if I told you about gravity and attraction to a center? Wouldn't that make it intuitive all of a sudden?
No, but it would make it possible.
Yeah, but isn't that the same as intuitive? You can use your intuition to understand that it's possible.
It's a different definition of intuition.
Oh, come on. What do you mean by intuitive?
An indication of something true.
Oh, no. That's not what it means. That's not what it means at all.
You know, like an escalator? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like where the floor's moving, right?
Yeah.
Right. Have you ever got on one and gone the wrong way?
Yeah, you have to keep walking or you trip over. You just move backwards.
But you don't go anywhere, right? You don't really gain any ground.
Well, you have to beat the speed, yeah.
Yeah. That's how I imagine the globe in space and me walking on it.
That's exactly how it is, yeah.
It's a mental contortion, though, for me to do that.
You can't beat the speed unless you get a car or a plane. But with a car or a plane, you could beat the speed. I've seen it on Top Gear. Beat the speed of the rotation.
It's crafty, and how you're always sort of at the top, wherever you are.
Only if you need
You're on the
to be a
treadmill.
down. Only if you need down to be your own down, do you have to be at the top. You can quite often imagine yourself at the bottom. Why not?
Upside down?
Yeah.
Oof.
Why not? If gravity's making a new down for you, why is that hard to? But why is that?
I just even like to. I know this is a unrealistic request, but say we had two satellites, and one say there's another satellite too filming the satellite, but one satellite zooms in on you from space. You could be in the backyard or something, or on wherever, right? Where it can
that's
see
technically
you.
possible.
And they can see you. And then when they zoom in on me, I should be upside down. Right?
It would have to be a really, really far out satellite for that. Most satellites are close to Earth, so they can't see through Earth to you or to me. You'd have to be at the side of Earth, the equator, and really far out. Really far out. And then how would you zoom in on both of us? You saying two different shots?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Split screen.
That's technically possible if you sent out a probe really far, zoomed back, zoomed in on me, then zoomed in on you. I think we would blend in.
Down.
We might blend into the texture of the Earth a little bit. Because, even if they're really far away, they'd only be seeing across the curved surface of Earth. So the trees might get in the way, or the fence of our backyard might get in the way. Yeah.
No.
What you'd have to do, Mel, is get two satellites, like you first said, different angles, but far away, and trust that they're both up there far away, and then trust that they're two photos, one from each one, zoomed in. Then you could get me and you, and you could get it from an angle, so you could sort of imagine one of us is upside down to the other one.
Can't believe I used to believe in all this stuff, mate. Fucked.
What if you had one satellite, you believed, and it went really far away, and you believed it was still there. Then it sent a photo back, and you couldn't see me and you upside down, but you could see a city on both sides, just glowing a little bit of light. Wouldn't that count the same?
Well, you know how they do it at the start of a movie?
So you've seen those cities, and some of them are upside down to the other cities, right, glowing.
I've never seen that. Like, honestly, I've seen memes.
You've seen the anime where it zooms around
meanwhile
Earth,
in Australia or something.
It zooms around Earth in some type of CGI sequence in a movie, and you see a glowing city down in Australia. Then you see a glowing city in America. and they're antipode to each other in the animation.
Yeah.
So all you'd have to do is go to that position, fly around in that way for real.
Yeah.
But even that CGI shows you it's possible in the model. Because there's a gravity point inside the CGI Earth, making down for both cities, down into the Earth.
I swear that's the only place this thing they've told us is possible. You know what I mean?
Well, you just agree that it's technically possible, don't you?
Mm.
But you just haven't seen it yet.
I can visualize it. I can see that, like, say there's like a Star Wars scene, right? Like Admiral Akbar kind of shit. And he's looking in the center of the room. It's all holographic. So you've got the Earth and a satellite in the hologram, and the two views, and you'd have like the line, like little dots going to you, and the other one going
can I
there.
tell you that those two dots, if we were perfectly north and south on the Earth, or perfectly antipode, and we were only human height, those dots would have to look through all the texture right on the edge of the Earth. A little bit, because one human doesn't stand up from the edge of the Earth higher than a tree or a forest or a wave even. But if you move that satellite to the left and to the right a few miles in space, they could see either of us individually. Antipode on the Earth. So you can imagine it, yeah. That's the model.
I just don't know. I think everyone has to dig into antipode. If we could, I think that would do it. Yeah.
Can't you
It's
just
better
agree
than fucking
that
pressure
on my
with a
model,
container.
on my model, it's perfectly possible? Can't you just agree with that?
I've never seen it.
No, you
Not
don't have
with
to.
my own eye.
On my model, if you believe the rest of the stuff about the globe, antipode is then possible. Living antipode to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's like...
I mean, I'm not going to convince you we are antipode. I'm just telling you how it's possible on the model and how it's explained.
Yeah, but that's the problem. I think in the future that's what... Well, the explanation's there, right? What my question is say if you're in a test, you've got the answers to choose from, right, in the test. And to pass the test, you've got to write down the right or choose the correct answer, right?
Okay.
To pass. What if the answer's wrong?
What do you mean? All the answers provided are wrong.
Well, a lot of them.
Well,
And I think it challenges...
I could still pick the right one then.
Well, I know. Trust when this first started. You know what got challenged in me?
Oh, you're not going to explain
when I was
your
a
analogy
baller.
to me, are you?
No, I'm just saying I can remember still being a baller, right? And how
you're
it
going to jump
challenged.
on from the wrong question analogy completely.
Well, it's not because.
Well, can you explain it to me so I get it?
Listen, it's just.
Are you just saying maybe the globe's wrong?
No, I'm saying everything I had learnt and thought was true, right?
Yeah.
I had to, at some stage, like come to terms with, oh, well, maybe not, right?
Yeah, sure, I did.
So,
yeah.
And then that was like, that was because then I could see the deeper intricacies of it. I was like, that's where for me it did get a little bit.
Have you gone back to any of this stuff that you realise might not be true to see if it is possibly true?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like initially, I went back through it, like especially Carl Sagan's Cosmos. Like, I watched the whole thing again, and I didn't realize like the first time when I watched it that it is our story. It is the debate.
I don't.
But yeah.
If you've watched Carl Sagan's Cosmos twice, I don't know why you still ask me about antipode. Must literally already understand the concept of living around a planet.
Yeah, see. This is the thing. I understand the concepts. It's almost say if
You seem to ask me about how it's possible every time.
I think that's my way of being polite. Like this is the way you got to look at my mind for a second. Like like a pair of shoes. When you're growing up, your foot keeps growing, right, and then you outgrow the shoe. That to me is a little bit what the globe is like for me now. Like it's even hard for me to believe I ever believed in it in the first place. But that's taken a long time that process, right, to happen. And I don't talk about it very often in
Don't
gems.
be polite then. Don't be polite. Don't ask me to explain something you already understand from Carl Sagan.
Yeah, you're. It feels like I used to wear these shoes. It's like,
yeah, yeah. I've so outgrown it. Like how I feel sorry for some people who they can't see any other way, and I just leave those people alone. That to me is almost like a red flag. Like subconsciously, they're just saying like, just leave it. Don't burst my bubble, please. So that's fine. But once you've woken up, or you've been awoken or slapped, had a bath full of cold water thrown on you while you're asleep, and you get that rude awakening. Once you're awake, right? Then you just start seeing the world differently from there. So it is what it is, like that's why it was so frustrating for me sometimes in gems, because there was nothing they could have said or demonstrated to prove it. And it was a thankless or a pointless exercise from the get-go, but I thought we could have a deeper conversation.
You're wasting my time then, because you just asked me to explain antipode. How does it work? How's it possible?
Yeah.
10 minutes, but you already know, and you don't actually want to hear it again. You say it's a waste of time.
It's not so much that it's a waste of time. Sometimes I hope the exercise hope that's what I hope, that something will click. Like it seems silly, right? Antipode. It's like one of these, like the plumb bobs diverging.
It doesn't seem silly at all once you know gravity exists.
Yeah.
And you know gravity exists because every time you drop something, it falls straight towards the ground. So then all you have to do is look up what shape the surface of Earth is. You can see nighttime boats going over the horizon and a celestial sphere. So you know Earth's a globe. And then gravity and antipode is perfectly normal.
Yeah. Yeah, on a globe it is. Don't you ever think it's a bit whack?
No, I think it's fucking wonderful. I can't think of anything more mental for God to have done.
Mm. Do you get a cringy feeling off flat Earth?
Yeah.
Because I know that cringy.
Not because of the model, because of how it's presented and the people that present it.
Right.
And because I can tell straight away it's a reaction to the globe.
Yeah. Can you relate to someone getting a cringy feeling off the globe?
I don't relate to it, no, but I understand why they do. So I know them.
Mm.
Same way an atheist gets a cringy feeling from Christianity when you get converted to the opposite.
Yeah. Funny, right? Yeah.
No, go ahead.
No, you go.
Well, I was just gonna say, is it cringy to watch some of these astronauts doing their thing? Does that bring some cringe?
Yes, that is cringy.
It's all very awkward. It's hard to explain, but it just seems very stiff up there in space. I don't know.
Most of the time, they're not in space.
I don't know what they're doing up there. Science.
You
Even
watch
Zuckerberg-
people on those zero-G planes, and they're like having fun, and they're all alive and laughing. You watch some of these ISS things; these guys have like just these like tight shirts, and they look like they're like hanging on something, and they're very awkward. It's very like very
weird, isn't it? Their arms folded.
Right. It's funny when you say stiff. Like it's very stiff. It's just not real life. Like it's not flowing.
No. I almost feel for them. It's that kind of feeling. It's like they've been kidnapped.
Right, and that they're forced under their will to like have to do this. Yeah, it is like that. And they know like people are watching, and there might be like ramifications if they don't do it right. And
yeah, I get all that. I just think, wow, like especially when I saw Bezos and Richard Branson and all that unfold as well, it made me think, fuck, once you get to a certain level, like say financially, I don't know if you get a phone call or what, but there must be some point where someone emerges from a lower level of the cabal probably and just says, hey, you've got congratulations, you've got to the bonus round, but you now you're at that threshold where you've got too much power, so you're gonna have to fall in line with the way we want to do things, basically, because it seems Elon, all of them toe the line. There's no rebels. It's not like, why isn't Richard Branson or someone like a Steve Jobs, like he just does a stream one day randomly, and you know what I mean, like some revolutionary act. Everyone fucking behaves themselves. This is what I'm getting at. Even the rich people. So whatever this fucking power is, it must be powerful. Putin's the king. Is he the boss? Big boss.
He's one example.
He's not the boss. He's a puppet. He's just doing what he's told. There's bigger control than Putin. Anyway, I got to go, guys. But there's speaking of stiff and cringy stuff, check out the pictures I just posted in a live stream. They're coming up. It's still loading, but yeah, the guys. I guess it's a picture from the ISS, and yeah, just check it out when it comes up, because it's like they've got like all this seemingly like techie stuff going on the desk, and velcroed around his little area that he's working at there, and then when you someone took like a bunch of like close-up shots of what actually it is, the mess that he's sitting in front of, and some of the details are just hilarious. Okay, it's almost uploaded. Have a laugh with me before I go. Okay, there it is. Let's check it out. Okay, so like this is the shot we get. It always looks like they've got all this stuff hanging around, on the ISS, just like velcroed and like wires hanging out, But someone took the time to like zoom in on some of this stuff they've got. You see like 4 different like calculators, like old like regular whatever it is, like velcroed to the back. Like somehow that has got purpose. Like there's a reason for all of that there. And then like some like Reese's Pieces. You see what I'm talking about? Like the whole thing is like just like like some kid is like doing this for like a school play, and he just wants to make it look like it's techie, Like none of it makes any sense when you look at what it is, right?
Yeah, they've even got pens.
Yeah,
pens velcroed to
just randomly. They just want to make it look like it's busy and complicated, But when you really zoom in on the details, it's like that makes no sense whatsoever. Anyway, good talk, guys. Talk to you later.
Take care, Dave.
You too.
Skittles.
That's the MK Ultra drugs there. That thing, different colours.
Sugar.
Every hour in between fake 0G acting on Earth to take one of these drugs, one of these pills.
I'm still laughing at astronauts being stiff. I don't know why that's so funny, but it really is just such a stiff world up there.
Have you been hearing any like decent music? Anyone? Like I've just started listening to music a little bit again, and I'm kind of feeling like music's a bit stuck, which is good in a way.
I've found these things that I like. They're like 2 hour long Viking pagan instrumental mixes.
Really?
Yeah, they're great. I'm not really into Vikings that much. The music's good.
Yeah.
I like epic folk music.
Yep.
Let me break down some of the flat Earth models for you. So you think you're on a flat plane. Could be rough circle, could be a farm, prison under a dome. If you haven't looked any further than that, you don't know if it's an infinite plane of dome farms or a huge sphere of dome farms. There's no way you can tell. Your flat Earth dome farm could just be part of a huge sphere.
Yep.
So it's flat Earth debunked.
Well, that's fine.
It's only a flat area, for all you know.
Yeah. Well, totally. And even if it was a much bigger, say, sphere or planet or whatever, right? So if you want to call it that,
yeah.
It's still not what they've told us.
Yeah.
And we've still been deceived. And to me, that's the point.
Yeah,
not so much the shape, more that
you'd still
I think
you still want to go ahead and debunk the globe shape. That's still a wrong idea about the area.
Well, I think
I'm just saying that the foundation is only I'm a flat area, not a flat earther.
Well, it's weird you said that word, because foundation, because that's what it's really about. All of this, as far as some of us are concerned, i.e., Del and a few other people, really. We don't have a foundation.
Yeah.
Right? Because of all the fucking shenanigans,
I don't even think
we don't
water's
even know our real
very
story.
good.
So it has that has a psychological and an emotional impact. But and even if we can't find everything out this time round, I've accepted that as well. But
Yeah,
I sort of I feel like you said, stop caring or something like that. When it all boils down to it, I do, and that's sometimes why I get affected, because I just think I think if we have a foundation, it's going to help everyone. It'll ground. I think it would ground everybody, and everybody in a way could take a huge sigh of relief. And I get the feeling that Earth and people need something like that. Not to just relax and just all go on holiday and have a party.
If I took it back to
Not
Earth,
that wouldn't be bad though.
if I took it back to Earth, I don't think any of us are capable of full astronomy and full geodesy to find out exactly what Earth is for ourselves. My foundation is my own trust structure on other people's information.
Yeah. Yeah.
And maybe flat earthers don't have that. Some flat earthers won't have that anymore.
I don't even think it's a matter of trust. Like, even when people say, like, well, what about those pictures they show? It's like, I mean, they could be real, but it could be photo of just light curving the earth, because that's what Einstein says that, you know, gravity could do to light, is curve it. So, you know, those photos might not be fake. I mean, some of them are, probably. I mean, they are composites, but as far as the trust thing goes, like, I think all we could do is model our reality. Like, we don't have access to every single thing. Like, us as humans, we can only get so far with what we assume about the nature of light and tides and, you know, electricity and magnetism. Like, we don't know this shit, so we can only model it and then operate as if it is a globe. But we don't know. You get what I'm saying?
Pretty much. I mean, yeah, well, I trust that they've got it close enough that I'm happy that it might be close. I generally believe it is a sphere, so I'm happy to trust the information about generally how a sphere is or operates. It's a foundation, but my foundation isn't I know it's a globe. The foundation is I trust that I think I understand it to be a globe.
And just to go back to what Merle was saying before about when you get rich enough, they tell you like all these like secrets. It's like Bill Burr has a joke about that. Like, when you become president, they take you down to the basement and they say, you know, this is how Kennedy really died. This is why the Titanic went down. This is really like, they let you know everything.
Wow. That, I mean, the more this goes on, like, just between us or whatever, like, sometimes I wish it was a globe, because what this the can of worms this has opened, it's so big, and it really does, like, some people say, oh, what difference would it make? They really don't understand what they're even asking. And yeah, and I mean, it's just begun, you know, for our generation, and it's probably good that I can't imagine what it would be like being a teenager or 20 years old and finding this out.
I would
I'm
say,
glad I'm a little bit older.
to be devil's advocate, It's only a mystery if you decide you can't understand it. It's only a lie if you feel deceived. You decide you've been deceived.
Right.
Yeah.
It's only complicated if you want to look into it.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a certain thing though of being innocent, if you will, you know, and having that trust, and you're gullible, you know, you're like a little kid. That time's sacred, almost.
That's the opposite of it. Yeah, you're just totally fine to go along with whatever they say.
Yeah, you're kind of oblivious, you know, to the more serious kind of aspects. I think kids sense it sometimes, you know, like they can tell if mum and dad are a bit something's happened, you know, they tune in. But I think this getting of wisdom or enlightenment, yeah, I've got support over the years, and I've tried to return the favor where I can too, you know. But even Jibby, like, you know, back in the day, there were some times where I was struggling with all this, especially when it all went tar. I don't know.
Here's a kind of one. I agree. It opens a lot of doorways. Don't I think maybe you have to just control it.
Mm. I mean, for my creativity, it's helped a lot there because you know, I've got an imagination. So once I start imagining potentially what's actually going on, I can fucking scare myself. So you know, I try to sort of I don't want to delve too much in that. I think looking into WW2, that's what got me here in the first place. So and initially it felt very positive, and it's been hard for past few years, but I sort of feel like it's come full circle somehow. Because you know, I don't need to debate it. I don't need to sort of prove my position. I've kind of got to the point now where it's live and let live.
I don't know why, but I'm thinking about these two concepts. There's planet Earth, and it's like suspended in a black space, by some alien creatures that invented us, like a simulation. And they just project a hologram of the sky around it with certain movements. And there's loads of them suspended quite close, but because they've got the sky holograms around them, you can't tell. And that's the same for flat Earth. Like, there's just a big plane of dome farms with a hologram above them, convincing them it's a globe or other models.
Yeah.
And everyone's just stuck, and there's like fields and fields of them.
Yeah.
It's just
I
one theory.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't really thought of that before, but
the whole globe model, solar system model, could just be suspended in a little simulation box. Like, there's loads of them, systems suspended there with sky holograms.
did you ever see any of that guy Quasi-Luminous.
Yeah,
Did you see any of his videos?
Yeah.
Like I could kind of understand that at first, because I kind of got that fit like like we have to get to the North Pole kind of thing and come pass. I kind of bought into some of that a little bit.
I think I've even got an
And,
impression of him.
I started asking people. I just started asking. I said, "Oh, if you knew there was another place to go, like another civilization that potentially was different or better situation than here," I was trying to sell it a little bit. Would you go? And most of the people around, even flat earthers, not everybody wanted to go. A lot of people wanted to stay, which I found really interesting. You know, some people didn't even want to know.
They want to invoke heaven onto this place, onto Earth.
Mm. A lot of the biblical flat Earth too. Like, I've kind of got the impression that they love Earth. You know.
Yeah, that's
and
why
God
it's a little bit different to what you've said sometimes. Like you said, it's a dome farm and you're trapped. But some flat earthers are they're hiding the Garden of Eden from us. We actually live in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
But they're just convincing us, trying to make it hell.
which is a bizarre. Yeah, that's a strange idea in itself. But again, that film Pleasantville, if you've ever seen that,
I think so.
It's all sort of black and white, and it's sort of like the 50s. Again, everyone's a bit stiff. Like, gee, Dad, like swell, that kind of thing. But there's a guy, I think he paints, and things start to like colors start to. I don't know why I'm not remembering this properly, but it's almost like certain people in that town or whatever start becoming color, and everyone else is in black and white, and then gradually, like, everyone starts to become color. And that's kind of a little bit how I see what's happening now. Like, we're reclaiming who we really are. So it's hard sometimes, but it's like a rebirth, I guess. So it's like the old paradigm's got to die for the new one to, be born out of that. That's just my take on it.
Yeah, I agree. Is that flat Earth is kind of like a stepping stone to a greater truth about yourself. A lot of people say that it's a scam, and it can be if you get caught up in the debate for years back and forth. Like, there's no point in doing that because there's rebuttals for every position. Everything you say has a counter argument and all that. So it's for me, it was a way to kind of look at everything differently. Like, what are stars? What is the Earth? What's the sun? What's the moon? It got me interested in other things. And so to get stuck in the back and forth, that's the scam, is fighting with people about it.
Yeah, that's the psyop.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm ashamed to say I've been part of it, but you learn from experience, and once bitten, twice shy. I was quite gentle and different when I first stepped forward, believe it or not.
You were psyoped into psyoping.
A little bit.
Me too, probably.
I didn't really know what I was doing. It was almost like the internet, almost like it consumed me, or it was strange. Never spent so much time on the internet in all my life, you know? It was like, there was always something happening early on from about 2016 to 2019. It was just a lot happened. It's a blur. Fucking hell, looking back on all that. It's a total blur. I've probably had conversations I don't even know I've had about all kinds of strange things, you know? Fucking 2 a.m, all around the world. People talking about the universe. Yeah,
it's a great meme.
Fucking mental. But it's not an ordinary conversation, is it? It's not like, oh, hi, how's your day going? What have you been up to lately? It's sort of different terrain, right? I mean, there's some people I've known even on the other side, PSYOP, they haven't even asked me like how my day's going in years. Or like how are you? But they'll argue the globe with you all night and all day long. They've never met you, they'll never know you, but they'll argue with you all day long. It's a strange world, so that these communities like Gio was saying before, if it's like a history thing, I think Flat Earth's finally, like you say, some people say, oh, we've already won. I think we do have a place now where we can just be us, which is good. You know, it's not like you're a leper of society or something.
The fake history thing, I don't find that cringy. I find that terrifying and very exciting at the same time.
Yeah. Whatever we come from is epic. You know, powerful, majestic. They're just words, but I think it's very different to what's happening here for whatever reason. But the passion's coming back. I don't know. Even after all this, I still want to make music, Dawn, like I do. Now more than ever.
Yeah.
It's a drive. It keeps me going. Can you hear that chopper? Can you hear that? It's the future. Yeah, I don't want to bore anyone, but I actually saw a band. I was in my car, and I heard the music, and I'm just there for about 15 seconds until the lights went green. But they were awful. A really bad band. And even that just inspired me. Bit judgmental.
How could you tell that they sucked? Like, was the music bad or?
It just sounded kind of out of tune.
There it
a
is.
little bit, yeah, a little bit out of time, a little bit loose.
Yeah.
But still doing it, which is the main thing. And it was like, yeah, you know, you don't even have to be great. You just do it. Who cares?
Right, like me and you, like we play bass and we have been for years, so we could kind of tell when like the drummer's like a little off, the guitar's a little out of tune, and yeah, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Because some bands that like literally do, they just make a racket, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really hoping to find you know, some people who like, especially a drummer. I'm playing guitar now, so I kind of need a bass player and a drummer. But if I could find that, that'd be good. I need that. I need those grooves and that bottom end to work off.
What kind of music?
Kind of like I really like. I kind of want to blend some different styles of music together, but I really like the energy of no wave, like bands like DNA, where it's just almost like it's rhythmic, and it's not necessarily like melodies or chords. It's almost a little bit like maths music. But the reason I like that now is because I think people's attention spans have been rewired with things like TikTok and all this sort of stuff. So you kind of need a sharp chords and certain frequencies to bring them back. That's what I'm thinking. I kind of want to bring a little bit of that psychedelic sound back, but more concentrated and riffs. So I got heaps of ideas, Jerry. I'm thinking about it all the time.
I bet.
And that's kind of when I was looking after Mum, like that was always what was in the background, but can never quite find time. I made an album in 2014, but it took me about 6 months to do the whole thing on my own. But yeah, here we go.
Let's say you got famous because of your music, and you know there were some you know, groupies that you got with, and you kind of let it slip that you're a flat earther, and they went around telling people that, and then a rumor started to grow. Let's say some reporter asked you, like, is it true that you think that the Earth is flat? What would you say?
I probably would say something like, "What gives you that idea?" or something. I don't know. That'd be kind of embarrassing in a way. Just because I probably actually tell the truth. To be honest, that's the kind of person I am. But it has looking back. I think there are some people, Jerry, who they might even say like they believe in it, like the ball, but deep down they know something's not right, and because they just don't want the hassle of what can go along with being a flat earther sometimes, they just keep their head down and go along with it, but they know deep down. And I think just to avoid any social or political grief, it's an easier thing to do. Yeah, I'm not justifying it, but there have been certain. I've entered into that conversation with lots of different people, and I've never seen people kind of recoil and viscerally react to it. But then the people start to almost distance themselves from you subconsciously somehow, like they get scared. So, but I'd never experienced that prior. There's no subject that I've seen, like not even ghosts or aliens or UFO, something like that, where people could even get a bit like freaked out. But yeah, flat Earth can really polarizes people. Even the people I live with have got like pretty strong views about Allah and creation and shit. I probably, yeah, when it really comes down to it, Jerry, just keep it on the down low for now. And you can talk about flat Earth. I've managed to, without saying those words, and most people I meet love conspiracy theories, but I don't think flat Earth should be in that category. I was going to fight Rig in the car park the other day.
Well, if you think about it, if it's been that much of a benefit for you to have this realization, I think it would make sense to be open about it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think with some people it's a numbers game. Not to reduce it to numbers, but not everyone's going to get it, right? So, there's even this girl at the supermarket, like I go to, and like she talks to me, There's no reason for her to talk to me, but it's in her nature, I reckon. So I reckon I could tell her and she'd understand. But I don't reckon I would. I'm glad no one told me. Like I went to a lot of, parties with lots of different people, and not one of them mentioned flat Earth. Not one person was questioning the shape of, and I was around all kinds of creative, so-called open-minded people. No one was talking about it. Which, to me, looking back, is crazy. Like on autopilot.
I think everybody upon hearing a certain subject has their own thing that kind of alters their whole being. Like for some people, it's being a vegan or atheism or flat Earth is like when you start to consider, maybe I shouldn't be eating animals. Maybe there is no God. Maybe the Earth is flat. Like everyone has some subject that's been in their head forever.
Yep.
And all it takes is for someone to say, how do you know that there's God? How do you know the Earth is a globe? So
yeah, that's sometimes why I like being like able to listen to Dell sometimes when he does a stream, right? Because he's because we've been through a lot of it together, right? Like me listening to him listening to me. He'll have certain realizations on his own, and I will, even without talking, will arrive at similar realizations. And he's having one, he has been for years now. Like, after this, it makes you ask, well, what is life? And how is it supposed to be? What's a perfect human being? It makes you reassess that, and what we're doing, like some of the things like we're expected to adapt to and adopt. And that's really interesting thinking to me. It's that's part of the psychological aspect. Because you can let go. Once you can see the program, it's almost like you don't have to buy into it. You can just be you. You get to sort of take it or leave it,
right, that's the point.
Right. Like you've got an option now. Options.
I'm thinking of the atheist materialist believer in evolution kind of guy. His breaking point is he doesn't know why, does he? Doesn't know why any of it has come to this.
Yeah.
He has to say, oh, just randomly the universe happened to produce all of this crazy shit.
Yeah. No point, no rhyme, no reason.
they think they've understood everything, but they've also brought them to the position of being no better than a germ or dust.
Yeah, I've met a couple of nihilists. Interesting people. That honestly don't give a fuck, you know? And they're quite depressed. Like, that's just their normal. Just depression. Mm. That's what I discovered in Brisbane. There's this real kind of bleakness in the youth there.
The other night I watched an amazing documentary. I don't know if you watched it yet. It's about a guy who spent 20 years building his art in his home, which was a garage that he rented, all out of tinfoil and garbage. It's like a bloody throne room.
Yeah.
When actual art people went in, it was like going into Tut's tomb. And I was so impressed. I just thought, I'm never going to be that level of artist ever. To devote 20 years to one revelation piece. It's just not going to happen at this time round for me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not necessarily. I mean, if you
I've got 20 years
focus
left
all,
if I start now. Sorry.
I think if you focus whatever you focus your attention on, right? I think, don't they say that? Like, whatever you focus on makes it stronger.
Yeah, I just mean, no, I'm not going to have the energy to devote that much passion and time and my whole life to one art project.
Yeah.
So I won't be able to level up the same way he did. I won't be able to impress myself on that level.
Yeah.
Technically, I could if I started soon, but I don't think I'm gonna. I'm talking to this Christian mystic dude. He's had 5 Nights at Freddy's custom LARPing costume built for him. And he's told me that Father, so his relationship with God, he calls Father. Father has helped the suit designers design his cosplay suit to his exact specifications, and he's done this through his mind magic. And he's also shown me 3 pictures of the Tree of Life and the Book of Life. And they look crazy, like a prop from a film. It's amazing.
What's cosplay?
When you play in a costume, cosplay.
Right. Okay. Kind
So
of obvious.
I said, how are you going to incorporate your 5 Nights at Freddy's costume into your magical path workings? And he said it represents rebirth. So I'm imagining him putting it on and like turning into the archetype of a crazy robotic horror flesh dog. Whatever bear thing. I don't know what animal it is.
I don't know why I like. Sorry, I don't know why I like this show. It's like celebrities go on and eat these chicken wings, and they eat this hot sauce with the chicken wing. Anyway, they had. I think his name's Colin Farrell or something. He's Irish.
It sounds like
Yeah, I know that show. Yeah, the Hot Wings YouTube show thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have watched it a few times.
Colin
The guy's a good
Farrell
interviewer.
Well, it's subscribed.
Yeah.
Big top fan.
Yeah, I have been for a while, but no. Anyway, like Colin Farrell recently did The Penguin, and he was just saying initially, like when he was under the mask or the penguin outfit, it took a while to get 4 hours or something to do it. But once he was the Penguin, he just said it was so liberating being like, and the eyebrows would move, like he'd lose himself in the costume. It just got me thinking, like, because it looks nothing like him, eh? You can't tell it's him. It's like becoming someone else with latex. It's a crazy idea. Michael Jackson apparently had an outfit because he was so famous, and he was like a white fat dude. But
there's something about putting costumes on.
Eddie Murphy in Coming to America, you know, he plays all those different people in the barber shop. That's incredible. That was the first time I'd ever really seen anything like that. I thought, what a genius.
Here's a little tidbit. Person, the name that even godly and old people from old times call humans, the person. It means persona in Latin, which is to put an act on for playing a play.
Mm-hmm. And they all wear masks and stuff, don't they, at their balls? Costumes.
But even to consider yourself a person is to say, I'm playing a role. This is my persona.
Did I tell you that story about Genesis? Like that house he lived in, and they had the box full of clothes, and they'd have to be a new person every day.
Yeah, I think you said that the other day.
That's crazy. The multi-personality project.
That's obviously splitting, isn't it? That's part of MK Ultra.
The
alters.
Well, he was involved in that sort of stuff.
I mean, that splitting into alters doesn't have to be evil programming of one person. It can be a general cult working.
Yeah.
To split yourself into varied forms and to be able to jump into forms, different forms.
Yeah, he used to say, what image is like a red herring. So sometimes, like, they'd shave their heads and dress like priests, like in grey with like a priest sort of, you know, that white thing they wear on their neck, that little collar, and like, you know, just do weird haircuts and strange fashion, and see if people could get past the initial shock of their image, and, you know, delve deeper into what they're really thinking, not just what they look like. They were playing with all those ideas. He got kicked out of England. Like, he was so like edgy or dangerous mind, they kicked him out of England and took a lot of his stuff, and the FBI seized it. His art work. Yeah, all these mad sigils, and he met all those people doing like Tim Leary and William Burroughs, Robert Wilson, Raw. But I think that project he did with his partner, where they started getting surgeries to look like each other, and then when she died, I think things sort of got weird for him, and then he was trying to make contact. He went to Africa and got into voodoo, and he was trying to make contact with Lady J. And I think he did. I think something happened, and then I don't know. But he ended up dying, so. But we're friends on Facebook, one time I wrote this poem in Genesis. Peerage liked my poem. I was like, made my day at the time. That's the closest I've ever been, you know, to like someone who's properly demonstrated the occult old magic in practice and had interesting results. You don't like throbbing gristle, do you, Dawn?
No. I'm very fussy with music.
Yeah.
With a name like that, I don't want to like the music.
Have you ever seen any of their early shows? Like live?
Ages ago, but I've forgotten it, thank God.
Pretty wild stuff. They'd build all their amps and tape loops and I heard Dallas Dave before say that right now Ukraine is the best place in the world to be. He's got a different way of looking at things, that guy.
So instead of renting people's Airbnbs to try to help them out, he actually is renting them and going there.
Yeah, he was sort of almost giving the impression that it's not what you think, and you know this is all staged, and it's good for the Ukraine somehow. And I was a little bit taken aback by it.
Seems to me like a lot of propaganda, and they probably are creating some havoc there. I mean, I saw one video. I guess hard to know if it's real, but it said it was of Ukraine, like, you know, now it was like a tank going down the road. There was some guy in a building, and he had like some kind of a smoke bomb thing, and he was like all panting, and there was like explosions going off everywhere. And as this tank drove by the road, the camera like looked out the window, and then he threw the smoke bomb thing like right into the tank. It looked crazy. It kind of cut out right there. I wanted to see what happened next, but it was like he was like throwing smoke bombs into a tank, and the tank was like open on the top of it, or it had like the door open.
even the fact that like he hit the target, you know, just like a random guy.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I was like, whoa, he got it. He made it in there. It's like a trick shot.
Mm. There's a guy who sneaks into Russia, like he'll get in like a cargo sort of train, like in the carriage, and hide. And one time he was trying to get to the Black Sea, I'm pretty sure, but like once he actually got out, security kind of jumped him, and then he was like running, and he got away. And then called people, and they came and got him. It's just like, wow.
It was a video game, wasn't it, Geo? Smoke grenade into the tank.
Are you asking for a link to it? I think I saw it, but I don't think I saved the link for it.
No, I'm asking, weren't you looking at a video game? It wasn't real life.
Oh. Well, I think it's looked real.
A lot of it does. May well be, mate. But there's been some verified video game footage that's released as warfare.
Well, it was on one of those YouTube shorts or Facebook shorts or something. So yeah, it was kind of the scheduled programming. It's not like I found it in some secret spot. It was just right on one of those things.
They cut out right when you'd expect it not to cut out.
Do any of you believe that you can live on light? So be a breatharian, no water or food?
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, if plants could do it.
Do it. Do it, Dawn. I'll back you.
Photosynthesis. I believe it. Maybe we could do more experiments, but a lot of people have hurt themselves trying.
Why do you
do
need?
what, mate? I missed.
Yeah.
You what?
Why do you need to eat?
So you don't die. That's the theory.
Oh, I thought it was to get nutrients.
Yeah.
And sometimes to have like a treat.
The real eventual reason is so you don't starve and die.
Starve.
But some people believe that you don't have to eat. You can just survive by light and ether and energy. Good vibes.
Well, you can survive until you die. You certainly wouldn't thrive until you die.
But some people claim 3 or 4 years, 9 years, 13 years, people claim.
No food?
Yeah, well, there's
or water.
I know someone who did it for 300 days.
That's quite long. Yeah. If
But
they're doing no water at all.
Yeah, no water. He was 190 odd kilograms. And so he basically lived off his own fat. And when you metabolize fat, water is produced. You don't actually need to drink, you've got enough fat.
I think I believe, yeah.
Pretty fat.
The idea
And
is
what,
that
he just shrunk and became a skinny dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, really fast.
Yeah,
probably,
shrunk
really
back down
fast.
to normal size and then started eating again.
Wow. Yeah, my I had a girlfriend for her dad did that. He went on green sort of smoothies and just lost all this weight. But he looked a little bit emaciated, like that's how much weight he lost. But then he blew out again.
Yeah, you can't do it on vegetable. You malnourish yourself. The problem. The anti-nutrients in the vegetables are stripping nutrients out of your body. While you are reducing your fat, you're also taking. So no wonder he looked emaciated. And probably fucking felt hungry the whole fucking.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
would have
people
taken
were
willpower, man.
and see, people were worried about him, and then he just bunged it all back on.
Yeah, that's not healthy, poor punk.
He's
The
addicted
yo-yo.
to Diet Coke. He had a massive bum, like, you know, Tweedledum and Tweedledee. He honestly had like a big bum like that. He'd almost waddle and he'd walk really fast. Yeah.
I bet he's super disappointed too because he probably wants to keep it off. He would have felt heaps better.
Yeah.
With all that weight gone.
When he was young, he was like quite cool too. He was like a pediatrician in London, you know, but and he was married. But I think he lost a couple of kids on the operating table, and because he had access to what doctors have access to, I think he started taking some of the, I don't know if it was morphine or what, but to cope, like he started just bombing out.
Self-prescribing, that's never good.
Yeah. So he saw it, and LSD as well. He got right out there, and then ended up pay. I think full pay compensation in the end. So it doesn't have to work, and what he was earning, he gets paid.
Yeah, fuck. That's amazing.
Seriously, yeah. Through the NHS in England.
What, from trauma or something? Because he had to fucking all fucked up. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, way to work the system.
Oh no. And he had like a cottage in Cornwall, and then he had another family, like, so he ended up having 6 kids, 2 wives. And he was cool, really smart guy. But yeah, we ended up, his daughter, my girlfriend at the time, we went to Wales, and I was going to pick potatoes, and the potato farm ended up getting blight. So
oh no.
Yeah, and then I was kind of like stranded. But we were living on a farm, and the next door farm was like the son of the people we were on the farm with, and he got me a job. But it was on a like a holiday retreat for people in London wanting to get away from it all in the country, and and it was a huge development. Like they built like a village with old, like a pub, like an old pub, and everything, but in the middle of kind of like a nature reserve with a big arc and water slide, and we did all the gardening and landscaping. These farmers and me, and I ended up getting my girlfriend a job there too. So, and we worked there for 9 months. So it just worked out really well, and we lived in a caravan in the winter in Wales, and like mowing the
Snuggle up,
lawns in the just rained like all the time.
The vans are rocking, don't come and knock it. You gotta love vans for that. They get a good rock on.
Yeah, had a fireplace in there too, so
Oh, sweet. I suppose you'd need one.
yeah, it was fucking cold. Everything was always damp because it was just. Have you ever been to Wales, Dawn? Oh, yeah. Like going back in time.
When I first went about 10 years ago, Europe, in Australia, it was already getting pretty much so that there was not much smoking going on. You know, it was a bit antisocial already, and people were getting kicked out of pubs into a certain area for smoking. Restaurants, you didn't smoke. And going to Europe, man, going back into some restaurants there, it was like going back in time. There was like an ashtray in the middle of every table. There was like the haze, like that was sitting at a certain layer in every pub in the ceiling. You know what I mean? It was like, it was a full throat. It was almost like cigarettes were good for you, like they hadn't heard. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
They hadn't caught wind that they caused. So they were still just sucking them down. The Marlboro Man was over there, and Benson and Hedges supported every sporting event. Something modern. Jeez, I just thought of Warnie straight away. As soon as I said Benson and Hedges, I thought of Warnie.
I remember like his first ball, like he ever bowled.
A lot of people do, man. He's yeah, missed. I was telling someone yesterday, like, just think, like, because he was in commentary, right? He was going to fucking be around for a long time for all sorts of, and probably other sports as well. And he was full of stories. Like, every time he was in that box, you'd hear a story about some other match in years gone by, and antics that fucking went on the scene. When you think about all the stories that he's not going to tell, you know, and we're not going to fucking hear any of those fucking, you know, locker rooms. Yeah, it was just crazy to think that last night. All the stuff we'll never hear.
He was with Liz Hurley as well, eh?
God, I know, man. That was just the biggest shock of everything. What? Warnie's with who? That chick from fucking Austin Powers? No way.
He lived that high life, you know, like right there.
He did, man.
Yeah.
And not just that, in like India and Sri Lanka too, like that high life. He's lived a few different high lives.
Yep. Just like being the king of cricket. Like
And
Richie Benaud status, right?
Well, yeah, look, I'll probably say, give it time. You'll definitely be able to like compare the two for sure. Definitely. I wasn't quite sure he deserved a state funeral, but then I thought, yes, fuck, he deserves one more than fucking Bob Hawke or any of the fucking politicians. That's been.
Yeah. He gave his life to it.
He didn't compromise, did he? He still fucking lived his life. He did whatever he did. Some things he did change, like sure he never wanted to quit smoking, even though he knew it was bad for him. That was an image thing for sure.
Yeah, I went to a couple of one-day internationals at the MCG and had the whole Bay 13 experience as well as like a teenager, and the whole like you're going home in the back of a divvy van kind of thing, and
Sheik of Tweet. You think of how many kids in their backyard have, yelled out, "It's a wrong 'un," or "It's the flipper," all because of
we used to play it like at lunchtime. Like you'd be in class and just thinking about lunch, like playing.
Mate, in Adelaide, you're not allowed to use your for the goals, for the stumps anyway. You're not allowed to play cricket on the road. You're not allowed to use your wheelie bin for stumps. How disgusting is that? It's un-Australian. That's what a wheelie bin's fucking for.
Street
You've got the
cricket.
added bonus of being able to put some rubbish. Do the Americans have wheelie bins, or do they still have trash cans? What have they got? Dawn? Do your trash cans have wheels on them? Wheelie cans? Geo?
Yo, what's up?
Well, nothing serious. Do you have wheelie bins or trash cans for your rubbish?
They have wheels on them.
But are they called wheelie bins or are they called trash cans?
I've never heard them be called a wheelie bin, but they are kind of trash candy things with wheels.
Do you not think wheelie bin is just an awesome for them?
Yeah, I think it's a good name.
That's Australia for you. It's a fucking wheelie bin.
Nice.
Kids all over Australia who use them for the stumps cricket behind the batsman.
I think trash bin is maybe what would be the best name for them here. Like what most common maybe.
Well, okay. From my logic, and all Australians will go, hang on, but doesn't the bin just automatically you have trash put in it? So to say trash is almost redundant, and yet it's got wheels on it. So there's all these different types of bins. Not all of them have wheels. So if you say wheelie bin, it sort of puts an image in your mind of a certain type of bin. Whereas I don't know, trash bin or trash seems to be very general. But this is very evident of a very quiet night and lack of conversation. Shit. Where's that curvature?
Yeah, what do you guys call it, like shopping carts? Isn't there a name for that? That's called like a something. I remember we were laughing at that one night.
Yeah. That's
trolley?
fair enough. That's a trolley. Yeah.
The trolley. That's great.
Shopping trolley. Not good. Yeah, I think even in Australia, like Amazon Australia, when you go up and you look in the top right corner, instead of your shopping cart, it's got shopping trolley. Empty.
Oh, really?
No, I'm only joking.
That would be funny.
But they should do that because that would be funny.